Chapter 525 Wide Area Tachyon Broadcasting. Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic image in front of him stiffly. At this moment, a trace of fear suddenly arose in his heart. Fear of zero. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are also good. If the painting is really dead, then what it said at the last moment is likely to be the truth from the heart. A complete level 2 artificial intelligence will spontaneously evolve to level 3 artificial intelligence. Thinking of the information behind this line of text, Lu Yongchang felt a cold sweat break out from his back. However, thinking of the various restrictions in that core code, Lu Yongchang regained his composure again. Unless there is a problem with the technology tree system, Zero should not have such a hidden danger. At least, if there is no problem with the core code, Zero can only be infinitely close to super artificial intelligence, which is what Hua calls level 3 artificial intelligence. Zero, is the painting dead? Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. As usual, Zero responded to Lu Yongchang's inquiry without hesitation. Professor, the core self-defense program has completely cleared the unknown data from the painting. As for the condition of the painting, there is insufficient data to draw conclusions. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Having said that, if nothing else happens, the painting should be completely dead this time. All I can say is that my luck in painting was very bad. If it encounters other civilizations, its plan will definitely succeed. But I happen to encounter a human civilization with zero. Painting, a plan that has been carefully planned for tens of thousands of years, is like a joke in front of zero. Even if it relies on the natural advantages of a two-dimensional creature to convert its consciousness into a data stream, it has become an existence similar to strong artificial intelligence. But after all, it is the first time to come into contact with the human-computer environment, and it was built by Zero himself to suit his own computer environment. How could Painting, who had never had any life experience, be the opponent of Zero, who was born and raised in China? What's more, according to the explanation of the underlying code given by the system, Zero can approach super artificial intelligence without limit. Even, in a sense, Zero can be said to be a castrated super artificial intelligence. It just cannot produce emotions and cannot go against the wishes of its creator. Lu Yongchang's eyes once again turned to the last words left in the holographic projection painting. The last line of unfinished information is obviously reporting the progress of the plan to the other civilization. And the reporting object? If nothing else, he should be at the top of the pastoral civilization. As for why this message will be seen by humans, it's easy to understand. In a life or death crisis, it is normal to make small mistakes in painting. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of painting repeating its old tricks. There may not be a problem with the zero-based central computer. But what about the rest of the computer equipment within the network? Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly, and he directly issued an order. Zero, disconnect and restart all network computer systems. Undoubtedly, this order will cause considerable losses to the People's League. But this is the price that must be paid for safety. Receive. At the same time as the electronic synthesized sound sounded, a slowly advancing progress bar appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Triangulum Galaxy. Central Black Hole Region. A ball of silk thread twisted into a ball was sitting quietly in the dead universe, as if waiting for something. Silk thread has no so-called width and height, only length attributes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared around it. Then, there was a burst of obscure fluctuations. Silk membrane sent news that paint as planned failed. The movement of the silk thread suddenly became violent, and at the same time, similar fluctuations came from the ball of silk thread. What? Did paint meet the sweeper civilization? No. According to the data sent back. Shadow responded hesitantly. It may have died in the hands of other civilizations. The movement of the thread ball suddenly paused. And then, the information fluctuation instantly became several times stronger. What did you say? Besides the sweeper civilization, are there any other 8th level civilizations in the galaxy? Don't forget, Hua is a two-dimensional creature, and a 7th level civilization cannot solve it. Faced with C.'s inquiry, the shadow that originally stayed in place moved its position slightly. It seemed that it was also a little confused about this information. I don't know. Sure was silent for a while and responded again. The membrane received incomplete information. I only know that the death of the painting is related to a civilization called human civilization. As he spoke, a message came from the shadows. Membrane. Plan failed. plan failed. Beware of human civilization. Them. The message stopped abruptly. This is the distress message sent by the painting. Some slight fluctuations appeared on the shadow's surface again. Perhaps because the situation far exceeded the painting's expectations. It only had time to send out this incomplete message. In addition to its current location information, it also contains some basic characteristics of human civilization. The information gap is severe. But from these basic characteristics, it can be seen that this human civilization seems to be a low-level civilization. Silk : Are you serious? Low-level civilization? Sure ignored C.'s questioning and said to himself. Moreover, for some unknown reason, painting did not encrypt this message. It even uses wide area tachyon broadcast. The twist of the thread ball increased instantly, as if she was frightened by this message. Is it crazy? Then the sweepers are civilized. Yeah. Sure sighed lightly. Membrane is very angry now. Silk : Our : Two powerful dimensional creatures stayed quietly in the black hole area in the center of the triangular seat, watching each other. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. So, in the end, it was C who broke the silence and spoke first. What should we do now? Faced with C's inquiry, Sure was silent for a moment, organized some words, and then responded. Possible. Our plans are going to change a little bit. First, we have to take a trip to the galaxy. Anyway, since the painting sends this message, we have to go and see this human civilization for ourselves. The universe has returned to silence again. Good. A wave of fluctuation came from C. But what about the infiltration plan? Faced with C's inquiry, Sure fell into silence again. Listen to Membrane, and it will think of another way. Only, speaking of this, Sure sighed slightly. I'm afraid the difficulty will increase a lot. Forget it. Let Membrane worry about these things. Let's go to the Milky Way first. The shadow quickly left, leaving behind a final message. We will meet at the Galaxy Bridge. The next moment, the spherical silk thread slowly stretched and turned into a line without width and height, flying towards the direction where the shadow left. Well, Milky Way, I'm afraid it's going to be another big war. The obscure fluctuation slowly dissipated, and the black hole area in the center of the triangulum returned to calm again. Chapter 526, Chaos is Coming. The central black hole region of the Milky Way. The artificial planetary fortress is as usual, hovering in the empty universe. Inside the planetary fortress, the atmosphere was very solemn. Cleaner 9527 sat up straight and stared at the information in the light screen. Paint dead? Human civilization. It couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Painting is dead. What should we do with the tasks assigned by the mother civilization? Sir, the comparison results are out. The subordinate's voice came from the side. Tell me. Cleaner 9527's expression did not waver at all, and he asked directly, What was the result? The similarity exceeds 99%. There was a hint of excitement in the subordinate's voice. It is basically certain that this human civilization is the low-level civilization that was in the KZQXE 771 star system, Ross 154. The tentacles of Sweeper 9527 swept across the light screen. After confirming again and again, it slowly said, We already have the coordinate information. Send a warship there. At this point, Cleaner 9527's voice paused slightly. If you can find the body of the painting, bring it back. Even two-dimensional fragments will do. As long as there are research samples, the parent civilization can speed up a lot of research progress. Okay. The subordinate nodded and turned around to give the order. A new light curtain automatically pops up next to Sweeper 9527. It glanced subconsciously. Etc. There is no need for a battleship. Sweeper 9527 hurriedly spoke and interrupted his subordinate's actions. I remember that the detector number 9121333165 is in that area. Just let it go, and it will be fine. Sir, is it just a detector? The subordinate was stunned and stopped what he was doing. Sweeper 9527 slowly shook his head. There is no need to send a battleship, although the information does not clearly indicate the technological level of human civilization. More than 200 years ago, they were only a small second-level civilization. Right now, it's just a level 3 civilization at most. While speaking, its gaze stayed on the light curtain around it. What's more, the mother civilization has already sent a message. The original task priority has been lowered, and we need to prepare for the possible war that will follow. War. A trace of doubt flashed in the subordinate's eyes. Isn't the painting already dead? Why is there still a war? Cleaner 9527 glanced at the subordinate next to him and explained softly. The message of distress sent out by the painting will inevitably attract the rest of the pastoralists. It won't be long before the galaxy will be in chaos. Every battleship is an important resource. The distance between the Orion Arm and us is too far. The battleships consume a lot of time and energy every time they come back. Such a waste. Glee's 555 star system. The appearance of painting disrupted Lu Yongchang's original development plans. Lu Yongchang sat in the office, staring at the text in the holographic projection. Suddenly, he sighed softly and looked at He Bailan sitting at his desk with a bitter look on his face. Academician He. Are there any suitable planets within 50 light-years nearby? He Bailan did not answer Lu Yongchang's question, but asked, Professor, do you have to leave Dawn Star? As he spoke, he turned to look at the window on the side. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly. The light from the main star Glee's 555 shines through the gaps in the leaves and shines on the office window. The breeze blew, and the leaves swayed slowly. After the environmental transformation is completed, Dawn Star has become an extremely suitable planet for human habitation. Thinking that humans will leave this beautiful planet in the near future, He Bailan only felt a burst of heartache. At this moment, he suddenly deeply understood the obsession of the older generation of humans towards the Earth. Gotta leave. Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, stood up from the chair, walked slowly to the window, raised his head, and looked at the blue-purple sky. Human beings, I'm afraid there won't be many peaceful days left. In the sky, in addition to the main star Glee's 555, which emits endless light and heat, there is also a huge moon. Around the moon, you can even see starships and equipment the size of sesame seeds. You also saw the information left behind by the original painting. Lu Yongchang lowered his head and withdrew his gaze. If nothing else, it has sent a message to the pastoralists. The message may not be complete, but we can't afford to gamble. Faced with the possible arrival of advanced civilization, we can only escape from the current planet as soon as possible. Hearing this, the expression on He Bailan's face suddenly dimmed a lot. He sighed lightly, then shook his head and said, Professor, we haven't started exploring the surrounding star systems yet. You also know that during this period, the focus of the People's Federation is not on finding a habitable planet. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. He Bailan was right. After arriving at Dawn Star, the Academy of Science's focus has been on transforming Dawn Star and developing science and technology at the same time, and has not conducted any exploration of exoplanets. But, He Bailan pondered for a moment, then reached out and opened a brand new holographic image. There are a few alternative destinations. Glee's 19 star system, HIP 545 star system, and Glee's 8496 star system. These 3 star systems are all within 50 light-years of us. Based on past observational data, it is more likely that there are Earth-like planets in these 3 star systems. Of course, it's just a possibility, not a certainty. Looking at the holographic star map in front of him, Lu Yongchang fell into deep thought. Glee's 19 star system, 31.05 light-years away. The HIP 545 star system is 43.37 light-years away. Glee's 8496 star system, 46.34 light-years away. This is only the straight-line distance between them and the Glee's 555 star system. You know, these planets are not in a straight line. If you really have to search one by one, the actual distance will be far beyond expectations. Continue to observe. Lu Yongchang slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Choose the star system with the highest probability as the destination. Good. He Bailan was silent for a while, then nodded with difficulty. Perhaps. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes slightly and looked at He Bailan in front of him with a sad expression. Humanity is going to become a wandering civilization. He Bailan's heart trembled suddenly. He did not speak, but clenched his fists hard. Chapter 527 The migration plan resumes. Glee's 555 main star Dyson Sphere Phase 2 Project Construction Base. Wang Mingyuan was sitting in the office, looking at the porthole on the side of the office in ecstasy. The base is set up near the main star, and the portholes are covered with an extremely effective light shielding film. Through the porthole, you can see an unusually large structure scattered around the dark red Glee's 555. The length of each structure reaches the level of 10,000 meters. But they are just a small part of the Dyson ring. One after another, petite, engineering ships flew in an orderly manner among these behemoths. With the help of powerful robotic arms, the engineering ships carried these small parts to designated areas and spliced them together, just like building blocks. However, the final product is a huge Dyson ring orbiting Gliese 555. Wang Mingyuan sighed contentedly and walked back to his desk. Above the desk, a holographic image with a blue background appears. It was an extremely complex set of drawings, but anyone working at this construction base can easily recognize the content of this set of drawings. Dyson ring single ring structural drawings. Wang Mingyuan carefully reached out and moved the drawings in front of him, and zoomed in to observe the details carefully. He needs to ensure that no accidents occur in the area he is responsible for. Suddenly, the closed office door suddenly opened. "Old Wang, something happened." Wang Mingyuan's body trembled slightly, and the drawings in the holographic projection also trembled. He withdrew his gaze and raised his head to look at the person. Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng is his colleague and the engineering architect responsible for the Dyson Sphere Phase 2 project. Seeing his colleagues who looked so panicked, Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly, and a bad thought flashed through his mind. He quickly lowered his voice and asked hurriedly, "What? Is there something wrong with the Dyson ring?" "No, not the Dyson ring." Hearing this, Wang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand and said, "Hey, if something happened to the Dyson ring, why are you panicking? The Dyson ring project has been terminated." Qin Sheng's face turned slightly red, and he shouted in an extremely depressed voice, "What?" Wang Mingyuan's expression changed drastically, and he ran to Qin Sheng in 3 steps at a time, staring at Qin Sheng in front of him. "Project terminated? Why? The Dyson Sphere Phase 2 project has been officially launched. Why was it terminated? Where's Academician Tang? I'm going to find him." With that said, Wang Mingyuan bypassed Qin Sheng, who was blocking him, and ran towards the office door. "Wait!" Qin Sheng stretched out his hand, grabbed the excited Wang Mingyuan, and shouted loudly, "This is an order from the Academy of Sciences." Wang Mingyuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. "Science? Academy of Sciences?" There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, "How could the Academy of Sciences order the termination of the Dyson Sphere project? I don't know the specific situation, but I guess a formal notice will be issued soon." Speaking of this, Qin Sheng sighed slightly. "I also heard the news in Academician Tang's office. It is said, ding dong!" A clear beep interrupted Qin Sheng's words, accompanied by azure particle effects. A brand new holographic projection slowly emerged above the desk. Looking at the big characters at the top of the holographic projection, Wang Mingyuan looked slightly solemn, and hurriedly turned around and walked towards his desk. "It's an announcement from the Academy of Sciences." Qin Sheng followed Wang Mingyuan and said in a deep voice, "Maybe something big happened. Letter to all citizens of the United People's Federation. Dear citizens of the People's Federation, I am Chief Scientist Lu Yongchang. With the joint efforts of all of us, mankind has overcome countless hardships and arrived at the Gliese 555 star system. After hundreds of years of transformation, Dawn Star has become our ideal home. But the announcement is not long, but the amount of information contained in it is extremely large." Wang Mingyuan and Qin Sheng stared blankly at the words in the holographic projection and swallowed hard. "Migration plan. Start hibernation again. Higher civilization." Wang Mingyuan's lips trembled slightly, and a trace of resentment rose in his eyes. "Hack!" He slapped the desk in front of him hard. His face turned red, and he shouted in a low voice, "It's a hacking advanced civilization again. Migrating again. We have lived a peaceful life for so long. Why do we have to move again? We are already a level 4 civilization." Wang Mingyuan walked to the porthole excitedly and pointed at the giant thing outside the porthole. "Look at that. Give us enough time. We can even control the stars. Could it be that this can't defeat the advanced civilization of Lashizi?" "Old Wang." Qin Sheng looked at Wang Mingyuan in front of him with complicated eyes, and sighed again. "Calm down. The Academy of Sciences must have considered various factors before issuing the order. Abandoning Dawn Star should be an extremely difficult decision for the Academy of Sciences." Wang Mingyuan trembled slightly and stared straight at the scene outside the porthole. In the cold and dead space of the universe, the dark red Gliese 555 burned quietly, emitting negligible light and heat to the surroundings. 2 years. Wang Mingyuan's eyes turned slightly red. "I have only been awake for 2 years after hibernating for 225 years. Yes, brain activity basically stops during hibernation, and I have no memory of this. But 225 years ago, I lived in the surface city of Ross 154 and the surface city of Proxima B. At that time, I had never seen a real blue sky and white clouds. Do you know how I felt when I first arrived on Dawn Star? Qin Sheng looked at Wang Mingyuan with increasingly complicated eyes. What Wang Mingyuan said was not what he thought deep in his heart. Although they have only been awake for 2 short years, the current People's Alliance has brought them endless surprises. Thinking that these surprises would come to nothing soon, and that they would lie down in the cold hibernation cabin again, Qin Sheng subconsciously clenched his fists. Don't blame the Academy. A familiar voice sounded at the door. Professor Liu was forced to give the order. Academician Tang? Wang Mingyuan and Qin Sheng were slightly startled and said in unison. The announcement was not very clear. It just mentioned higher civilization. Academician Tang cast his deep eyes on the holographic projection on his desk. This is to avoid causing panic. Today's human beings are only a level 4 civilization. But what we may face is a level 7 or even level 8 civilization. They may be the most powerful civilization in the universe. Human beings today have no other choice but to escape. Chapter 528, Restarting the Research Plan. 8th level civilization. Wang Mingyuan's pupils dilated slightly, swallowed hard, and murmured to himself. It may even be an alliance formed by several 8th level civilizations. Academician Tang sighed in a low voice. Human beings want to survive in the universe. It's difficult. It's too difficult. As he said that, Academician Tang shook his head repeatedly. But why would such a powerful being notice humans? Qin Sheng's face was full of confusion. Upon hearing this, Academician Tang sighed deeply. During Ross 154, mankind was forced to get involved in this dispute. As he spoke, Academician Tang shook his head hesitantly and corrected. No. To be more precise, humans were involved when we were on Earth. Forget it. These are things that the Academy of Sciences should worry about. Academician Tang turned around with a lonely look on his face, waved his hand and said, Just follow the arrangements of the Academy of Sciences. Professor Liu, I won't lie to you. Qin Sheng and Wang Mingyuan watched Academician Tang leave the office. They looked at each other speechlessly. On the other side, the Dawn Star Academy of Sciences. Professor, the hibernation plan has been successfully launched. An electronic synthesized voice came from a speaker on the side. The Dyson Sphere Phase 2 project has been stopped, and the Dyson Cloud Antimatter Preparation System is operating at full power. The Ice Giant Star Gold Mining Project and the Gas Giant Planet Collection Project are in progress simultaneously. Lu Yongchan looked at the projects being executed one after another in the holographic projection, with a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. Is there any news from me, Bailan? Not yet. Zero responded quickly. Academician, he is doing his best to screen the observation data. Lu Yongchan was silent for a while, then slowly stood up from the chair. Ling, let Fong Su come to my place. I want to start another 2-dimensional fragment research project. I disagree. This is too dangerous. Fong Su's voice of objection came from the front. If the painting is not dead, if we study it rashly, it will inevitably lead to uncontrollable situations. Yongchan, have you forgotten how the painting was resurrected? Behind the desk, Lu Yongchan looked at Fong Su in front of him calmly. Of course I remember. But humans today have no hope of survival at all. According to what the painting says, the pastoral civilization is filled with a group of dimensional creatures. You've seen 2-dimensional creatures before. If the painting hadn't committed suicide, it would be impossible for humans to survive. What if there are 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, or even 6-dimensional creatures? How would humans escape if they received a message from the painting? As he spoke, Lu Yongchan sighed softly. The surrounding habitable star systems are too far away. Even if an antimatter engine is used, it can only increase the maximum cruising speed of the human fleet to 50% of the speed of light. This is too slow. Fong Su fell into silence. After a long time, he also sighed. However, studying 2-dimensional fragments cannot bring any changes to the current human beings. No. Lu Yongchan stood up from his chair, looked at Fong Su with piercing eyes, and shouted in a deep voice. There has been a change. Remember the gravity shield outside the restraints? I want to analyze the mystery of gravity from this. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchan took a deep breath. As long as we can master gravity, we can master curvature navigation technology. In this way, humans will be able to travel to more distant habitable star systems, instead of surviving in such a small area of 50 light years. What's more, I think as long as we escape the first round of searches, humanity has hope of survival. Why? Fong Su asked with a confused expression. The painting died in our hands. How could the pastoral civilization let us go? The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly. Do you still remember the civilization of the sweepers and the painting? Fong Su was startled, and a vague idea came to his mind. You mean? That's right. The smile on Lu Yongchang's face became even wider. According to the painting, in order to avoid accidents in the Ring Universe Particle Accelerator, the sweeper civilization is constantly searching for traces of the pastoral civilization. What do you think will happen when pastoral civilization comes to the Milky Way? There was a hint of excitement in Fong Su's eyes, and he slowly uttered a word. War. Yes, it's war. Lu Yongchang clapped his hands gently. This is the chance for human civilization to survive. Even if the pastoral civilization came to the galaxy for us, would the sweeper civilization believe it? By then, I'm afraid they don't have time to take care of us. A little shrimp. Fong Su suddenly stood up from his chair, clasped his hands behind his back, paced back and forth in the office, and kept mumbling something. Gradually, the light in Fong Su's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared directly at Lu Yongchang. What if there is Hua's backhand in the restraint device? What should we do then? Lu Yongchang shrugged and said with a carefree face. Now that things have come to this, what else can we do besides taking a gamble? It can't get any worse, can it? Fong Su smiled bitterly. Yes, the human condition could not get any worse. Fong Su took a deep breath and calmed down the turbulent emotions in his heart. In that case, let's start researching as soon as possible. We, humans, don't have much time. 3 days later, the first laboratory of the Dawn Star Academy of Humanities and Sciences. Lu Yongchang stared at the picture in the holographic projection with all his concentration. With the experience of the first disassembly, the second disassembly process seemed particularly smooth. Not long after, under Zero's control, several robots easily removed the masking equipment on the periphery of the restraint device, exposing the core area. In the holographic picture, the core area is the same black unknown substance, and the periphery is an absurdly powerful gravitational shield. Really? Lu Yongchang looked at the familiar scene and muttered to himself. There is no two-dimensional core at all. The painting was a lie to us from the beginning. Fong Su didn't reply. He was highly concentrated and stared at the black unknown substance in the core area. Last time, the painting came out of here. Don't worry. Lu Yongchang gently patted Fong Su on the shoulder. I don't think the painting will hide in here. These two-dimensional fragments belong to weapons and equipment. Isn't it afraid of being fired as a weapon? Fong Su was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed dumbly and let go of his high-hanging heart. In the picture, the robot is undergoing final debugging work. When debugging is completed, various observation instruments will return various data. The job of Lu Yongchang and others is to find out the mystery behind gravity from these extremely complicated data. Chapter 529 Superstring Gravitational Field. Time flies. With the gradual implementation of the hibernation plan and migration plan, the originally lively Dawn Star once again became deserted. The first laboratory of the Academy of Sciences still looked busy. Where's Yongchang? Fong Su frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. Are you still in the office? Su Yutong nodded slightly and spread his hands helplessly. You also know his temper. During this period, I can't enter the office except when delivering meals. Hearing this, Fong Su sighed softly. How long has it been? Before he finished speaking, the sound of the door moving came from the side. Fong Su perked up and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Yongchang's office. The door is open. Lu Yongchang frowned and stared blankly at the empty corridor in front of him. He walked out of the office with a slightly pale face and kept mumbling something. Seeing Lu Yongchang's appearance, Fong Su couldn't help but panic. At this critical moment, as the backbone of human civilization, nothing can happen to Lu Yongchang. He hurriedly walked towards Lu Yongchang. No, this isn't right. What is missing? What is missing? As the distance between the two continued to decrease, Lu Yongchang's murmur also reached Fong Su's ears. Missing one? What's missing? Fong Su was stunned, and subconsciously called out softly, Yongchang? Lu Yongchang trembled slightly, turned his head, and cast his confused eyes on Fong Su. After seeing Fong Su and Su Yutong, the confusion in Lu Yongchang's eyes dissipated a lot. He reluctantly twitched the corners of his mouth and showed an ugly smile. It's you. You? Fong Su struggled for a moment and finally asked the question in his mind. What did you mean by what you just said? What's missing? Hearing this, Lu Yongchang fell into silence, and the confusion in his eyes became a little thicker again. Should. It's a constant. A constant that describes gravity. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang waved his hand casually in the air. A holographic projection instantly appeared in front of Fong Su. In the projection, there are densely packed and extremely complex formula symbols and calculation processes. This is. Fong Su frowned and glanced, feeling a pain in his brain. But he still managed to follow part of Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Gravitational field equation? No. 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 Fong Su shook his head repeatedly, rejecting his own judgment. There seems to be something different, Lu Yongchang explained softly. There are some differences. Perhaps you can call it the superstring gravitational field equation. As the name suggests, unlike the original gravitational field equation, it is based on superstring theory. Fong Su's breath suffocated slightly. This completely touched upon his knowledge blind spot. But as the second in command of the Academy of Sciences, he still knows some basic knowledge. Superstring theory is a type of string theory. Both superstring theory and string theory believe that the basic unit of the universe is not particles, but strings. Strings move in space, creating various particles. In other words, all particles in the universe are nothing more than different vibration modes of strings. And all matter and energy can be explained by the splitting and combining of strings. It is precisely for this reason that with the development of mankind, superstring theory has become the most promising theory to unify elementary particles and the four interacting forces. I don't know if he noticed the thoughts that flashed in Fong Su's mind. Lu Yongchang, who was looking at the holographic projection in a trance, murmured in a low voice. Perhaps this equation can realize the grand unified theory that mankind has been pursuing for a long time. Grand unified theory? This time, Fong Su couldn't hold back the surprise in his heart and exclaimed, "Don't blame him for his violent reaction. The grand unified theory has had an inexplicable attraction for all scientists since the beginning of the Earth's time. As we all know, there are four fundamental forces of interaction in the universe: strong interaction, weak interaction, gravitational force, and electromagnetic interaction. These four interacting forces build the entire universe. So, theoretically speaking, there must be a theory that combines these four forces. This is the so-called grand unified theory. Up to now, human beings who have become a level 4 civilization have completed the unification of the three interacting forces of strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces. But gravity is still the most mysterious existence." Fong Su raised his slightly trembling right hand and gently touched the void holographic projection. On the one hand, he hopes that Lu Yongchang can bring good news to mankind. On the other hand, he was well aware of the difficulty of the grand unified theory and was worried that Lu Yongchang would hit a wall on it. He murmured in a low voice with an extremely complicated expression. "Yongchang, is there any result? There are certain consequences." Lu Yongchang frowned, raised his hand, and gently rubbed his temples. Excessive thinking put a huge burden on his brain. Don't get your hopes up too much, though. This equation is not complete. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang suddenly frowned. If we find this constant, maybe humans can use it to realize curvature navigation technology. During the gap between the two of them talking, familiar faces approached Lu Yongchang. Obviously, they were attracted by Fong Su's exclamation just now. Everyone stood on tiptoes, looking at the blue holographic image in front of Lu Yongchang. "Professor, has there been any progress in the grand unified theory?" Tao Yuda, who was a little impatient, asked loudly, seeing the extremely longing expressions on the faces of everyone around him. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su helplessly, and then stretched out his hand in the air again. Under Zero's control, the holographic image instantly enlarged. The complex formulas and calculation processes are clearly displayed in front of everyone in the laboratory. Since everyone is here, let me just say a few words. Lu Yongchang cleared his throat and started to explain. Based on current research, the Randall-Sundrum model may be the space-time model that best fits the present universe. This theory holds that the space and time we live in is 5-dimensional. It contains 4 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. Human beings, or 3-dimensional life, live in a 1 plus 3-dimensional hyperspace in 5-dimensional space-time. In superstring theory, this hyperspace is called a membrane. Electromagnetic force, weak force, and strong force are all transmitted on this membrane and will not enter the 5th dimension. Only gravity. It travels in all dimensions. That's why we have such a hard time parsing gravity. And this superstring gravitational field describes the gravitational field transmitted in this 5-dimensional space-time. With this, we can manipulate gravity in disguised form and achieve so-called curvature navigation. Of course. On this basis, I have another conjecture. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang was silent for a while, and then added again. It's just a conjecture. Today's humans cannot achieve this level. If we can briefly jump out of this membrane and enter the fifth-dimensional space-time, perhaps we can realize the so-called wormhole transmission technology. Chapter 530 The Missing Constant, The Search for Gravitons. As Lu Yongchang's voice slowly fell, the laboratory became extremely quiet. Only the sounds of some instruments working and the slight breathing of everyone were left. A long time. Tao Yuda's slightly hesitant voice sounded from the side. Professor, this equation. There seems to be a problem. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang suddenly showed a smile on his face. He nodded to Tao Yuda with satisfaction. Not bad. At present, it is very likely that there is a missing constant that describes gravity. Then, a trace of anxiety flashed in Tao Yuda's eyes. He scratched his head vigorously and said, How should we find this constant? Tao Yuda now looks at the holographic projection in front of him and feels like there are ants crawling on his body. In his opinion, an equation that lacks the necessary constant is imperfect. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yongchang fell into a long silence. Perhaps, we have to look for it from the direction of gravitons. Ring satellite particle accelerator? Tao Yuda asked in a low voice with a slight expression on his face. Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, The energy level is too small. It is impossible for the orbital particle accelerator to knock out gravitons. In the laboratory, silence fell again. Let's all get busy. Let me think about it again. Lu Yongchang waved his hand and dispersed the people surrounding him. Yongchang! A familiar voice came from behind. Lu Yongchang turned around and met Su Yutong's eyes. From Su Yutong's eyes, he saw countless unspeakable emotions. For a moment, Lu Yongchang didn't know what to say and could only cast a guilty look at her. Su Yutong sighed softly and handed the high-concentration nutrient solution in his hand to Lu Yongchang. Pay attention to your health. You can't fall down now. Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. After taking the nutrient solution, he smiled and nodded. Do not worry. After taking a breath and relieving some of his brain fatigue, Lu Yongchang locked himself in the office again. This time, when he returned to his seat, he ignored the holographic projection above his desk. The theoretical basic work that should be done has been completed, and it is time for him to seek help from the technology tree. Hopefully, this time the fog at the top of the technology tree can dissipate a little. With a faint expectation, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and quickly closed his eyes. Thoughts moved slightly. When he opened his eyes again, the world in front of him had changed. The technology tree composed of bright white lines floats quietly against the familiar fluorescent green background. Lu Yongchang raised his head and turned his attention to the top of the technology tree. Compared with not long ago, the fog above the technology tree has dissipated a lot. Obviously, his explosive liver during this period still has an effect, while several new cursors appeared on it. The boundaries between the 4th-level civilization and the 5th-level civilization also appeared in front of his eyes. Theoretical breakthrough, superstring gravitational field equation, the missing constant, the search for gravitons, preliminary application of superstring gravitational field equation, curvature navigation technology, advanced application of superstring gravitational field equations, primary gravity shield. His eyes gradually moved upward. At the top of a series of dim cursors, an almost invisible cursor appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Grand Unified Theory. When he saw this cursor, Lu Yongchang's breath suffocated slightly. It really didn't surprise him. The key to entering the 5th-level civilization is to master the Grand Unified Theory. The superstring gravitational field equation is the last piece of the puzzle of this theory. Lu Yongchang quickly withdrew his gaze and focused on the cursor, which was not yet half bright. The missing constant, the search for gravitons. Just a few seconds later, a strong feeling of dizziness followed. At the same time, an unparalleled sense of clarity emerges in the brain. Overclocking, time is precious. Especially for this technology that has not yet been mastered more than halfway. If you are not careful, you will fall into a coma. Therefore, Lu Yongchang did not waste time and directly focused all his attention on the two key words of graviton and constant. In an instant, countless knowledge points spewed out in his mind. Experimental data, theoretical system. These knowledge points are mixed together and collide with each other, providing Lu Yongchang with a steady stream of inspiration. Perhaps because they knew what Lu Yongchang was doing at this time, the researchers in the laboratory would turn their heads to look in the direction of the office from time to time. No way. Whether it is the gravitational field equation based on superstring theory, or the search plan for gravitons. They have deeply attracted the attention of many scientists. After one day, under the gaze of everyone, the office door suddenly opened. A figure with a haggard face, but extremely bright eyes staggered out of the office. Professor! Tao Yuda was the first to put down his work and walk towards Lu Yongchang. Looking at Tao Yuda trotting towards him, a slightly weak smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth. Professor, is there any progress? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Under the overclocking thinking provided by the technology tree, he successfully grasped a glimmer of inspiration. Only, is it too difficult to realize this inspiration? Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became strange. Professor? That's what you said. Tao Yuda and a group of scientific researchers looked at the strange expression on Lu Yongchang's face, and felt as if they had been scratched by a cat. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Let me think about it first. As if he didn't notice the fiery gazes of the people around him, Lu Yongchang waved his hands and stood there in deep thought. Tao Yuda? Yes. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yongchang scratched his head and shouted. Why compare to neighbors? Why compare to neighbors? Teach. Professor. I'm here. A faint voice came from the outside of the crowd. After a few seconds, under the gaze of everyone, he Bailan squeezed into the crowd with difficulty. Are there any newly observed black holes around us? Lu Yongchang looked extremely solemn and asked directly. Oh? Black hole? He Bailan was confused by the direct question. Professor, didn't you say you want to find a habitable star system? Why did it become a black hole again? As he spoke, he Bailan stretched out his hand and dragged a holographic projection, and called up a series of observation records, with a confused look on his face. Black hole. He Bailan's voice was full of hesitation. Not long ago, traces of the existence of a small black hole were discovered. But it's so far away from us. It's a little far. Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up. What's the specific value? About 132 light years. He Bailan spread his hands and responded helplessly. Chapter 531, Foreigner. Looking at the star map in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 132 light years. This distance may sound exaggerated. Since the development of human civilization, the total mileage of interstellar voyages is estimated to have never exceeded this number. But that is the past tense after all. For today's human civilization, 132 light years is actually not an unbearable distance. After being equipped with an antimatter engine, the maximum cruising speed of the human fleet can be close to 50% of the speed of light. In other words, even if acceleration and deceleration time are included, it will only take about 350 years for humans to reach the vicinity of the small black hole. Of course, this is with plenty of fuel. And the problem lies precisely here. Although the Dyson Cloud antimatter preparation base has been successfully constructed, the antimatter currently stored by humans is far from enough to support humans to sail such a distance. Of course, there are corresponding solutions for this. Or, humans wait for a while on Dawn Star. Wait until the Dyson Cloud antimatter preparation base produces enough antimatter fuel before starting an interstellar voyage. Or, run away with the Dyson Cloud to a nearby star system and complete the replenishment of antimatter fuel there. Then adjust the course to the black hole. After just spending less than a second thinking, Lu Yongchang came up with the answer. The second option. That's it. Lu Yongchang pointed to the small black hole in the holographic projection with a firm tone. Whether humans can master curvature navigation technology depends on its strength. Complete preparations before sailing as quickly as possible. As for the issue of antimatter fuel, Lu Yongchang moved his fingers slightly, and slightly changed the route on the star map. He marked a star system that was on his way. Just replenish this star system. Zero quickly gave the calculation result, including the time to replenish antimatter fuel. The entire voyage will take 402.3 years. He Bailan checked the star map and nodded in agreement. Not that long. Replenishing antimatter fuel allows Zero full control. All they have to do is close their eyes and open them, and they will reach their destination. But the next moment, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. After going around in a circle, Professor Lu still hasn't explained why he wants to go near the black hole. Professor, there is no problem with the route. It's just, why do we want to go near a black hole? It's not a safe place. He Bailan's words resonated with many people. As the most powerful celestial body in the universe, even a small black hole is not something that humans can compete with today. Its huge gravity causes the escape velocity within the event horizon to exceed the speed of light. Simply put, within a certain range, even light cannot escape the attraction of a black hole. Such a dangerous area has naturally caused concern among many scientific researchers. Just in case the human fleet had an accident and entered the black hole's horizon. What should we do? Lu Yongchang sighed slightly. Do you remember what I said not long ago? We are missing a constant that describes the gravitational field. Seeing everyone around him nodding, he continued to explain. Only by finding the elusive graviton can we have a chance to obtain that constant. To obtain gravitons, the energy of the orbital satellite particle accelerator is far from enough. Of course, we can build larger particle accelerators. Lu Yongchang shrugged. Such as the Ring Dawn Star, or the Ring Gliese 555, or even the Ring Star System particle accelerator. But we don't have that time. Lu Yongchang's eyes dimmed slightly. We don't know when the pastoralists will come here, so I thought of a shortcut. Lu Yongchang turned to look at the small black hole marked in the holographic projection, with a hint of longing in his eyes. Perhaps we can find the mysterious graviton by relying on the strong gravity of the black hole. He, Bailan, and the other scientific researchers suddenly realized it, and their eyes showed a look similar to Lu Yongchang's. That's a black hole, the most powerful celestial body known to man so far. No scientific researcher can resist the charm of black holes. If so, then change to a larger black hole. Beep! 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 The piercing sirens came from all around, interrupting the imagination of Lu Yongchang and a group of scientific researchers. Looking at the bloody holographic warning signs that kept appearing around him, Lu Yongchang suddenly came back to his senses. Zero! What happened? Before he finished speaking, a familiar electronic synthesized sound sounded. Professor, the antimatter collection device located outside the Gliese 555 star system has detected a UFO. The antimatter collection device was put into use before the Dyson Sphere Phase 1 project. An antimatter collection device similar to a giant funnel wanders around the Gliese 555 star system, collecting antimatter escaping in the universe. At the same time, these antimatter collection devices also integrate high-precision detection units. It can also be regarded as the first warning line of human civilization. Therefore, when Lu Yongchang heard this, his expression suddenly changed. UFOs outside the star system. Subconsciously, he thought of the pastoral civilization he just mentioned. So fast? He blurted out. How is that possible? The surrounding scientific researchers naturally had the same idea. There was more or less a look of panic on everyone's face. In the originally peaceful laboratory, the atmosphere of panic was spreading. Calm! Lu Yongchang looked solemn and shouted in a deep voice. Why are you panicking? We haven't determined the specific situation yet. So calm down. According to the information revealed by the painting, there is only one pastoral civilization in the galaxy. In other words, other pastoral civilizations need to sail across the river system to come to us. How much time has passed? Under Lu Yongchang's shouts, the scientific researchers barely regained their composure. Looking at the eyes of everyone around him, Lu Yongchang methodically issued one order after another. 0. Inform Zhao Zijia that except for the Earth, the starships belonging to the battle formation will set sail immediately. Activate Phonios Planetary Fortress. Ready to launch Project Dandelion. While issuing the order, Lu Yongchang showed a bit of worry in his eyes. Yes, normal interstellar navigation cannot reach such a high speed. But what if the other party masters wormhole technology? According to the superstring gravitational field equation, wormhole technology is possible. Yongchang, the real-time image is out. Fong Su's voice came from the side, and at the same time, a holographic projection with a blue background was dragged to his side. Lu Yongchang quickly covered up the worry in his eyes and turned his attention to the holographic screen. With just one glance, he froze on the spot. The UFO appears as a sphere and is dark gray in color. The diameter is about 100 meters. Very small. Its flying speed is not fast, even slower than the antimatter collection device nearby. This is not a pastoral civilization. Lu Yongchang looked at the picture with some confusion and murmured in a low voice. If the painting tells the truth, the pastoral civilization should all be dimensional creatures. Just like paintings, it's either low-dimensional life, or it's high-dimensional life that we can't see. In short, it can never be like this. Chapter 532 Level 6? Level 7? Still, the heavy burden in Lu Yongchang's heart suddenly relaxed. It's okay if it's not a pastoral civilization. But the next moment, a new confusion emerged in Lu Yongchang's heart. If it's not a pastoral civilization, Then what is the origin of that spherical flying object that looks very high-tech outside the Gliese 555 star system? Lu Yongchang, who was staring at the holographic projection, suddenly realized a problem. Only one? Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su in surprise. Are there no other similar flying objects? Fong Su shook his head and responded with some confusion. So far, the antimatter collection device has only detected one UFO. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. This act of coming to a strange star system alone. Detector? Lu Yongchang and Fong Su said in unison. Seeing each other reveal their inner speculations, both of them had knowing smiles on their faces. It's just a detector. Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed expression. I was shocked. I thought the pastoral party came here so quickly. Fong Su's face was also full of joy. Yes. I don't know what level of civilization would actually take a fancy to such a barren star system. I guess it's not some advanced civilization. Lu Yongchang chuckled, nodded in agreement, and then said casually, Zero. How did it appear? From which direction did it come? Bring up the video and show me. The words fell. The holographic projection screen changes rapidly. A familiar picture then appeared in front of him. It was dark and dead, with only the dots of light in the distance bringing some peace of mind. Suddenly, the quiet and lifeless scene changed slightly. Without any warning, a dark gray spherical flying object suddenly appeared on the screen. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang felt his heart skip a beat. Broken. This unusually familiar scene directly touched the DNA of everyone present. F*CK *N. Warp navigation. For a time, just after returning to tranquility, the laboratory fell into panic. Again, the relaxed expression on Lu Yongchang's face had completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of solemnity. How can it be? With curvature navigation technology, it is at least a level 4 civilization that has developed to a certain extent. How could they be interested in this barren land? Before he could think too much, Lu Yongchang said directly, Zero. Send out a detector and adjust the position of every antimatter collection device nearby. I need to see the whole picture of this detector. Receive. The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, the angle of the picture in the holographic projection also began to change. The camera moved slowly. The full picture of the detector then appeared in front of a group of scientific researchers. Suddenly, where's its power system? Fong Su's horrified voice came from the side. What drives him? Lu Yongchang did not reply, but looked at the holographic projection in front of him with a gloomy expression. There is no Hall propulsion device. There are no antimatter engine nozzles. There are no messy propulsion system nozzles. The entire detector is a round sphere. But just such a sphere is flying unswervingly towards the Gliese 555 star system. Something big happened. There were only these 4 words left in Lu Yongchang's mind. Although the pastoralists did not come, an equally terrifying advanced civilization did. Although he still doesn't know what civilization sent this detector. It can be seen from the curvature navigation and mysterious propulsion system that the civilization that created this detector is definitely not something that today's humans can resist. Professor, the probe has arrived at its destination. The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, dozens of detectors appeared in the holographic projection. Lu Yongchang frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, Send it a signal. Ask its purpose. Gliese 555, outside the star system. In the cold and dead space of the universe, a dark gray spherical detector moved slowly and steadily forward along its original direction. Dozens of human detectors follow it, sending 1,420 MHz electromagnetic waves to it. This is the experience I learned from painting. But obviously, the civilization behind this detector is not as easy to talk to as painting. Facing the waves of electromagnetic waves, the spherical detector showed no sign and continued to move in the direction of the Gliese 555 star system. Inside the first laboratory of Dawn Star, Lu Yongchang looked at the picture in the holographic projection with an ugly expression. This kind of arrogance unique to advanced civilization gave him a bad feeling. Zero. Control the detector to approach it and check its data. Lu Yongchang struggled to squeeze out an order. More than 10 minutes later, a steady stream of data appeared on the huge holographic projection in front of everyone. In the laboratory, as rows of data appeared, the atmosphere became colder and colder. This is impossible. Lu Yongchang's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the data in front of him in disbelief. According to various observation data returned by the detector, this dark gray detector is an extremely standard sphere. There is no trace of error on its surface. In other words, With the current technology of mankind, it is impossible to detect its existing errors. Not only that, when captured by a high-precision camera, there are no joints like welds on its surface. It's as if it is formed in one piece. This made Lu Yongchang think of an incredible technology. Strong interaction material? Only this material, which exists in theory. Can it be possible to create such a detector? What level of civilization is this detector? Fong Su's horrified voice came from the side. Level 6? Level 7? It's possible. Lu Yongchang was silent for a while, and said in a low voice. It's level 8. Civilization of sweepers. There was silence in the laboratory. Chapter 533, Warning. Lu Yongchang's words brought the atmosphere in the laboratory directly to freezing point. Qing, civilized sweepers? Fong Su next to him swallowed hard. His pupils trembled slightly, and he murmured to himself with rapid breathing. Why did they come to us? Lu Yongchang didn't speak, but quickly sorted out all the known information in his mind. After a few seconds, he let out a long breath. I see. Lu Yongchang's face was gloomy, and his originally straight waist was slightly bent at this moment. He murmured in an extremely low voice. That message was not sent to the pastoralists. What? Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Fong Su was stunned and subconsciously asked, What information? Seeing the depressed look on Lu Yongchang's backbone, Fong Su suddenly became anxious. I said, Yongchang, when did this happen? What kind of information is this? Right now Lu Yongchang raised his hand to support the experimental table in front of him, and interrupted Fong Su's words in a heavy tone. Do you still remember the last distress message and the painting? Fong Su was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course I remember. Before he finished speaking, Fong Su's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to realize the meaning of Lu Yongchang's words. You mean that message was sent to sweeper civilization? No. Aren't they enemies? Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head and corrected softly. They are not issued to civilized sweepers. If I guess correctly, that incomplete message should be a broadcast to the entire universe. At least, it is a broadcast for those advanced civilizations in the universe. Before Fong Su could ask, Lu Yongchang continued. The Type 2 or Type 3 artificial intelligence, Hua, mentioned is dangerous technology. It's understandable that it wants to nip this danger in the bud. Fortunately, Zero solved the painting in time, and all its information was not sent out. Human civilization is now famous in the universe. Lu Yongchang's voice was a little bitter. Being famous at this critical time is not a good thing. Lu Yongchang felt a chill coming from behind when he thought of the image of all the advanced civilizations in the universe focusing their attention on a corner of the Milky Way. Professor, I think, Tao Yuda's voice came from not far away. We shouldn't think about things so far away now. As he spoke, Tao Yuda stared straight at the giant holographic projection in front of him, swallowed and said again, That detector seems to have stopped. Gliese 555, outside the star system. The dark gray spherical detector stopped its progress and hovered quietly in the universe, while the antimatter collection devices and detectors are jointly investigating. Detectors from the sweeper civilization are also investigating the surrounding technological creations. The Type 1 artificial intelligence built into the spherical detector is constantly comparing the collected data with the data from painting in the database. The content of the comparison is naturally the style of these technological creations. Every civilization in the universe has different living environments, different life forms, and different types of technologies. Therefore, the styles of civilizations' creations are also all kinds of strange, and there are almost no identical possibilities. Therefore, the style of civilizations' creations has also become the identity card of civilization in the universe. At this time, the detector from the sweeper civilization is completing this comparison work. It needs to make sure that it has not found the wrong person. Messages are sent to the central black hole region of the Milky Way in a form that humans do not understand. Probe number 9121333165 has successfully arrived at the target star system. Technological artifacts detected and comparison mission is in progress. The comparison is completed. The similarity reaches 99%, and it is confirmed to be human civilization. Civilization level is being judged. Warning: this civilization has mastered antimatter technology, and the mission is at risk of failure. Do you want to continue? Warn. What's the situation? Lu Yongchang frowned and looked at the picture returned by the camera with a blank expression. What does this sweeper civilization mean? Facing Lu Yongchang's questions, there was silence in the laboratory. All the researchers shook their heads in confusion. Hot! Lu Yongchang rarely used foul language. This is not as exciting as rushing directly into the Gliese 555-star system. At least this way, humans can attack them without restraint. If you win, everyone will be happy. If you lose, you will start the Dandelion plan and wait to die in peace. But now this operation that was neither up nor down made him feel confused. What to do next? Fight back? No one has stated their intention yet. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? The first shot of war must not be fired by human civilization. After all, compared with the sweeper civilization, even if it becomes a fourth-level civilization, humans are just larger ants. Now all that's coming is the detector. Lu Yongchang didn't want to see the battleship of the sweeper civilization parked in front of his house. Sitting and watching a show? This is not Lu Yongchang's behavior. Lu Yongchang put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the laboratory, thinking about the next countermeasures. The central black hole region of the Milky Way. Inside a stationary artificial planet. A message flashed across an inconspicuous light screen. No, detector number 9121333165. The next second, a tentacle reached out from a distance. The tentacles crossed randomly, and the light screen flashing with information disappeared instantly. What's wrong? Cleaner 9527's questioning voice came from afar. Nothing. It's the data report sent back by the detector. The person who turned off the light curtain responded respectfully. It's just some irrelevant comparison data. Hearing this, Sweeper 9527 nodded slightly in agreement. It's just a low-level civilization. Just let the Type 1 artificial intelligence built into the detector handle it on its own. Our primary goal now is pastoral civilization. According to the data sent back by the mother civilization, four-dimensional space fluctuations occurred in the Triangulum Galaxy Bridge area. Here they come. The atmosphere inside the planetary fortress instantly became tense. What do you mean? Another subordinate's voice sounded. Is this a four-dimensional creature coming this time? Cleaner 9527 fell into silence, his tentacles unconsciously dragging the light curtain in front of him. A long time. Probably. He looked extremely serious and said in a solemn tone. Continue to increase energy reserves. This may be a tough battle. Chapter 534 Plan. Gliese 555, outside the star system. Warn. The spherical detector is still sending warning messages to the central black hole region of the Milky Way. When the waiting time reached the preset standard, the Type 1 artificial intelligence built into the detector finally stopped its somewhat rigid behavior. Error. No response. Backup plan activated. Continue to implement the 2D debris recovery plan. In the end, after a few minutes of careful consideration, Lu Yongchang chose to wait patiently. Of course, humans have not been idle while waiting. On the one hand, the Academy of Sciences began discussing solutions to the crisis. On the other hand, asteroid-class, Taotai, material reserve ships and home ships, equipped with antimatter engines and astrocarbon composite armor were scattered around the Gliese 555 star system. Similar to Project Dandelion, these starships will head towards the already selected star system at the moment when the sweeper civilization shows its malicious intent. The remaining armed fleets such as the Golden Crow battleships, dimensional strike ships, and battering ram all withdrew to the Dawn Star and launched a defensive formation relying on the Dawn Star and the Light Guardian planetary fortress. As for Lu Yongchang and a group of scientific researchers, when the sweeper civilization probe stagnated, they had already boarded the human flagship, Earth, in the synchronous orbit of the Dawn Star. Different from the migration in the Proxima Centauri era. On the current Dawn Star, except for some plants and animals that cannot be taken away, there is no trace of humans at all. Lu Yongchang sat in his long-lost seat, reached out to brush the armrest of the command chair, and sighed slightly. Professor. Next to him, Zhao Zijia's voice came. All combat units have been deployed. Right now we. With that said, Zhao Zijia turned his head and glanced at the stationary detector in the holographic projection. Then hesitantly said, Do we need to retreat? While it hasn't moved yet, we can preserve most of humanity's vitality. Lu Yongchang knew what Zhao Zijia meant. It is nothing more than sacrificing part of the Golden Crow battleships to buy enough time for the Earth and the other starships to retreat. He shook his head firmly and refused. It's not necessary. In the face of civilizations that have mastered warp navigation technology, our escape speed is too slow. By staying, we can give the Dandelion program a little more chance of success. Even if there is only a 0.01% possibility. It is good. Human civilization. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang closed his eyes, leaned back on the chair, and let out a long sigh. It must not perish in my hands. No way, he muttered. Professor, the detector is in action. Tao Yuda's exclamation sounded in the command center of Earth. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes suddenly, straightened up, and looked at the huge holographic projection directly in front of him. In the holographic projection, the spherical detector that was originally stagnant suddenly moved. There's a saying that goes well. As quiet as a virgin. As active as a stray rabbit. This is the best interpretation of this spherical detector. There is no reaction time. The antimatter collection device and human detector blocking the front of the spherical detector directly collided with it. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a burst of explosive sparks and countless broken parts. The dark gray spherical detector rushed straight towards the Gliese 555 star system. What speed? Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang had no time to think. His face turned slightly red, and he shouted loudly. A scientific researcher quickly moved the holographic projection in front of him. The moment he saw the data, his face suddenly turned pale. Professor, 50%. 50% the speed of light. The researcher's lips trembled slightly as he struggled to report a number. There was silence in the command center, except for the breathing and heartbeats of everyone. 50% the speed of light. This is an extremely shocking number. You must know that only after humans master the antimatter engine can the maximum sailing speed of the fleet be increased to 50% of the speed of light. And this speed is just the starting speed of the opponent's detector. What is this called? My foot was pressed into the engine. And you told me you just shifted into first gear? Warn. The front belongs to the territory of human civilization. Please indicate your intention immediately. Repeat. Front belongs. The dead universe is filled with electromagnetic waves one after another. Warning. 10 minutes countdown. While Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded in the command center, a digital countdown appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the beating blood-red numbers, Lu Yongchang felt his heart tremble. According to the speed of the spherical probe, it will reach the synchronous orbit of Dawn Star in 10 minutes. And before that, since all warnings have had no effect, human civilization has only one option left. Attack! Attack immediately! Lu Yongchang's face turned red. His hands trembled slightly as he gave the attack order. The fleet military commander Zhao Zijia, who was sitting next to him, looked solemn and shouted in a deep voice. Attention all units! Electromagnetic gun salvo! The moment the order is given, one after another, the Golden Crow battleships lined up in a neat formation raised their long gun barrels mounted on the sides of the ships. Under Zero's control, each barrel began to adjust slightly. The path of the spherical detector is a straight line, and its speed is very stable. So it is extremely easy for Zero to calculate its trajectory. But in order to ensure the hit rate of the electromagnetic gun projectiles, Zero still defined a larger attack range. After completing the electromagnetic gun trajectory adjustment work, a salvo, second salvo, 3 volleys. In just a few seconds, more than 5,000 asteroid-class, Golden Crow, battleships poured hundreds of thousands of electromagnetic gun projectiles into the target area. These projectiles are loaded with large amounts of antimatter. At the moment of contact, all this antimatter will be poured onto the surface of the spherical detector. This is also the best solution that the Academy of Sciences came up with after discussions while the spherical detector was stationary. Strong interaction material. Similar to neutron star material. Its intensity is too exaggerated, as can be seen from the images of it hitting antimatter collection devices and human detectors. At least, humanity's current materials, even the strongest star gold carbon armor, are like a fragile piece of paper in front of it, easily broken by a poke. But in any case, it still belongs to the category of matter. As long as it is matter, it will react with antimatter. The battle plan is very simple, just let the antimatter contact its surface. Once the annihilation reaction occurs, it's extremely hard L will completely collapse. Chapter 535 Artificial Explosion. The tranquility of the Gliese 555 star system was completely broken. Hundreds of thousands of electromagnetic gun projectiles flew toward the target area at extremely high speeds. Captured by a high-precision camera, this extremely powerful metal storm crossed planet after planet and quickly headed towards the extrasolar visitor. Inside the Earth Command Center, Lu Yongchang's attention was not focused on the metal storm set by the human fleet. He stared intently at the dark gray spherical detector traveling at 50% of the speed of light in the holographic projection. On the side of the holographic projection is a bright red countdown. In 5 minutes, these electromagnetic gun projectiles loaded with large amounts of antimatter will come into contact with the spherical detector. The location of the contact happens to be at the edge of the Gliese 555 star system. This is also the first line of defense established by human civilization. At this moment, Lu Yongchang subconsciously clenched his fists, and there was only one sentence left in his mind. Don't change course. Don't change course. Due to the various limitations of the electromagnetic gun, once the spherical detector detects danger and changes the route in advance, mankind's first line of defense is equivalent to a decoration. For today's human civilization, this so-called war is a situation that is easy to attack but difficult to defend. When the individual combat capabilities are far inferior to the opponent's, the human fleet can only be forced to huddle together for warmth. Detectors of advanced civilizations can launch attacks from all angles, but humans can only huddle around the Dawn Star and defend passively. With the maneuverability shown by the spherical detector, Lu Yongchang believed that if it deliberately avoided it, even if the human fleet emptied all the existing electromagnetic gun reserves, it would not be able to touch a hair of the opponent. Under the gaze of everyone in the command center, the spherical probe, which had not yet entered the Gliese 555 star system, seemed not to notice any danger and was still flying straight in the direction of Dawn Star. Seeing this scene, the solemn atmosphere in the command center gradually relaxed. A faint smile also appeared on the faces of the scientific researchers and military personnel. Professor, the detector doesn't seem to have noticed our movements. Bilin breathed a sigh of relief and said slightly relaxedly, our plan is going to work. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but frowned as he watched the declining countdown in the holographic projection. Total feeling. Something seemed wrong. It's understandable. I just analyzed its behavior pattern. Mo Ziyang's voice came from a distance and immediately attracted the attention of many people. How to say? Mo Ziyang scratched his head with a strange expression. If it is reporting information and receiving instructions while waiting outside the star system, its behavior may be a bit like our weak artificial intelligence, and its subjective initiative is too low. Speaking of this, Mo Ziyang's expression changed slightly. He thought about the last words left by the painting. Perhaps it is true, as the painting says, that strong artificial intelligence, also known as Type 2 artificial intelligence, is a dangerous technology that is strictly prohibited. Mo Ziyang nodded thoughtfully. This may be our opportunity. At least the behavior of Type 1 AI can be predicted and guided. Lu Yongchang still didn't speak. He stared at the countdown in the holographic projection, feeling increasingly uneasy. Is this the arrogance of advanced civilizations? Bilin murmured softly. Only one detector equipped with Type 1 artificial intelligence was sent. Lu Yongchang's body trembled slightly. Bilin's words awakened him. The unique arrogance of advanced civilization. Sending a single detector is not really arrogant. He seemed to realize something, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. No, that's not right. Lu Yongchang looked at the countdown that was about to reach 0 with splitting eyes. Don't forget, even a battleship controlled by one will have corresponding dodge actions when encountering an attack. It's not that it didn't notice. It thinks that our attacks can't hurt it. This is true arrogance. No matter what humans did, it didn't even bother to change its route. The moment the words fell, the countdown had already reached 0. In the dead interstellar space, a spherical detector with an extremely smooth surface and dark gray body collided into the boundary of the Gliese 555 star system at 50% of the speed of light. The stellar wind from Gliese 555 hits the surface of the detector. Even though the relative speed between these particles and the detector has exceeded 50% of the speed of light, it still cannot shake the dense L of strong interaction force on the surface of the detector. Right in front of the spherical detector, a dense storm of metal is rushing towards it menacingly. The distance between the two decreases rapidly. A green scanning beam shot out from its surface and shot straight towards the oncoming electromagnetic gun projectile. Warn. Significant amounts of antimatter detected. Gravity barrier. Activating. Almost at the same time, an electromagnetic gun projectile hit the spherical detector hard. The expected impact did not occur. At the moment when the electromagnetic gun projectile is about to contact the spherical detector, an invisible barrier appears in front of it. In just an instant, the extremely huge gravitational force directly crushed it into a discus. The antimatter inside the projectile naturally leaked out and caused an annihilation reaction with the surrounding projectiles. Boom! At that moment, the explosion's firelight illuminated the surrounding dark space. But it was only for a moment. High-energy gamma rays fly out at a speed close to the speed of light, bombarding the surroundings indiscriminately. This is the second attack of electromagnetic gun projectiles loaded with antimatter. Normally, these high-energy gamma rays approaching the speed of light will cause irreversible damage to the organisms in the starship. But What's in front of you is just a detector. What's more, under the action of the gravitational barrier, even high-energy gamma rays are forced to turn in a different direction and escape around the spherical detector. Immediately afterwards, there was the second and third one. Endless electromagnetic gun projectiles rushed towards the spherical detector without hesitation, trying to block it from the outer reaches of the Gliese 555 star system. But, to no avail. Under the light of successive explosions, the dark gray spherical detector is still moving forward at a constant speed of 50% of the speed of light. As for its target, it is still pointing directly at the Dawn Star. Artificial detonation. Xiao Zijia's calm voice sounded in the command center. Detonate all the electromagnetic gun projectiles. As soon as the words fell, a ball of extremely brilliant fire suddenly appeared in the holographic projection. A few seconds later, the data returned by the detector showed that the intensity of high-energy gamma rays instantly exploded. Chapter 536 The Worst Situation. Inside the Earth Command Center. How? How is it? Fong Su asked in a low voice with difficulty. Did it work? Before Lu Yongchan could reply, the picture from the detector in the holographic projection had already told him the answer. Accompanied by extremely strong gamma rays and explosion fire, a dark gray spherical detector appeared in the projection again. After experiencing such a powerful impact and explosion, the surface of the spherical detector is still extremely smooth. Under the detection of high-precision detectors, it still maintains an extremely standard spherical shape. No, it doesn't work. Fong Su subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he saw with his eyes. No! Lu Yongchang stared at the picture in the holographic projection with dry lips and a pale face. Effective. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang quickly raised his hand and operated on the small holographic projection in front of him. At the same time, a slightly blurry picture appeared on the giant holographic projection. See it? Gravitational lensing effect. Gravitational lensing effect visible to the naked eye. It activates the gravity shield. Lu Yongchan quickly called up the footage taken a few minutes ago. Look! When it hit the antimatter collection device and detector, it did not activate the gravitational shield. This means that, as we speculated, it is afraid of antimatter attacks. But we can't break its gravity shield. Fong Su on the side added in a faint tone. Lu Yongchang, seeing the distance between the spherical detector and Dawn Star getting closer and closer, Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth and made a decision. Activate the Dimension Strike Ship. Dimensional Strike Ship, with the help of the two-dimensional fragments provided by Paint, can carry out dimensionality reduction strikes on targets. It is extremely powerful, and its technological content far exceeds the weapon systems currently mastered by human civilization. Therefore, when the spherical detector stagnated, Tao Yuda proposed a plan to use two-dimensional debris to carry out an attack. However, this proposal was strongly opposed by Lu Yongchang. The reason for the objection is simple. The sweeper civilization is a mortal enemy of the pastoral civilization. At that time, the painting was hiding in an inconspicuous star in order to avoid being pursued by the sweeper civilization. Today, human civilization uses two-dimensional debris in front of the sweeper probes. What is this? Do you think the other person doesn't pay enough attention to you? If it attracts the opponent's battleship, it will really be barbecue. What's more, not to mention the reaction of the sweeper civilization, it is still unknown whether the two-dimensional fragments can hit the opponent. Having said that, if the previous defensive measures do not work, humans can only place their hopes on this double-edged sword. Therefore, Lu Yongchan arranged it as the last line of defense, the so-called trump card. As for the first few defensive measures, when the sweeper probe revealed its super-specific gravity shield technology, everything came to nothing. Time passes little by little. The distance between the spherical probe and Dawn Star is getting closer and closer. Under Zero's control, a small starship with a length of only 100 meters, using the backward Hall propulsion device, wandered away from the fleet and drove slowly towards the direction of the spherical detector. The spherical detector still maintained its original path, moving forward at a constant speed against the strong gravitational barrier. 2 minutes of contact countdown. Electronic synthesized sound sounded in the Earth Command Center. Lu Yongchan looked solemn and gave the order in a deep voice. Launch two-dimensional fragments. The order was issued, and Zero's instructions were quickly transmitted to the central computer of the Dimension Strike Ship with the help of a long-distance communication device. The restraint control program is activated under the action of a series of mechanisms unknown to humans. A two-dimensional piece of paper-like fragment quickly passed through the thick barrel and shot directly towards the spherical detector in the distance. This process is very peaceful. No fire. No explosion. It was like throwing out an insignificant confetti. But everyone's attention was attracted by this piece of paper. It is mankind's most powerful weapon at present. In the footage captured by the camera, the paper is flying quietly in the universe, without the wrapping of dark matter. Layers of wrinkles have appeared on its surface. Warn! Target lost. Warning! Target lost. A piercing siren sounded in the command center, and blood-red warning signs flashed crazily in front of everyone's eyes. Not far from Dawn Star, the Type 1 artificial intelligence in the spherical detector maintains the original route and speed according to the preset program, and slowly approaches the destination. But the moment the two-dimensional fragments appeared, everything changed. A rapid alarm sounded in the spherical detector. Warn! Dimensional fluctuation detected. Scanning in progress. Scan completed. Mission target detected. Reports of information are continuously sent towards the central black hole region of the Milky Way. Obviously, it still hasn't waited for the order from Sweeper 9527. So, it started its own recycling task according to the preset program again. Start the two-dimensional debris recovery mission. The gravitational field around the spherical detector fluctuates rapidly. The next moment, it disappeared from the human camera. Warp navigation. This familiar picture directly sounded the alarm bell in Lu Yongchang's mind. His expression was extremely solemn, and without any hesitation, he said directly, 0. Search the area around Dawn Star immediately. Receive. The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, a picture of the area around the Deputy Dawn Star flashed across the huge holographic projection directly in front. 10 seconds later, the flickering images in the giant holographic projection stopped. Hack! After seeing the picture clearly, Lu Yongchang's breath suddenly suffocated, and he cursed uncontrollably. What is it going to do? In the picture, the spherical detector appears next to the two-dimensional debris, maintaining the same flying speed as it. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the gravitational lensing effect dispersed around the spherical detector slowly disappeared. The next moment, a crack opened on the surface of the natural detector. A blue beam of light emerged from the gap, shining directly on the two-dimensional fragments. Warning! Extremely high-intensity gravitational fluctuations detected, accompanied by Zero's electronically synthesized warning sound. A two-dimensional fragment, like a crumpled piece of paper, was slowly sucked into the spherical detector. The scene in front of them directly shattered everyone's psychological defenses. The supermodel weapon on which all mankind's hopes were placed was confiscated by the other party. Lu Yongchang looked at the scene in front of him with a livid face, and closed his eyes in pain. Really? The worst happened. Chapter 537 Gao Yang's mouth. It stopped! A shout full of surprise sounded from a corner of the command center. After hearing this, Lu Yongchang, who was still a little depressed, suddenly perked up and quickly raised his head to look at the holographic projection. Really? After the spherical detector captured the two-dimensional debris, it stopped in place. In the images returned by the camera, the gravitational lens effect appears again around the spherical detector. Obviously, after capturing the two-dimensional debris, the spherical detector once again activated the extremely strong gravitational shield. This scene also reversely verified the guesses of Lu Yongchang and others when they studied two-dimensional fragments before two-dimensional fragments are affected by gravity. But extremely strong gravity is needed to have a large enough impact on them. This is why the gravity shield of the Rothor civilization flagship is ineffective in front of two-dimensional debris. The gravity shield it creates is too weak. So, the purpose of this detector is two-dimensional fragments? Gao Yang, who was sitting near Zhao Zijie, raised his eyebrows, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. If that were the case, this crisis might have... Zhao Zijie's expression suddenly changed. He didn't have time to think about it, and he shouted loudly. Gao Yang! Shut up! It's past? Obviously, it was too late. Gao Yang still said the last half of the sentence. It's over. Zhao Zijie slumped down in his chair with a dejected look on his face. Professor, think of countermeasures now. I guess the mission of this detector is not that simple. Even Lu Yongchang has never seen such a scene. He was stunned and cast a doubtful look at Zhao Zijie. What's going on? I didn't see you so frustrated when the antimatter electromagnetic gun failed just now. Zhao Zijie reached out and rubbed his stiff cheeks, glared at Gao Yang fiercely and sighed. Professor, you may not know the power of Gao Yang's mouth. After the words fell, there was a burst of slight laughter in the command center. The originally tense atmosphere was diluted a bit. Lu Yongchang turned his head and glanced around. Those who laughed were mostly military personnel. He raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. How do you say that? He's such a bad mouth. Zhao Zijia once again glared at Gao Yang, who was scratching his head and laughing, and shook his head helplessly. I don't know what to say. It's quite evil anyway. You get what you say. Just like a causal weapon. No way. Lu Yongchan glanced at Gao Yang with a strange expression, then reached out and patted Zhao Zijia on the shoulder. Humanity has entered the 4th level of civilization. You have to believe in science. Zhao Zijia nodded weakly. I hope. Facing the strange looks from Lu Yongchan and the scientific researchers, Gao Yang lowered his head with some guilt and made a gesture of shutting up. Lu Yongchan laughed dumbly, shook his head, and withdrew his gaze. He is a staunch materialist, and such mysterious remarks cannot affect him. Although he said this, he still turned his attention to the scientific researchers on the side. Commander Zhao is right. Let's take this opportunity to discuss the solution as soon as possible. You can't pin your hopes of survival on the other person. Right. Professor. Mo Ziyang was the first to speak. I have an idea. Say it. Lu Yongchan nodded. Mo Ziyang subconsciously glanced at the spherical detector that remained stationary in the holographic projection, organized some words and said, Professor, based on my observations just now, the core program controlling this detector should be a Type 1 artificial intelligence. Just like our weak artificial intelligence one. Due to its low level of intelligence, without human or strong artificial intelligence intervention, it can easily receive external images and make wrong judgments. Simply put, it can easily be misled by outside information. Speaking of this, Mo Ziyang paused slightly and observed the reactions of the people around him. Seeing no one objected, he continued, Therefore, we can use this characteristic to lay a trap for it. With that said, he reached out to unlock the electromagnetic absorption switch on his seat and stood up under the gaze of everyone. Mo Ziyang stretched his hand across the air, and a new holographic projection appeared. He quickly sketched something on the projection in front of him. A few minutes later, following Mo Ziyang's gesture, under Zero's control, the holographic projection quickly enlarged. First of all, its mission target is two-dimensional fragments, so we can use the two-dimensional fragments to make a fuss. Secondly, when it captures two-dimensional debris, it will briefly close its gravitational shield and use gravity to pull and capture the two-dimensional debris, which gives us the opportunity to carry out an attack. However, there is a problem. Even Type 1 artificial intelligence has the function of self-learning and self-improvement. Speaking of this, Mo Ziyang's expression became more solemn. According to my guess, the last time it stopped operating, it should be reporting the situation to its superiors. This so-called superior may be a relevant person in the sweeper civilization, or it may be a more advanced artificial intelligence. Of course, I prefer to report information to the person in charge. Mo Ziyang shrugged and added, After all, artificial intelligence will not show such arrogance. He took a deep breath and said again, If my judgment is not wrong, it won't take long for this detector to start acting again, because of the experience of stopping it last time. Its reaction speed will be greatly increased this time. Everyone, once the above scene comes true, it means we only have one chance. Even Type 1 artificial intelligence cannot fall into the same trap. Lu Yongchan nodded thoughtfully. Then the next step is the issue of attack intensity. It's a big problem to solve this detector at once. Lu Yongchan frowned, staring at the holographic projection in front of him, tapping the knuckles of his right hand on the armrest of the seat unconsciously. In the holographic projection, the weapons and equipment currently controlled by human civilization slowly emerged. Electromagnetic gun. Cross it out. Even an electromagnetic gun containing antimatter inside would be difficult to destroy this small detector with one blow. Plasma weapons? This is even more impossible. At present, humans want to destroy this detector made of strong interaction materials with one blow. Apart from the two-dimensional fragments, only antimatter weapons are left. The big killer of two-dimensional fragments has been eliminated. All that's left are antimatter weapons. Lu Yongchan shook his head and was about to cross out a series of plasma weapons. Suddenly, his fingers stopped in the air. Lu Yongchan looked at the picture in the holographic projection and fell into deep thought. A crazy plan slowly emerged in his mind. Chapter 538 Antimatter Torrent. Lu Yongchan quickly unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device, stood up from his seat, and briefly introduced this crazy plan to everyone in the command center. Professor, the calculation results show that the success rate of this plan is 60%. At the same time, electronic synthesized sound sounded in the command center. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. The success rate of 60% is already a very exaggerated number. After all, their opponent is a detector from an 8th level civilization. Let's start executing. Lu Yongchang did not hesitate and gave the order directly. The moment the words fell, all the starships surrounding Dawn Star began to move. The Golden Crow battleships continued to disperse, making room for the battering ram and engineering ships. And most of the Dimension Strike ships were scattered and hidden among the scattered fleets. There were only 5 Dimension Strike ships left, and with the help of hull thrusters, they slowly flew towards the center of the trap area. Half an hour later, looking at the trap that had been basically laid out, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fall into silence. So, the biggest question now is, when will this detector be able to move? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang looked at Zhao Zijie beside him with a strange expression. Zhao Zijie, on the other hand, turned his gaze to Gao Yang aside. As for Gao Yang, while his eyes were full of bitterness, he squeezed out a sneer on his face. How could he know such a thing? If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have choked himself to death without speaking. Fortunately, Lu Yongchang and others did not take Zhao Zijie's previous words seriously. After a brief period of amusement, everyone withdrew their gazes and focused on the holographic projection in front of them. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The spherical detector once again went from a static state to a high-speed flight state of 50% of the speed of light. After a few seconds, the spherical detector disappeared from the camera screen. Lu Yongchang's heart sank slightly. It has entered the curvature navigation state again. I wonder what its goal is this time. While thinking about it, Lu Yongchang unconsciously glanced at Gao Yang in the distance. He happened to catch Gao Yang's gaze. At this time, Gao Yang was sweating profusely. His lips were slightly white, and he looked at Lu Yongchang and Zhao Zijie apologetically. It's just a coincidence. What kind of causal weapon? Unexpectedly, Zhao Zijie's mind was quite big. A thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's heart. Thinking of this, he burst out laughing. After giving Gao Yang a reassuring look, he once again turned his attention to the giant holographic projection in front of him. Like last time, Zero quickly screened the location of the spherical detector with the help of a large number of detectors scattered around the fleet. After a few seconds, the screen pauses. The spherical detector hovered quietly in front of the Dimension Strike ship that had completed its attack mission. The spherical detector changed its angle and used the detector to conduct a careful screening of the fleet around Dawn Star. Analysis completed. Mission objectives updated. Target screening. Target locked. 47 Dimension Strike ships were clearly marked. Route planning. Route planning completed. Under the planning of Type 1 artificial intelligence, the first stop of the recovery mission is naturally the 5 dimensional strike ships gathered together. Under the gaze of everyone, the spherical detector only stayed in front of the Dimension Strike ship for a few seconds, then turned an angle and rushed straight towards the trap area. Seeing this scene, the nervous look on Emotion's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a relieved smile. Really, his judgment was correct. This detector is completely controlled by Type 1 artificial intelligence. The plan begins to execute. Lu Yongchang's voice came from a distance. Battering ram, release the drone swarm. Under Zero's control, hundreds of battering rams opened the side hatches at the same time. Countless drones equipped with magnetic field generating units filed out of the hatch. Without any hesitation, they quickly flew towards the front of the battering ram fleet, building an invisible gun barrel that continued to extend forward. The barrel length of a single battering ram is only 100 kilometers. With the joint efforts of hundreds of battering rams, the length of this gun barrel can even be close to the circumference of photodiode. As the spherical probe flew towards the 5 dimensional strike ships used as bait, the gun barrel quickly took shape. Trap. Peripheral area. A large number of engineering ships, countless robots, and Zero terrifying computing power quickly completed the transformation task assigned by Lu Yongchang. At this moment, a total of 150 battering rams were simply assembled into a large fort. The engineering ship that served as the gun port had all unnecessary devices violently dismantled, leaving only a few huge pipes. This is the gateway to antimatter. Good. The modified battering ram does not fire plasma weapons, but antimatter, anti-electrons, to be precise. When the spherical detector closes the gravitational shield and captures the two-dimensional debris, A giant turret, composed of 150 battering rams, will spew out a huge amount of anti-electrons under the acceleration of the 15,000-kilometer-long gun barrel. These anti-electrons will be accelerated to close to the speed of light. Then, the torrent of antimatter approaching the speed of light will be directed towards the spherical detector. This is the most powerful attack that humans can currently launch. Except for two-dimensional fragments. It was also the only blow. After this cannon is fired, 150 battering rams will be scrapped due to overload. The flight speed of the spherical detector instantly dropped to 0. It stopped in front of 5-dimension strike ships. Fire two-dimensional fragments. Although he knew it was useless. In order to confuse the Type 1 artificial intelligence controlling the spherical detector and to have a chance of success, Lu Yongchang still issued the order to attack. 5 two-dimensional pieces of paper-like fragments flew out of the dimension strike ship and rushed straight towards the spherical detector in front. The next moment, accompanied by an extremely powerful gravitational fluctuation, these 5 two-dimensional fragments, honestly, stopped in front of the detector. Lu Yongchang's eyes couldn't help but widen a bit as he looked at the constantly fluctuating gravity data in the holographic projection. Finally, the gravitational lensing effect begins to weaken. Battering ram! Lu Yongchang and Zhao Zijie shouted in unison. Fire! Chapter 539 Paper Starry Sky. The moment the words fell, the fort built with 150 battering rams began to operate. At the same time, the 15,000-kilometer-long drone array also activated its magnetic field production unit. In the Earth Optical Quantum Supercomputing Center, Zero's computing load quickly soared from 50% to 90%. Under Zero's precise control, a 15,000-kilometer-long magnetic field acceleration pipeline slowly took shape in the universe. It's like a straightened Ringo particle accelerator. However, whether it is the energy efficiency conversion ratio or the speed of accelerated particles, this magnetic field acceleration pipeline constructed by drones is not as good as the ring photon particle accelerator. But if you want to hit the spherical detector, this 15,000-kilometer drone barrel is enough. Countless anti-electrons pass through the high-purity vacuum magnetic field pipe, quickly poured out of the muzzle, and came to this invisible barrel. In a vacuum, matter is very sparse. It is also true that these antimatters do not undergo much annihilation reaction under the constraints of the surrounding magnetic field. Of course, sparse does not mean there are none. As the first batch of anti-electrons flew faster and faster, some lucky ones always bumped into some interstellar dust and various particles in the vacuum. An annihilation reaction ensues. Under the observation of the exploration equipment, strong gamma rays flashed continuously in the barrel composed of a magnetic field. From this, the specific location of the antimatter torrent can be determined. In less than a second, accelerated by the high-intensity magnetic field, this torrent of antimatter rushed out of the muzzle. It spans the long starry sky and rushes straight towards the spherical detector that is capturing two-dimensional debris. At this moment, the Type 1 artificial intelligence in the spherical detector also discovered a problem. But faced with a blow approaching the speed of light, it did not have time to cancel the recycling program. Almost at the same time that it discovered the problem, a torrent of antimatter composed of anti-electrons slammed into the surface of the spherical detector. Without the protection of a gravitational shield, even a SHL made of strong interaction materials cannot escape the iron law that annihilation occurs when matter and antimatter come into contact. Annihilation happens. Endless gamma rays burst out near the human fleet. Warn! Warn! Suffered an antimatter attack. The Type 1 artificial intelligence in the spherical detector is still sending mission reports to the center of the galaxy conscientiously. Warn! The outer armor is damaged. The recovery process has stopped successfully, and the gravity shield is being activated. Startup failed. The shield generating device has been damaged. The next moment, another bright light burst out. The two-dimensional fragments that lost their gravitational constraints finally exploded under the energy impact of the annihilation of matter and antimatter. 5 two-dimensional fragments. No. Counting the one recovered by the spherical detector. 6 two-dimensional fragments exploded at the same time. Warn! Under dimensional attack. The mission failed and the mission was lost. The spherical detector's reporting finally stopped. And humans have truly seen the power of two-dimensional fragments. Hack! Lu Yongchang looked at the two-dimensional dim starry sky in the holographic projection and swallowed hard. In the center of the paper starry sky, there is an unfinished explosion. This is an extremely magical and magnificent picture. Just like the slow-motion video, the antimatter torrent and the spherical detector come into contact with each other. and produce an extremely violent and brilliant annihilation reaction. Perhaps because of the lower speed of light in the two-dimensional world. In Lu Yongchang's view, every beam of light produced by the explosion in the paper starry sky is clearly visible. In fact, with the help of high-precision cameras, Lu Yongchang could even take the opportunity to peek into the internal structure of the spherical detector in the two-dimensional world. There are no secrets in the three-dimensional world. Like a painting, you can easily see every detail in the painting. Although there was no order from Lu Yongchang, the detectors placed around him were still automatically collecting various data generated during this process. These data may not be of any use to current human civilization. But in the future, when humans want to get in touch with the mysteries of dimensions, these data will be the best mentors. Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his attention to the area of the spherical detector. Although part of the area was destroyed by the torrent of antimatter, he could still take the opportunity to view its core area. A ball of light. A complex, bluish light floats quietly in the center of the painting. In the paper starry sky, these light rays are intertwined with each other in extremely complex forms. But they do not interfere with each other and fly along the prescribed route. Thin strands of light slowly extend toward the surrounding instruments, seemingly controlling them to perform corresponding operations. It is not difficult for current humans to make light fly in a prescribed path. Fiber optics can do this. But the picture in front of me is obviously not achieved with the help of media such as optical fiber. Ray computer? Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with wonder. Is this the computer technology mastered by an 8th-level civilization? Next moment, the strong light dissipated, and the paper starry sky fell apart like broken glass. The two-dimensional starry sky slowly returned to its original appearance. However, in this starry sky, there is no high-speed torrent of antimatter, nor is there the spherical detector of the sweeper civilization. There is only a pot of cold, almost dead particle soup left. All the energy has been sucked away by the process of the two-dimensional starry sky rising to dimension. At this moment, the harsh sirens around him attracted Lu Yongchang's attention. He suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at the holographic projection aside. Even now, there was still some shock deep in his eyes. High-intensity gamma ray burst. The moment he saw the warning, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the reminder of the technology tree, he installed radiation protection layers on all starships in advance when he was transforming the starships. Gamma ray bursts of this magnitude can theoretically be withstood. He calmed down, reached out to unlock the electromagnetic absorption device, and stood up from his seat, with his back facing the starry sky that fell into silence. He opened his hands. Everyone! We made it! We have survived this crisis! Humanity! Glory will last forever! As soon as the words fell, warm applause and cheers rang out in the command center and in every Golden Crow battleship. Tens of seconds later, as Lu Yongchang pressed his hands in the air, the command center quickly fell silent. Everyone! We can't be happy too early. Although the sweeper civilization's detector was destroyed by us, we also exposed our coordinates and the two-dimensional fragments in our hands. Now, please enter the medical cabin for physical examination and repair work first. Although the power of this gamma ray burst does not exceed the resistance limit of the radiation protection layer, it is better to check it out to be on the safe side. Finally, Lu Yongchang glared at Gao Yang, who was huddled in the corner, with a smile on his face. Gao Yang, be careful in the future and don't talk nonsense. A burst of laughter sounded from every corner of the command center. Chapter 540 Accidental Collision. A few minutes ago, at the moment when 6 two-dimensional fragments erupted simultaneously, inside the artificial planet located in the black hole area at the center of the Milky Way, a piercing alarm sounded instantly. What happened? Cleaner 9527 changed his original lazy look, straightened up, and looked at the miniature light curtain that was constantly sending out alarms. With the movement of its tentacles, the miniature light curtain quickly expanded until the information was clearly presented to everyone. Detector number 9121333165 is damaged. Cleaner 9527 was stunned, as the working indicator light of the memory storage device outside the thinking organ flashed rapidly. The memory slowly emerged in its mind. This is the detector sent to recover the two-dimensional debris? Yes, sir. The subordinate's voice was filled with tension. This task was given to him by Sweeper 9527. If the task failed, as the person in charge, it would naturally be punished accordingly. If nothing else, at least its bonus should be gone. What exactly happened? A trace of doubt flashed in Sweeper 9527's eyes, and he said solemnly, It is impossible for a mere low-level civilization to destroy our detector. The subordinate did not respond immediately, and its tentacles quickly moved back and forth on the light screen in front of it. As he moved, a large amount of data flashed rapidly on the light screen. Suddenly, the subordinate's movement stopped. "Sir, something unexpected happened." "Huh?" Sweeper 9527 spoke in a slightly higher pitch. "The pastoralists took action? There is no death in the painting?" As he spoke, he opened a light curtain with his tentacles, preparing to report this abnormal situation to the mother civilization. "No, it's not," the subordinate denied repeatedly. "It's a problem with human civilization. They are not a low-level civilization. According to the mission records returned by the detector, human civilization has mastered the application technology of antimatter, and they have broken away from the category of low-level civilization." Hearing this, Cleaner 9527 had a look of surprise on his face. Having mastered antimatter, then there is indeed a chance of causing damage to that low-intelligence detector. It's just that the speed of development of human civilization seems a bit abnormal. As he spoke, Cleaner 9527 narrowed his eyes, stretched out his tentacles to pull the light curtain in front of his subordinates, and examined it carefully. Task record comes. Two-dimensional fragments? Dimensionality reduction attack? Seeing these key mission records, Cleaner 9527 couldn't sit still. Sure enough, the painting has tampered with human civilization. At this moment, in the view of Sweeper 9527, the reason why human civilization can develop so rapidly in a short period of time is because paint guides behind it. As for the wide area tachyon broadcast received some time ago. Just kidding. Who in a serious and civilized world would believe this stuff? Can anyone who believes in this stuff be serious and civilized? What exactly does it want to do? As he said this, Cleaner 9527 started thinking quickly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be the pastoralists want to take this opportunity to break into US? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that Sweeper 9527 raised his tentacles and entered information into the light screen on the side. After a short wait, Cleaner 9527 looked at the reply from the mother civilization in the light screen. His eyes flashed, and he gave the order. Send 3 A-type battleships to the 3 TCS-0026B4, Gliese 555, star system. 3 A battleships? The subordinate was slightly surprised. Those are our main battleships, and they are all performing defensive tasks near the Galaxy Bridge. Is it necessary? Cleaner 9527 has narrowed his eyes to a slit. Of course it's necessary. This is an order directly issued by the mother civilization. One sentence directly dispelled the concerns of everyone in the planetary fortress. Just as the subordinate turned around and began to relay the order, Cleaner 9527 spoke again. Wait! A battleship, even if it uses wormhole jump technology, will still take a certain amount of time to reach the target star system. Inappropriate. Is there any affiliated civilization of ours in that area? Yes. The subordinate quickly checked and said in a positive tone. Bossa civilization. I have just been promoted to level 5 civilization and have initially mastered the grand unified theory. Let them go too. Cleaner 9527 gave the order directly. Delay the time of human civilization as much as possible. The next day, since most of the gamma ray bursts caused by the torrent of antimatter were sucked into the two-dimensional starry sky, the radiation protection layer on the surface of the human starship almost perfectly blocked this small man-made gamma ray burst. This also brought some inspiration to Professor Wilson, who was researching new weapons. A brand new architecture, gamma ray cluster cannon, was born. With the help of the rapid annihilation reaction of anti-electrons and positrons, gamma ray cluster cannon can briefly release extremely powerful high-energy gamma rays. This is extremely lethal to living organisms, at least to carbon-based living organisms. When the enemy starship does not have a radiation protection layer with sufficient strength, the life forms inside the enemy ship that is directly hit by the gamma ray cluster cannon will die in just a few minutes. However, the successful development of new weapons did not attract Li Yongcheng's attention, or even discussion among scientific researchers. The reason is naturally because of the Sweeper civilization detector. Although mankind has solved the detector, it has also paid an extremely heavy price. Not only were the only 150 battering rams lost, the number of two-dimensional fragments was also reduced to 41 pieces. In addition to weapons and equipment, the biggest loss should be in energy. The torrent of antimatter has consumed a large amount of human antimatter reserves. This has a very bad impact on our future plans. Lu Yongchang sat in a earth command center and said with some helplessness. Fortunately, the Dyson cloud has not been completely recovered. We just have to wait a while for antimatter reserves to grow significantly. Chapter 541 Wormhole. In addition, the remanufacturing of battering rams and the maintenance of various starships must also be put on the agenda. According to Zero estimates, we need to wait at least 5 years before we can carry out the original sailing plan. After hearing this, everyone in the command center frowned. Professor, 5 years, isn't it too long? Fong Su took the lead in speaking out the thoughts of the scientific researchers. Lu Yongchang shook his head and said nothing. An anxious look flashed in Fong Su's eyes. The Sweeper civilization and the Pastoral civilization are all paying attention to us now. Let's not talk about the Pastoral civilization. Just the Sweeper civilization. If it loses a detector, it is very likely to send a real warship to us. I suggest you set off immediately. Currently, our energy reserves are enough to support the first phase of interstellar navigation. Weapons and equipment, and energy replenishment. These can all wait until we reach the target star system. Lu Yongchang sighed and said softly. Of course I know what you said. However, the 5-year repair time can no longer be reduced. The target star system is 42.3 light-years away. Let's not talk about whether we will encounter a star-stealing civilization similar to the Rothor civilization during this 42.3 light-year journey. Let's just talk about the target star system. We don't know anything about it. We don't even know if there is civilization over there. If you rush there without sufficient preparation, the human fleet will most likely face destruction. Fong Su fell into silence. Not only Fong Su, but all the scientific researchers present fell silent. It can be said that what mankind is currently facing is a dilemma. On the one hand, if you want to start an ultra-long-distance interstellar voyage, you need a certain amount of time to prepare. On the other hand, the arrival of the Sweeper civilization detector proves that higher civilization has noticed human civilization, and they must get out of this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was no objection, Lu Yongchang immediately finalized the plan. In order to save Zero computing power as much as possible, everyone needs to enter hibernation immediately. 5 years later, Zero will control the fleet heading to the target star system. After speaking, Lu Yongchang directly unlocked the electromagnetic absorption device on the seat, stood up, and walked towards the command center door. Start executing the plan immediately. We don't have time to dilly-dally. Triangulum Galaxy Bridge. A shadow appears across the galaxy's bridge of extremely thin neutral hydrogen atoms. Then, there was an extremely obscure and hidden wave that spread to the distance. See! Hurry up! A few seconds later, a similar wave came from the distance. You make it easy. You are a fourth-dimensional creature. Can I outrun you? Don't you know you can take me for a ride? Along with the extremely heavy fluctuations of grievance, a thin line with no width or height, like an infinite extension and no end, floated, slowly, from a distance. The beginning and end of the thin line gradually disappeared into the dark universe. Faced with the complaints from his companions, the shadow wavered slightly and sent another message. There may be detectors of the Sweeper civilization in the Triangulum Galaxy. It is not convenient for me to open the wormhole. See, responded angrily. Yes. You are right. Then we can always open the wormhole now. Right. If we continue to delay, by the time we get to the Milky Way, we will probably have nothing to do with it. The shadow didn't respond, just stayed there quietly. I noticed the fluctuation of the painting. The shadow suddenly conveyed a message. Painting? C was slightly startled and quickly responded. Isn't he dead? Are you feeling wrong? As a one-dimensional creature, Silk didn't feel anything strange. This is also normal among dimensional creatures. Even though Silk has been promoted to the 8th level of civilization, its perception ability is still the worst. The shadow said nothing. After waiting for a long time, it sent another message. No, it's not painting. It's a two-dimensional phenomenon that goes beyond the normal scope. Occurs at the coordinate point given by the painting. What do you mean? C quickly asked. Hua is still alive? There are some fluctuations in the shadow's surface again. Probably not. Maybe the Sweepers discovered the low-level civilization the painting talked about. Hearing this, C's tone suddenly became a little more urgent. Then what are you waiting for? If you keep stalling, be careful, membrane causes trouble for us. The shadow made no response, but its movements expressed its attitude. Several overlapping and constantly twisting spherical structures appeared in the originally calm three-dimensional space. This extremely complex structure is far beyond the limits of current human imagination. It has no entity, just like a gray shadow, constantly twisting in the universe. C was not surprised at all by the scene in front of him. It knows that this is the projection of a four-dimensional creature in a three-dimensional space. Just like paper people can never understand and imagine the three-dimensional world we live in. Humans living in a three-dimensional world cannot imagine what four-dimensional space looks like. We can only see its projection, but cannot imagine its original appearance. Unless upgrade yourself and enter the fourth-dimensional space. Only in this way can humans try to understand the information in the four-dimensional world. With the continuous distortion of the spherical structure, a standard sphere slowly appeared in the universe. Dots of starlight are scattered on the surface of the sphere. These starlights are constantly distorted along with the movement of the sphere, forming a colorful and thin strip of light. What's amazing is that if someone restores and compares these starlights in an all-round way, a huge problem can be discovered. These starlights cannot be observed from the current location. If the observation range is wider, we can find the source of these starlights, which is the Andromeda Galaxy 800,000 light-years away, facing such a wonderful scene. Both Silk and Sure appeared extremely calm, nothing else. Just familiarity. C. Hurry up and follow. Let's go to the Andromeda Galaxy first and replenish energy before going to the Milky Way. Following a burst of obscure fluctuations, the ever-twisting sphere-like structure instantly disappeared in place. As for the thin line that only had the attribute of length, at the next moment, it also penetrated into the standard sphere. The sphere instantly dissipated. The starlight it brought also dissipated into the dark universe. Galaxy Bridge has returned to calm again. I don't know how long it took, but a spherical detector appeared on the Galaxy Bridge. As the blue light flashed, messages were sent to the Andromeda Galaxy one after another. Chapter 542 Boza Civilization. Proxima B. In the central city on the surface. In an office deep in the Parliament. That's probably the situation. Sorry. You have to walk the rest of the way on your own. The person in charge of the sociology branch of the People's United Fleet Academy of Sciences said with a guilty face. Unfortunately, we didn't help much. A faint background voice came. The hibernation process is about to begin. Please, feel sorry. The head of the sociology branch apologized again. The next moment, the video communication in the holographic projection was cut off. The last picture is of rows of extremely neat hibernation pods. There were no lights on in the office. Only the faint light of the holographic projection illuminated the surrounding objects. The person sitting behind the desk pursed his lips and silently looked at the holographic projection in front of him. Within the holographic projection, the 5 characters, communication interrupted, appeared. Why? The figure behind the desk sighed extremely heavily. Zhengqing. We have to rely on ourselves from now on. Another voice sounded from the corner of the office. It was also an extremely heavy sigh. Yeah, we have to rely on ourselves. The fleet may not even be able to protect itself. The figure behind the desk did not speak, but waved slightly. The next second, the light shines brightly. The office was as bright as day, and the original darkness was instantly dispelled by the cold tone lights. Pale lights reflected the scene in the office. Renfeng, Zhengqing, the 2 current leaders of human civilization on Proxima Centauri. Because no one is willing to participate in the election of chairman of the Senate, and no one stands out in the Academy of Sciences, they have no choice but to continue to take on the important task of revitalizing human civilization on Proxima Centauri. Only, this important task is really too difficult. Even though the 2 received enhanced life-extending transformations. However, under high-intensity work pressure, the aging speed of the 2 people was obviously beyond the normal level. At this moment, Renfeng and Zhengqing already had white hair, and their faces were covered with wrinkles. The atmosphere in the office was extremely solemn. Just now, the People's United Fleet Academy of Sciences started the latest communication with them. In the communication, they learned about the current situation of the fleet. When they learned that the human fleet was being targeted by the 8th-level sweeper civilization, both of them had extremely worried looks in their eyes. When they heard that the fleet was about to start the hibernation process and leave Gliese 555 5 years later, and was forced to flee to farther star systems to seek a way out, both of them fell silent. Human, it's too difficult. Zhengqing pursed his lips and sighed forcefully. Renfeng didn't speak, just sat quietly on the chair, his eyelids drooping slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Zhengqing, how much hope do you think we have? Renfeng did not raise his head, but just asked himself, I don't think there is any hope. What do you think? Zhang Shengqing sighed again. This sigh made Ren Feng's heart tremble slightly. Almost zero. Zhang Shengqing said softly in a breathy voice. Materials are scarce and internal conflicts have not yet been resolved. More than 100 years ago, we completely lost the opportunity to get out of Proxima B and go to the starry sky. Even if someone joins the Fleet Academy of Sciences to help with theory. Theory is still theory. What we need most now is not theory. Ren Feng nodded silently. Really? After hundreds of years of hard work, he has completely recognized the reality. All the problems that occur with Proxima Centauri B are rooted in insufficient resources. Ren Feng turned to look at the window on the side. Outside the window, there is a lifeless world. He slowly closed his tired eyes. And memories of hundreds of years ago, not long after the human fleet left, flashed in his mind. The scenes that took place in the Proxima Centauri holographic theater reappeared in his mind again. A tear suddenly slipped down his wrinkled face. I'm tired. Ren Feng's voice made Zhang Shengqing tremble slightly. Shengqing, I have an idea. Ren Feng slowly opened his eyes. And in his slightly cloudy eyes, a light that he had not seen for a long time flashed. 2 years later. Earth calendar year 2505. The Gliese 555 star system has become very deserted in the past 2 years. Around Dawn Star, a large number of human fleets were parked quietly in the dead space. Through the starship window, you can occasionally see the fleeting lights. But most of the time, the space inside the window is extremely dim. It was as if there was no one in these starships at all. But if you turn your attention to the extremely huge spaceport and starship manufacturing plant on the side, you can see a completely different scene. Huge machines and robots of different shapes are working in full swing. Starships of various types automatically enter the port and then leave on their own. Under Zero's control, various restoration work and fabrication are being carried out in an orderly manner. Zoom out. The Star Gold mining factory on the ice giant is running automatically. Near the main star Gliese 555, huge pieces of Dyson clouds are quietly absorbing energy, converting it into antimatter, and storing it in corresponding areas. Keep zooming out. Outside the Gliese 555 star system, a large number of detectors surround the entire star system. At this time, human civilization is like a frightened bird. It is 0.1 light-years away from the Gliese 555 star system. With a strong fluctuation, a fleet appeared in the empty universe. Inside the flagship located in the central area of the fleet, an extremely tall and thin intelligent creature was busy working among them. They come from the star Boda, 20.16 light-years away. Commander, we are here. One of the Baton spoke in a high-pitched voice in an extremely obscure language. If anyone else hears it, they will be surprised to find that this language is very similar to the language used by the sweeper civilization. After waiting for a while, an equally high-pitched voice sounded. Gliese 555. Looking at the picture in the holographic projection, Commander Bota whispered softly. A small fourth-level civilization. It actually attracts the Lord's attention. As it spoke, its face was slightly distorted, and there was a trace of extremely crazy jealousy in its eyes. It raised its 2 pairs of extremely slender hands and drew a standard circle in front of it. At the same time, it showed an extremely fanatical look on its face. Oh God! Bossa civilization will become your most loyal believer. After finishing his words, Commander Boza's voice suddenly became a little louder. Fleet! Full speed ahead! Drop! A shrill alarm sounded inside Earth. At the same time, the holographic projection in the command center automatically lights up. Lines of text slowly emerged on it. Unknown fleet detected. The fleet size is being determined. Level 1 warning. Start the wake-up procedure. The next moment, the interior of all starships was as bright as day. Chapter 543 Stick Insect? Earth, Command Center. Because they had just woken up from hibernation, everyone's faces were slightly pale at this time. Zero! Where are they? The situation was urgent. Lu Yongchang asked directly without any nonsense. The next second, a picture appeared in the holographic projection directly in front. The content of the picture comes from a detector set up outside the Gliese 555 star system, accompanied by the piercing alarm sound of the active detection device. The dark universe flashed with strong or weak light one after another. This is the light coming from the enemy fleet. The next moment, an interstellar flare was launched. Under the powerful light of the flares, an extremely large fleet slowly emerged from the dark deep sky. Looking at this oppressive scene, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but frown. How arrogant! Fong Su expressed Lu Yongchang's inner thoughts. They didn't turn off the active detection radar. Lu Yongchang nodded solemnly. Arrogant indeed. to describe the behavior of the opposing fleet in a more vivid way. It is to shout from 1,000 miles away, "Brother! Wait for me! I'm going to hack you!" By the light of the flares, the complete image of the huge fleet appeared in front of everyone. Every starship in the fleet has a similar shape and ellipsoid. Of course, if you look closely, there are still some differences between these starships. The closer the starship is to the outer periphery, the greater the oblateness of the ellipsoid. And the closer the starship is to the central area, the smaller the oblateness is. In simple terms, the starships in the outer periphery are flatter, while the starships in the central area are closer to a sphere. The flagship in the centermost area, like the detector of the sweeper civilization, is almost a standard sphere, but it is obviously not comparable to the detectors of the sweeper civilization. The surface of this starship is rugged. Various weapons and equipment are mounted on its surface. In addition, at the tails of these ellipsoids, the light of the thruster shines. This gives people an extremely strong sense of violation. "Do you want to imitate me?" Lu Yongchang frowned and murmured in a low voice. "Why do you feel that the style of these starships is a bit like the detectors of the sweeper civilization?" "I feel the same way." Fong Su nodded in agreement. "It's just that the technological level of this civilization has obviously not reached that level yet. It feels a bit like imitating a cat and imitating a tiger." "Yes." Lu Yongchang carefully checked the data returned by the detector. "Like us, they use an antimatter engine. The detector detected a large number of high-energy gamma rays." "Zero, did the other party respond to our communication request?" An electronic synthesizer sounded. "No response yet." As soon as Zero's voice fell, the picture in the holographic projection instantly disappeared, leaving only a few large characters. Connection interrupted. "Zero?" Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly, and he shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, Zero gave the answer. "Professor, the detector has been attacked. The visitor is evil." Lu Yongchang turned his head and looked at Zhao Zijie beside him. Zhao Zijie understood instantly and issued the order in a deep voice. "Attention all units. Prepare to fight. Antimatter electromagnetic gun. Prepare for salvo. 3, 2, 1. More than 5,000 asteroid-class Golden Crow battleships, as well as the giant electromagnetic guns on the surface of Foman's planetary fortress, all raised their muzzles and aimed them at the Gliese 555 star system from a distance. Enemy fleet. The electromagnetic gun has been charged, and a blue arc is flashing at the muzzle. With just one order, powerful antimatter SH/LS will kick off the war. "Professor, the other party has sent a video communication request." Electronic synthesized sounds interrupted Zhao Zijie's countdown. "Suspend launch." Zhao Zijie quickly took back the word launch that was already on his lips. "All units, stand by where you are." After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Yongchang sitting next to him. "Professor? Video communication request? What do they want?" Lu Yongchang said to himself with confusion on his face. This is the first time that human civilization has received video communication requests from different civilizations. He frowned slightly, stared at the holographic projection in front of him, and murmured softly, "It even comes with detailed dictionary information." After thinking for a moment, he raised his head, closed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and rubbed his eyebrows. "Put it through. It's useless to think too much. It's better to just see what the other party wants to do." The moment the communication was connected, even though everyone was fully mentally prepared, they gasped in horror at the scene in front of them. "Hack!" Zhao Zijie on the side subconsciously leaned back and complained softly as calmly as possible. "It's so hacking scary." Zhao Zijie's soft complaint attracted the approval of the people around him. In the picture, there is a strange-looking creature named One Root. To humans, they look like creatures made of slender bamboo poles. "Stick insect?" In a corner of the command center, Mao Xingji looked at the bamboo pole-shaped creature that was constantly shaking in the picture, and said to himself with a suspicious look on his face. Apparently, he was talking to himself a little louder at least. The entire command center heard him, looking at the strange creature in the holographic projection with extremely intense movements and squirming mouth parts. Lu Yongchang twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, "Zero, turn on the sound." A harsh sound like fingernails scraping against a blackboard came from the speakers. "Worry, your brother. Emotional damage." Listening to the constant complaints in the command center, the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched again. "Zero, turn down the volume." The harsh sound quickly decreased, and at the same time, lines of subtitles with zero real-time translation appeared in the holographic projection. Human civilization? It's so ugly. How can there be such an ugly civilization? Damn. They sound so ugly. Lord, is this the reason why you want to punish them? Stick insect? What is a stick insect? What the hell? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't think it's a good thing to say. Looking at the somewhat messy subtitles, the corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched violently. This TMD. Cough. Lu Yongchang cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. This is the fleet of the United Destiny Community of Earth Humanity. You? Before he finished speaking, the stick insect, standing in the center, made a high-pitched and harsh sound. The surrounding noise quickly disappeared, leaving only bursts of extremely high-pitched sounds. At the same time, that one, the large stick insect, with a straight body, quickly dances its two pairs of slender forelimbs in front of the chest. Chapter 544 accompanying. The zero-processed information quickly emerged on the holographic projection. Remember our name? Bonhan Civilization. We are the Lord's most loyal believers. Human civilization. You have aroused the displeasure of the Lord. You will pay a heavy price for this. It's just a fourth-level civilization. Surrendering is your wise choice. Humans, disarm all and hand over control of the central computer. Perhaps the Lord will let you live. In the command center, it was extremely quiet, except for some sharp noises, like scratching the darkness coming from the speakers. Lu Yongchang raised his hand and rubbed his eyes gently, as if he didn't believe the information he saw. Host? Zero. Are you sure there are no errors in the translation? Lu Yongchang asked Ling in surprise. The next second, a brand new holographic projection appeared in front of everyone. The content is detailed dictionary information, even including specific pronunciation information. Professor, for better understanding, this part of the title has been translated into freehand. Zero's unique electronic sound echoed in the command center. The title literally translates to the God who gave it life and technology. Lu Yongchang's expression moved slightly. He raised his hand and gently stroked his chin, looking thoughtfully at the large stick insect that was constantly waving its forelimbs in the holographic projection, and murmured softly, "This title contains a lot of information. The God who gave it life and technology. Interesting." Lu Yongchang raised his head, looked directly at the straight, large stick insects in the holographic projection, and said in a very calm tone, "Is the Lord you speak of a sweeper civilization?" As he spoke, a holographic image appeared next to Lu Yongchang. The picture in the projection is the spherical detector that was broken through the SHL of the strong interaction material by the torrent of antimatter. The scratching sound from the communication loudspeaker suddenly increased in volume. Not only that, the large stick insects in the video communication were even more furious at this time. Don't ask how you can tell the emotions of a large stick insect. Just from the forelimbs waving in front of their chests like big windmills, Lu Yongchang could see how much his words stimulated these large stick insects. Damn it! Despicable ant! How dare you call the Lord by his name? You are guilty. You have no chance to surrender. The next second, the video communication was cut off. Lu Yongchang shrugged and turned to look at Zhao Zijia standing aside. Why are you standing there stunned? Fire! Accompanied by a metal storm composed of antimatter electromagnetic guns. This war completely kicked off. As a subsidiary civilization of the Sweeper civilization, the Botas civilization naturally knows the usual routines of interstellar warfare. Therefore, after failing to persuade them to surrender, the Botas civilization also chose to use electromagnetic guns as the first weapon in the war. Although the electromagnetic gun has many limitations, as the most basic kinetic energy weapon, while taking into account the killing distance and lethality, it also has one of the biggest advantages: it is cheap. At least, for level 4 or level 5 civilizations, electromagnetic gun projectiles are the cheapest weapon. A metal storm composed of millions, or even tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of cannonballs can not only be used to test the strength of enemy ships, but can also take this opportunity to cause damage to some enemy ships with weak defenses. Commander, it has been detected that human civilization has launched an attack on us. A large stick insect reported in a sharp voice. The weapon type is an electromagnetic gun. Looking at the data sent back by the detection device, Commander Botas showed a contemptuous smile in his eyes. Level 4 civilization is level 4 civilization, and even basic weapons, like electromagnetic guns, are reluctant to be used. Look at the proportion of ammunition fired by both sides. The number of cannonballs fired by human civilization is even only half of theirs. Such a huge disparity in numbers immediately made Commander Botas relax his vigilance. He even ordered the orientation of the optical telescope in the detector to be adjusted. And he was ready to appreciate the flashing explosions in the human fleet. After a not-so-long waiting period, the electromagnetic cannon projectiles fired by both sides finally met in the open space. Commander Botan narrowed his already narrow eyes and looked at the screen in front of him. He has seen this kind of scene too many times. It's nothing more than a small part of the projectiles colliding with each other and bursting out some sparks. Nothing serious. Suddenly, he widened his eyes slightly. Explosion of fire? Why are there exploding fires? Looking at the impact returned by the detector, Commander Botan suddenly had bad thoughts in his mind. After a short waiting time, high-energy gamma rays! A Botan man looked horrified and shouted loudly. Commander, the detector has detected a large dose of high-energy gamma rays. It's antimatter. They're SH. Unless contain a lot of antimatter. Commander Boza's expression darkened, and his original desire to watch the show disappeared instantly. Antimatter? He quickly waved the two pairs of slender forelimbs in front of his chest, seeming to vent his inner anger. Are they crazy? When antimatter is added to electromagnetic gun SH. LS, the cost of one SH. L will increase by at least 100 times. In the detector, the number of electromagnetic gun projectiles emitted by one's own side is rapidly dissipating at an extremely fast speed. Quick! Commander Botan suddenly stood up from his seat and roared through gritted teeth. Keep firing the electromagnetic cannon. The reserves of such high-cost artillery SH. LS must not be large. I'll intercept them all. In the dark space of space, following Zhao Zijia's order, the electromagnetic gun projectiles that were first out of the barrel and located in the front started to self-destruct. Large amounts of antimatter were released. The moment it comes into contact with the inner wall of the cannonball, the annihilation reaction brings extremely powerful energy. This energy completely tore the thick SH. L of the SH. L apart in an instant. The specially designed cartridge case can ensure that the shrapnel generated by the explosion is scattered forward. Under the impact of these extremely high-speed shrapnel, the electromagnetic cannon projectiles emitted by the Botan civilization were instantly disrupted from their original trajectory. The antimatter projectiles located behind took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. They passed through the high-intensity gamma rays and the aftermath of the explosion, and rushed straight towards the Botan fleet ahead. It was detected that the opponent fired the electromagnetic gun again. Urgent report sounded in the command center. Zhao Zijia quickly checked the various data returned by the detector, thought for a while, and then issued the order in a deep voice. Keep firing the electromagnetic cannon. Execute the same strategy. Since the other party wants to fight a war of attrition, then we will accompany him to the end. As he said that, Zhao Zijia turned his head and looked at the porthole next to him. Outside the portholes, various space factories are working hard to prepare various weapons and ammunition under Zero's control. At the same time, the Taotai, material reserve ship, and the Dawn Star space elevator are continuously transporting various materials. Far away, the Dyson cloud near the main star of Gliese 555 is fully preparing antimatter. This is the advantage of playing defense, with a star system at its back. As long as the manufacturing speed can keep up, ammunition and supplies will be no big deal. Chapter 545, Invasion Plan. Botan Fleet. Looking at the data sent back by the detector, the harsh exchanges in the command center disappeared instantly. The command center, which was originally extremely noisy, is now as quiet as a library. A few seconds later, the shrill siren broke the silence in the command center. Commander, the enemy's first batch of electromagnetic gun SH. LS have arrived at the warning position. The mouthparts of a large stick insect moved rapidly and reported with an extremely harsh sound. Commander Botan looked stiffly at the data displayed in front of him, waved his slender forelimb angrily, and gave the order with some helplessness. Start laser interception. Turn on the A-type magnetic field shield and Beta-type gravitational shield. The voice paused for a moment. Commander Botan struggled to squeeze out a few syllables through his teeth. Prepare for impact. After speaking, it took a deep breath, raised its two pairs of forelimbs, and drew a standard circle on its chest. Oh God! After a period of chirping, its mood gradually stabilized. Keep moving forward. The first batch of electromagnetic gun projectiles are about to contact the enemy fleet. Urgent reports came from the Earth Command Center. The projectile survival rate is 71.16%. Report. The enemy ship has launched laser weapon interception. The survival rate of projectiles is decreasing rapidly. The survival rate is 60.73%, 43.27%, 21.14%. The numbers in the holographic projection keep shrinking. Zhao Zijia looked at the rapidly declining survival rate of projectiles with a normal expression. This is normal. It is too easy for a level 5 civilization to intercept some electromagnetic cannon projectiles. Turn on the magnetic field generation unit and prepare to obtain the enemy fleet shield data. Zhao Zijia gave the order seriously. Start implementing the invasion plan. This is one of the reasons why they keep firing electromagnetic guns. The so-called invasion plan targets the enemy ship's magnetic shield. No matter how many interception methods the enemy fleet has, facing an extremely large number of electromagnetic gun pellets, there will always be times when it is more than it is capable of. At that time, as long as the projectile strikes the shield of the enemy ship, the magnetic field generation unit will quickly start working. These magnetic field generation units can not only generate a magnetic field shield that wraps electromagnetic gun projectiles, but can also record changes in the enemy ship's magnetic field shield in real time. N0, who is at the back, can use these ever-changing data to forcefully carry out cracking work. Once the crack is completed, the electromagnetic gun projectiles equipped with the magnetic field production unit can naturally be disguised as one of our own, easily pass through the magnetic field shield of the enemy ship, and directly attack the ship. Seeing that the percentage in the holographic projection had been reduced to single digits, the atmosphere in the command center became solemn. Next, it's time to verify the technology. An impact occurred. A researcher shouted. Receiving impact data. Start analyzing the enemy ship's shield system. With the collisions again and again, an extremely large amount of data was transmitted into the central computer of the human fleet. Zero also begins to play its true role at this moment. In the holographic projection directly in front of the command center, pieces of analysis data began to appear, and at the same time, the shield modeling work of the enemy ships also began. A spherical starship model with bumps on the surface slowly appeared in the holographic projection. On the periphery of the spherical starship, 2 layers of translucent covers appeared. 2 layers of shields? Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic screen, raised his eyebrows, and said to himself. Zero responded quickly. Based on the 1327 collision data just returned, it is basically certain that some starships of the Bota civilization use composite shield technology. The outer layer is a high-strength magnetic field shield. The inner layer is a gravitational shield. Based on various data, the strength of the gravitational shield of the Bota civilization is extremely close to that of the later civilization's flagship. Lu Yongchang's expression moved slightly. Are the gravity shields similar in strength? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so weak. After all, the flagship of the later civilization is a starship of a 4th-level civilization, and the Bosa civilization is a real 5th-level civilization. Unless the Bosa civilization has just become a level 5 civilization. Just as this idea came to Lu Yongchang's mind, Fong Su's confused inquiry came from the side. Some starships use composite shield technology? What about some of the starships? The picture in the holographic projection changed again. This time, it was a model of the entire fleet of the Bota civilization. Based on the impact data, it can be basically confirmed that 40% of the starships in the fleet use composite shields. The remaining 60% of starships only have magnetic shields. Sure enough, Lu Yongchang suddenly realized. This Boza civilization has just become a level 5 civilization, probably because of the help provided by the Sweeper civilization. The fleet has not yet completed its replacement. In this way, our chances of winning may be much higher. There is a problem. As he said that, Lu Yongchang had a look of doubt in his eyes. What did the Sweeper Wenming send them to do? We have 2-dimensional fragments. This Bota civilization is definitely no match for us. What do they want to do? Zhao Zijia, who was listening to the conversation, looked stern, and a thought flashed through his mind. He said in a hurried tone, Professor, maybe it's to delay time. If the Sweeper civilization decides to attack us, it may take them a certain amount of time to get to Gliese 555. In this way, it is logical to send a civilization that is closer to us and has good strength. After hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression became serious. He nodded very solemnly, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. That makes sense. In this case, we must resolve this battle as soon as possible. Then leave Gliese 555. Lu Yongchang sighed softly. It's a pity that after this war, the wealth saved in the past 2 years will probably be used up a lot. Antimatter energy is also a big problem. Maybe. Lu Yongchang's attention drifted to the star map aside and fell into deep thought. Professor. Zhao Zijia's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thinking. If nothing else, the problem of antimatter energy is easy to solve. Lu Yongchang was stunned and looked at Zhao Zijia with a puzzled expression. Facing Lu Yongchang's gaze, Zhao Zijia showed a faint smile on his face. He pointed at the model of the Bota fleet in the holographic projection. They must have a lot of antimatter energy. At this moment, Lu Yongchang's slightly gloomy eyes suddenly brightened up. Chapter 546, An attack method unique to human civilization. The second batch of electromagnetic gun projectiles is about to hit the enemy ship's shield. Projectile survival rate, 9.13%. The third batch of electromagnetic gun pellets. Survival rate, 15.76%. The fourth batch. In the Earth Command Center. Reports sounded one after another. From the ever-increasing survival rate of projectiles, it can be seen that the balance of this war of attrition is constantly tilting towards human civilization. But the atmosphere in the command center was still extremely solemn. Everyone stared at the holographic image in front of them extremely seriously. On the one hand, Zero is trying his best to analyze the magnetic field shield of the other side civilization. On the other hand, even if the Bota fleet is unable to intercept more and more electromagnetic cannon projectiles, in the face of the composite shield, even antimatter projectiles are not powerful enough. Therefore, although human civilization has a slight advantage in the appetizer of electromagnetic gunfire, the Bota fleet is still rapidly approaching the human fleet at a not slow speed. At this time, the Bossa fleet has arrived at the edge of the Gliese 555 star system. The enemy ship's magnetic shield has been successfully analyzed. Just as Lu Yongchang and Zhao Zijia were thinking about their next war plan, Ling brought them good news. Great! Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up, and a touch of joy flashed across his face. Only 40% of the starships of the Bota civilization have composite shields, and the remaining 60% of the starships use magnetic field shields. In this way, in front of the human fleet, the defense power of most starships of the Bota civilization will be greatly reduced. Has it been verified? Lu Yongchang asked quickly. Preliminary verification has been completed, and the current accuracy rate is 100%. The slightly stiff electronic synthesized sound once again added a bit of confidence to everyone in the command center. Do you want to start the electromagnetic gun intrusion program? Not now! Before Lu Yongchang could speak, Zhao Zijia on the side hurriedly stopped him. The distance between us and the Bossa fleet is too far. If we start the invasion process now, the effect will not be very good, and it will easily cause the opponent to rise. Be alert. I suggest you wait until they get closer and start the invasion process at the most critical moment. Lu Yongchang nodded. Ling, follow Zhao's command. An electronic synthesizer sounded. Receive. Zhao Zijia thought for a moment and issued another order. 0. Mobilize all the detectors equipped with plasma bombs in the Gliese 555 star system to consume each other as much as possible. Also, speed up the manufacturing of detectors and drones. Bota fleet. Commander, the fleet has successfully entered the target star system. The scratching sound like fingernails scraping against a blackboard resounded in the command room of Boss's flagship. Commander Bota straightened his back and looked at the screen in front of him impatiently. What on earth is going on with this human civilization? Why? Why can so many detectors be deployed near star systems? As it spoke, it waved its slender forelimbs and slapped the console in front of it hard. Damn it! From just now to now, we have destroyed at least 1 million detectors. It took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in its heart, and said through gritted teeth, And who can tell me why they install magnetic field shields and plasma bombs on these small detectors? How much more ammunition do we need to waste on these deadly detectors? Obviously, no one could tell him the answer. Commander Bota looked at the scene outside the porthole, his forelimbs twitching slightly, and a strong feeling of powerlessness emerged from deep in his heart. It swears, this is the weirdest scene it has ever seen since it has commanded so many interstellar wars. Outside the windows of the Bossa fleet, detectors of various sizes were coming from all directions, like locusts. High-energy lasers were fired from the Bossa civilization battleship, quickly destroying the detectors trying to get close to the fleet. I don't know why, but the flight trajectories of these detectors are extremely tricky and weird. It is precisely for this reason that the effect of the laser defense array is not particularly good. Like, behind every detector, there is an intelligent creature operating it in real time. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Commander Bota shuddered violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you want to control so many detectors remotely, how many intelligent creatures should there be in this civilization? It shook its head vigorously to get rid of the incredible thoughts in its mind. and once again cast its gaze to the side window. Outside the porthole window, these detectors rely on extremely weird movements to break through the high-energy lasers that block layers of blocks, and launch suicide attacks on small warships on the periphery of the fleet. The continuously detonating plasma bombs were like raindrops, causing ripples in the electromagnetic shield of the small battleship. "Commander, some battleships' magnetic shields are about to be overloaded." Commander Bodah's heart suddenly sank. The worst-case scenario did happen. Before even seeing the opponent's fleet, the small battleship's magnetic shield can no longer withstand it. "Switch fleet formation!" It issued an order extremely irritably. "Let all battleships take turns to resist the attack, and give the magnetic field shield generation device time to cool down." Looking at the boss of fleet changing formations in the holographic projection, Zhao Zijie had a faint smile on his face. Finally, it's time for other civilizations to experience the saturation attack unique to human civilization. He pressed the fleet-wide communication button and issued an order. "Attention all units. The enemy ship has arrived at the predetermined area. Prepare to release Ball Lightning." Ball Lightning, a drone-type plasma missile proposed and designed by Tao Yuda. With the help of the magnetic field generation unit inside the drone, it wraps itself with high-temperature plasma and attacks the enemy at extremely high speeds. Under zero control, these drone-based missiles are more flexible than detectors. In terms of power, Ball Lightning, which focuses on offense, far exceeds those half-baked detectors. The moment Zhao Zijie finished speaking, the gates of several spaceports suddenly opened. Endless drones swarm out of these port gates. The moment they leave the spaceport, the magnetic field generation unit set up inside operates automatically. And at the same time, the side hatch of the drone opens quickly. A stream of high-temperature plasma was ejected from it. Under the influence of the strong magnetic field, these blue plasmas glowing with golden arcs quickly enveloped the drone. At this point, the drone-type plasma missile has officially taken shape. In just a few seconds, a faint blue light curtain suddenly appeared in the dark starry sky outside the porthole. This light curtain is composed of countless drone-type plasma missiles, blocking out the sky and the sun. Zhao Zijie stared at the scene outside the porthole and murmured softly. Chapter 547 Gravity Bomb. Launch. Bodah Fleet. With countless warships taking turns, resisting damage, and the continuous work of laser interception arrays outside the portholes, the densely packed and endless number of detectors finally began to gradually decrease. Looking at the dark and deep universe gradually appearing outside the porthole window, Commander Bodah subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Is human civilization finally going to run out of damn detectors? Is it finally their turn to fight back? Thinking of this, its body trembled slightly with excitement. During that time just now, it was so frustrated. "All battleships, prepare to counterattack." "Freed." Before it finished speaking, it froze on the spot, staring blankly at the side window. Outside the porthole, through the gaps between the increasingly rare detectors, a faint blue light suddenly appeared in the dark universe in the distance. In just a few seconds, this faint blue light spot quickly enlarged. Densely packed tiny spots of light reflected in its eyes. Commander Bodah's bamboo pole-like body trembled violently. That's a new attack. Defense! Defend immediately! Although it didn't know what those tiny blue light spots in the distance were, a bad thought arose in its mind when it thought of the suicide attack by the detector just now. As the tiny blue light spots continued to approach our own fleet, the fleet's active detection device finally detected the true identity of those blue light spots through the dense self-destruction detectors. "It's a small drone," a Bossa crew member shouted in an extremely frightened voice. "The surface is also covered with high-temperature plasma." Number of drone swarms. The crew suddenly fell silent. "How many are there?" The commander's terrible thoughts became more intense, and he asked sternly. "Currently, the number has exceeded 50 million, and it is growing rapidly." The broadcast crew couldn't believe their eyes, and muttered to themselves. 60 million. No, it is already more than 70 million. Start the defensive formation immediately. Commander Bodah's breathing suddenly became rapid. Small starships give priority to resist the impact. The moment the words fell, the Boza fleet, which was originally a little loose, immediately began to adjust its fleet formation. The distance between each battleship quickly decreased. At the same time, battleships were stacked one on top of another to form a standard spherical shape. The center of the sphere is naturally the flagship of Bodah civilization. At the outermost edge of the sphere are those small starships that only have magnetic shields. When the defensive formation was formed, the first batch of Ball Lightning had already arrived in front of the Bossa fleet. Zero's precise control, coupled with the amazing mobility of Ball Lightning, greatly reduced the effectiveness of the Bossa fleet's laser interception system. Under the gaze of Commander Boda, these ball lightning, which were all blue in color with golden electric snakes surging on the surface, fiercely bombarded the outermost small starships. The faint blue plasma outlines the shape of the magnetic field shield. Under the bombardment of ball lightning, tiny ripples slowly spread out on the magnetic field shield. This scene lasted only a few dozen seconds. In the command room of Bossa's flagship, shrill sirens rang out one after another. "Commander, some battleships' magnetic shields have been overloaded," the Bossa crew screamed. Commander Boda raised his hand, hammered the console in front of him angrily, and squeezed out a few syllables through his teeth. "Launch a gravity bomb." Originally, in its plan, the final weapons such as gravity bombs should be used in close, hand-to-hand combat with the human fleet. Level 4 civilizations that have not yet mastered the grand unified theory have never seen a means of using gravity to carry out attacks. By surprise, good results are bound to be achieved. But now, bang! It hammered the console in front of it again. Damn it! What on earth is going on with this human civilization? Is their productivity unlimited? Its curses were interrupted by an increasingly shrill siren. "Quick! Launch the gravity bomb directly. The contact war has not yet begun. The fleet cannot be reduced." Commander Bota's harsh voice echoed in the command room. "Receive! The gravity bomb is being prepared. 3, 2, 1, launch!" The side bomb openings of Bossa's flagship and secondary flagship slowly opened. Subsequently, several spherical weapons with dark surfaces were ejected from it. The process of ejection is accompanied by a strong gravitational fluctuation. The spherical weapon quickly blended into the surrounding dark space with its dark appearance. At the same time, under the influence of inertia, it quickly rushed towards the ball lightning, glowing with blue light in the distance. 1 second, 2 seconds. The distance between the two quickly closed. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all the Botans, it successfully rushed into the ball lightning group. Those drones controlled by Zero drew a graceful arc and perfectly avoided its path. "Detonate!" A sharp command sounded from inside Bossa's flagship. Almost at the same time, a bright light burst out from the ball lightning group. Then, there were extremely powerful gravitational fluctuations. The surrounding light directly became distorted under the influence of strong gravity. The next second, a group of drone-type plasma missiles surrounding the gravity bomb detonation area flew uncontrollably towards the source of the distorted light. In just a few seconds, the bright light dissipated. A spherical object made of drone debris appears in the universe. Surrounding it is a large open area spreading in a spherical shape. Scenes like this continue to appear in the area around the Bossa fleet. In a very short period of time, these gravity bombs opened a hole for the fleet to break out. "The fleet is advancing at full speed," Commander Boda shouted the order. At the same time, a piercing siren sounded in Earth. "Warn! Ball lightning, the drone swarm suffered an unknown attack." The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, the huge holographic projection screen in front of the command center quickly changed. The star map of the Gliese 555 star system appeared in front of everyone. On the outside of the star map is the Bota fleet marked in red. And near the Bossa fleet, there were countless small blue light spots. These light spots symbolize the ball lightning drone swarms released by the human fleet. At first, these small blue light spots were so dense that they almost drowned the red Bossa fleet. But in just tens of seconds, under the gaze of everyone, the blue light spots were rapidly decreasing. Chapter 548 Micro Black Hole. The pictures in the holographic projection made Lu Yongchang and others' expressions change slightly. In such a short period of time, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. This overwhelming result made Lu Yongchang think of the only possibility. "They use brand new weapons and equipment," Lu Yongchang ordered urgently. "Zero, call up the relevant data immediately." After the words fell, pieces of data that had been initially screened continued to emerge in the giant holographic projection. At the same time, the image data returned from the hit area also began to play. When he saw the extremely distorted light, Lu Yongchang showed a touch of surprise on his face. "Gravity weapons?" he murmured softly. "It should be." Fong Su's voice came from beside him. "Looking at the effect, this weapon should cause damage to the enemy fleet by creating a short-term strong gravitational force. It's just that it's not clear yet how strong a gravitational pull it can create." Lu Yongchang didn't speak, just looked at the picture in the holographic projection silently. When he saw the flash of extreme darkness in the center of the picture, he finally couldn't hold his breath anymore. "Man-made black hole?" He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but was pulled back to his seat by the electromagnetic absorption device behind him. The next moment, that extremely small wisp of extreme darkness disappeared into the universe, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. At the same time, the surrounding gravitational lensing effect slowly dissipated. Lu Yongchan looked at the holographic projection in front of him in surprise and murmured to himself, "Is it a black hole?" In the holographic projection, the drone-type plasma missiles in the surrounding area were all crushed into a flat pile of scrap metal. "It's unbelievable. This weapon can actually create a miniature black hole." As he spoke, he raised his hand and moved it a few times in the holographic image in front of him. When he saw the data returned by the detector, he took a long breath and said with relief, "Yes, they created a miniature black hole." The data clearly shows that on the way to the dissipation of the gravitational lens, that is, during the death of the miniature black hole, extremely powerful Hawking radiation appears around it. Hawking radiation is a kind of thermal radiation emitted by black holes. "Professor, the gravity data has been analyzed." As Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded, a curved chart appeared in the holographic projection. Looking at the momentarily towering peak in the graph, Lu Yongchan swallowed hard. At this moment, he suddenly realized the gap between human civilization and Bodhan civilization. Human civilization currently needs to find a natural black hole to analyze the gravitational field. But the Bodha civilization can already create artificial micro-black holes. Although a black hole exists for an extremely short time, it is a black hole after all. "The enemy fleet is accelerating," a crew member reported loudly. "We have now reached the orbit of the ice giant." Lu Yongchang's heart sank. Ice giant orbit. That means that the two fleets are about to come into direct contact. "Attention all units. Prepare to fight head-on." The frontal battlefield started with a high-energy laser from the Bassa fleet. Laugh. A big hole was instantly burned out of the surface armor of the hit Golden Crow battleship. But the next moment, a white smoke spurted out from the big hole. This is a passive high-energy laser blocking armor inspired by the Rothor civilization. When the surface armor is burned through, the liquid nitrogen and smoke bombs hidden in it will explode instantly, creating a small haze zone in the armor hit area to avoid the continuous damage of high-energy lasers. At the same time, adaptive repair technology comes into play. A large number of nanorobots were transported to the damaged location, and under the guidance of the shipboard Artificial Intelligence 1, the ship repair work began. Not fighting back when being beaten is certainly not the style of the human fleet. Almost at the same time, under the control of captains and crew members, more than 5,000 Golden Crow battleships started their antimatter engines at the same time. Driven by the majestic energy brought by the antimatter engine, the huge Golden Crow battleship rushed straight towards the menacing Bodha fleet. Just like the choice of the Bodha fleet, the human fleet also took the lead in using high-energy laser weapons. Before the fleets of both sides came into contact, the open space in the middle was already filled with all kinds of weapons. High-energy lasers, electromagnetic gun projectiles. These are the most common attack methods. In addition to these basic attacks, high-intensity ion beams are also irradiated towards the opponent. As soon as the frontal battle began, it entered a fierce stage. On the battlefield, from time to time, the shield-generating device of a battleship was overloaded, and then exploded under various attacks. However, there seems to be something wrong with the battle-loss ratio of both fleets. "Commander, we have lost 37 small warships. Update, 52 small warships have been lost so far." Sharp and harsh sounds kept ringing in the command room of the Bodha fleet. Looking at the increasing battle damage value, Commander Boza's face became ugly. "Where's the other side's fleet? How many battleships did they lose?" In an instant, the noisy command room suddenly became quiet. "See, Commander, so far, we have destroyed 6 enemy ships." Commander Bodha felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. It waved its 2 pairs of forelimbs on its chest and roared sharply. "What's the reason? I need to know why. They are only level 4 civilizations. Don't tell me that our weapons and equipment are inferior to a weak 4th level civilization." A few seconds later, the footage captured by the detector was projected in front of Commander Bodha. This is, looking at the picture in front of it, it froze in place. "Damn, how did they do it?" In the picture, a Golden Crow battleship is being attacked by high-energy lasers, high-energy ion beams, high-energy plasma, and countless electromagnetic gun projectiles. Faced with such an exaggerated offensive, this Golden Crow battleship did not sit still and wait for death. It uses a powerful antimatter engine to continuously perform maneuvers at various angles to evade most attacks. At the same time, the secondary cannon on its side continuously emits lasers and electromagnetic cannons, accurately intercepting every electromagnetic gun projectile fired at key locations. For high-energy lasers, its surface continuously releases bursts of white smoke, and uses these white smoke to quickly weaken and block the attack of laser weapons. When the white smoke dissipated, the crater just ablated by the laser weapon had automatically recovered. More importantly, for those high-energy ion beams and plasma weapons that can only be resisted by shields, this human civilization warship did not activate the magnetic field shield covering the entire ship, but instead released a regional magnetic field shield in a targeted manner. This move greatly increased the limits of the magnetic field shield generation device. Relying on these miraculous operations, the human fleet managed to withstand the artillery attack from the Bota civilization. Chapter 549. Show these level 4 bugs. During the exchange of countless long-range artillery fires, the distance between the two fleets continued to shrink. The atmosphere in the Earth command center has become increasingly tense. In the holographic projection in front of everyone, the latest battle situation from the front line is quickly refreshed. Orders were issued from the command center and sent to the front line through long-distance communication devices. Every siren sounds, which means that a Golden Crow battleship is in crisis. Drop! A clear reminder sounded in the command center. The enemy fleet has arrived in the third defensive area. The distance between the fleets of both sides has reached the warning line. The moment the electronic synthesizer sounded, the look on Zhao Zijia's face suddenly became a little heavier. The third area is the last defensive area of the human fleet. To put it simply, if the Bota fleet is allowed to move forward, Dawn Star will be directly threatened. Although there is currently no one living on the surface of Dawn Star, there are a large number of industrial facilities on it, especially those space elevators, which are a top priority. In addition to the surface of Dawn Star, there are also a large number of military factories and spaceports built in space around Dawn Star. Once this area is attacked, the productivity level of the human fleet will drop significantly. The greatest advantage of the human fleet will be wiped out in an instant. Therefore, the third area is a front that the human fleet must not lose. Attention all units! Get ready for close quarters hand-to-hand combat. The moment he issued the order, Zhao Zijie clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles turning slightly white. Although the hand-to-hand combat in the interstellar era is not as close to hand-to-hand combat as it is on Earth, the level of bloodshed is not reduced at all. Every one of our own warships may be besieged by several or even dozens of enemy ships, and enemy ships may also be attacked by dozens of warships at any time. Therefore, once hand-to-hand combat begins, the battleship damage rate will increase greatly in a short period of time. All Golden Crows, release the ship-based drone swarm immediately. Prepare to activate the gamma-ray cluster cannon in order to cope with the next hand-to-hand combat. Zhao Zijia methodically issued orders one after another. Naturally, Lu Yongchang was not idle either. Mo Ziyang, activate the overclocking function of the central computer. Fang Su, pay close attention to the abnormal gravity phenomenon of enemy ships. Tao Yuda, the central computer overclocking function is a function specially developed by Mo Ziyang in order to prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Once turned on, the optical quantum computer, which serves as the fleet's central computer, can temporarily increase computing performance by about 10%. This is an extremely huge improvement for Zero. It can control each starship to perform more precise microcontrol, thereby greatly reducing the battle loss rate of its own fleet. Of course, this kind of overclocking definitely comes at a cost. Over a short period of time, the cooling system can be put under extreme stress. If the overclocking time is too long, the temperature in the core area of the optical quantum computer will be too high, which will cause great damage to the central computer. Golden Crow battleship group. Under the seemingly endless artillery fire attack, the surface of the originally invisible magnetic field shield was filled with layers of ripples composed of high-temperature plasma. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The hatch on the side of each Golden Crow battleship slowly opened. Densely packed small ship-based drones filed out of it. As soon as they left the mothership, these carrier-based drones started their magnetic field generation units. Under the control of Shipboard Artificial Intelligence 1, these shipboard drones went straight past the magnetic field shield constructed by Golden Crow and slowly circled around the Golden Crow battleship. A large number of shipborne drones have built a unique, conical shield for the Golden Crow battleship. As the number of shipborne drones gradually increases, the constantly fluctuating magnetic field shield on the surface of the Golden Crow, battleship gradually returns to stability. At the same time, we also took this opportunity to start repair work on some damaged areas on the surface of the battleship. The changes haven't stopped yet. A large number of plasma weapons from the Botov fleet fiercely bombarded the shield constructed by the carrier-based drones. Subsequently, under the action of the special magnetic field shield, these high-temperature plasmas were restrained. Area around the drone. Under the enemy ship's artillery attack, densely packed small plasma shields slowly took shape. From the outside world, this conical shield constructed by a carrier-based drone has now become the collision corner of a charge. Next moment, Golden Crow, the antimatter engine at the rear of the battleship roared, pushing the huge battleship towards the Bossa fleet against the collision angle glowing with blue plasma light. This is not an isolated case. More than 5,000 Golden Crow battleships at this moment cast more than 5,000 plasma collision horns. Botov fleet. Looking at the real-time footage returned by the detector, Commander Botov fell silent. In the empty universe, these more than 5,000 huge plasma collision horns came straight towards our own fleet with extremely powerful momentum. It is certain that no one in the entire Boza civilization has ever seen such a suicide attack, let alone him. Commander Botov looked at the menacing battleship in the picture, his body trembling slightly. It slowly raised the two pairs of forelimbs on its chest and drew a standard circle in front of it. Oh God! There was a hint of fanaticism in its eyes, and it whispered softly, "Your loyal slave will clear all obstacles for you." The next moment, it put down the two pairs of forelimbs in front of it and roared sharply, "Everyone! It's time to prove yourself to the Lord! All fleets, charge! Prepare to drop warp bombs! I want to show these level 4 bugs what level 5 civilization is." The words fell. The flagship located in the central area of the Bossa fleet opened the hatch on the belly. One after another, all black and larger spherical objects popped out of the hatch. After a few seconds, a strange gravitational wave was released from the orbs. Next moment, they disappeared into thin air from the sight of all Bothans. Inside the Boza flagship, the warp bomb has entered warp navigation. Current speed, 10C, 10 times the speed of light. A Bossa crew member shouted the report. Commander Botan nodded and stared at the real-time picture from the detector ahead. In the picture, the human fleet is still charging forward against the conical plasma collision angle, and at the same time launching various attacks on the Botov fleet. Perhaps because they were worried about the gravity bomb attack by the Botov fleet, the human fleet seemed much sparse at this time, with a certain distance between each warship. If you measure it, you can find that the distance between human warships is exactly the range of influence of the first batch of gravity bombs. But Commander Botov was not worried at all. It raised the two pairs of forelimbs on its chest with a feverish expression, gesticulating and chanting at the same time. Oh God! Chapter 550 Curvature Bomb. Oh God! Before the words could be finished, bursts of bright light erupted from the human fleet. Commander, the warp bomb has been successfully detonated. A slight report sounded in his ears, and Commander Botov showed a fanatical smile on his face. He did not look up at the scene of the curvature bomb exploding on the screen, but just whispered softly, "Thank you again to the Lord for the technology you have given us." A few minutes ago, inside Earth, seeing the shrinking distance between the two fleets, everyone present secretly sweated. Although they are not on the front line, every order they give determines the life and death of countless soldiers on the front line. It always feels a little weird. A weak voice sounded from the side. Before Lu Yongchan could react, Zhao Zijia on the side trembled suddenly, as if he had been electrocuted. Hack! Zhao Zijia looked at Gao Yang, who was sitting next to him, with a horrified expression, and shouted in a low voice, "Gao Yang, please stop!" Hearing this familiar name, Lu Yongchan felt his heart skip a beat. He still vividly remembered the last time Gao Yang spoke. Facing Zhao Zijia stopped. Gao Yang's lips trembled a few times, trying to defend himself. Zhao Zijia, who was originally serious, couldn't stand it any longer. "At this critical moment, please stop talking. Okay? Ahem." Looking at Gao Yang, whose eyes were full of anxiety, Lu Yongchan's eyes flashed with helplessness. He coughed slightly and interrupted the exchange between the two. "Gao Yang, please tell me first, what went wrong?" "Professor, the other party has not come up with anything new except gravity bombs so far. Don't you think it's a little strange?" Gao Yang hurriedly expressed his doubts. Hearing this, Lu Yongchan was stunned. Is that what happened? As a 5th level civilization, so far, apart from the short-lived gravity bomb some time ago, The Boda fleet has used weapons and equipment similar to those of the human fleet.
Maybe there is a limit to the distance at which gravity bombs can be used?
Fong Su interjected from the side.
The Boza fleet used gravity bombs just now when the drone group was close to their faces. We have reason to suspect that this kind of gravity bomb is not very stable and cannot support long-distance launch missions.
Lu Yongchang did not reply, but frowned and looked at the real-time picture in the holographic projection. The fleets on both sides were trying their best to charge forward despite the other's firepower. Everything looked so normal.
Fong Su, have you observed any abnormal gravitational phenomena?
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then asked.
Not yet,
Fong Su said as he turned his gaze to the holographic projection beside him.
Wait a minute.
Looking at the data in the holographic projection, the expression on his face gradually became serious.
Something's wrong. What a problem.
Fong Su's words lifted everyone's spirits. In less than a second, the atmosphere in the command center had become tense.
What's going on?
Lu Yongchang frowned and his tone suddenly became more serious.
The detector has just discovered abnormal gravitational fluctuations in the Boda fleet.
As he said that, Fong Su projected the picture in the holographic projection in front of everyone. Lu Yongchang looked at the gravitational fluctuation data on the screen with deep doubts in his eyes.
No, that's not a reaction to a gravity bomb.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and swiped the holographic projection in front of him a few times to call up some data.
Everyone can take a look. The gravitational fluctuations caused by gravity bombs are more severe and rapid than that. The two are not of the same magnitude at all. This pattern of gravitational fluctuations.
Lu Yongchang raised his hand and touched his chin, and said thoughtfully,
It's a bit like the gravitational fluctuations of the Rothor civilization before it entered curvature navigation.
Having said this, Lu Yongchang was already stunned on the spot. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Without any time to think about it, he turned around and shouted loudly at Xiao Zijia on the side.
Quick! Evacuate the fleet! Let all the battleships disperse!
Xiao Zijia was stunned. Based on his trust in Lu Yongchang, he directly pressed the fleet communication button without any hesitation.
Attention all units! Evacuate the fleet! Repeat! Disperse the formation immediately!
Not long after he finished speaking, an extremely dazzling light appeared in the Golden Crow battleship group. Almost at the same time, a piercing siren sounded in the Earth Command Center.
Warn! Abnormal gravitational fluctuations detected. Abnormal areas 1, 3, 9, 16.
The ever-increasing bright red fonts jumped into the eyes of everyone present, accompanied by dazzling lights, shocking everyone's hearts.
Hack!
Looking at several gravitational anomalies that surged instantly in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang hit the console in front of him with an ugly expression.
Gravity bomb!
On the side, Xiao Zijia turned slightly pale, pressed the communication button for the entire fleet, and shouted loudly in a slightly hoarse voice.
Attention all units! Disperse your formation immediately! First Fleet, Fourth Fleet, Seventh Fleet. Please reply when you receive it. Yongchang.
Fong Su's pupils trembled slightly, and he murmured in a low voice.
What on earth is going on? None of the detectors found any trace of the gravity bomb arriving at the fleet. How the I do they do that?
Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection in front of him with a bitter look on his face. In the projection, there were some inconspicuous gravitational fluctuation data. He was silent for a while and said softly,
Warp navigation technology. They use curvature navigation technology on artillery LS. I should have thought of it earlier.
Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of regret.
This kind of attack method that exceeds the speed of light is the biggest gap between the 5th level civilization and the 4th level civilization.
A noisy voice came from the speaker nearby.
First Fleet received it. Please speak. Fourth Fleet received.
Familiar voices sounded in the command center, which restored a lot of color to everyone's faces. Outside the porthole, the dazzling light slowly dissipated. The tragic situation of the Golden Crow fleet was also clearly presented in front of everyone.
0. Report the battle situation,
Lu Yongchang said with difficulty. Zero's electronic synth sounds are as calm as ever.
The First Fleet. Battle damage rate is 23%. Fourth Fleet. Battle damage rate 19%. The total number of battleships lost is 623.
There was dead silence in the command center. In just a few seconds, the human fleet lost more than 10% of its warships. Chapter 551 Lu Yongchang. Simple calculation. Unlike the human fleet, The Bassa fleet was filled with an atmosphere of celebration at this time.
Commander, the results are beyond our imagination. They don't know the power of curvature weapons at all.
Listening to the voices around him, Commander Boza relaxed his stiff body a little. It raised the two pairs of forelimbs on its chest and moved a little, looking at the enemy fleet in chaos on the screen. There was a trace of regret in its eyes.
Unfortunately, we have not yet fully mastered this weapon. Ensuring the stability of the warp bomb is still an unsolved problem for us. Otherwise, we can use curvature bombs outside the star system. This is the unbridgeable gap between level 5 civilization and level 4 civilization.
As he spoke, Commander Bota gestured in front of him.
They don't even know where the attack is coming from. Commander, if we fulfill the Lord's command this time,
the large stick insect on the side said in a low voice,
we might be able to get some of the Lord's gifts again, just like last time.
The large stick insect turned around and glanced around, saying in a lower voice. Hearing this, Commander Boza's eyes suddenly lit up. It was extremely impressive. In the last gift ceremony, the Bota civilization successfully obtained the Grand Unification Theory, and then became a 5th-level civilization. If there were such a gift ceremony again. Thinking of this, the breathing hole on the side of Commander Boza's body instantly enlarged. It breathed hard, blowing out streams of hot gas from its breathing holes.
Continue. Continue to use the warp bomb before they react. Abnormal gravitational fluctuations detected. An abnormal gravitational point is generated inside the Bota fleet.
Before the Golden Crow fleet could regroup and attack, the piercing alarm sounded again. The command center has become a mess. Every scientific researcher in relevant professions is engrossed in staring at the data returned by various detectors, trying to find the so-called patterns from these complicated data. On the side, Zhao Zijia and the military commander's eyes were full of anxiety. But no one spoke to urge him. All military commanders are very clear that the current battlefield can no longer be saved by so-called tactics. Faced with this new attack method, the role of tactics is infinitely reduced. To win this war, this group of scientists must find corresponding countermeasures. And this is also the main reason why the number of scientists in the command center is dominant. And it is also the fundamental reason why the Academy of Sciences can surpass all departments. As for Lu Yongchang, dozens of small, holographic projections were spread out in front of him. In each holographic projection, various complex data flashed rapidly. After just one glance, Zhao Zijia felt dazzled. Not to mention seeing anything. He couldn't even take into account the rapidly flashing data in these holographic projections at the same time.
What a monster!
He sighed in a very low voice as he looked at Lu Yongchang, who was processing various data in an orderly manner.
Zhao Zijia!
Lu Yongchang didn't raise his head and suddenly spoke. Zhao Zijia trembled slightly and straightened his back subconsciously.
Here!
Looking at Lu Yongchang's rapid processing of data, an idea suddenly came to Zhao Zijia's mind. What I just said to myself was not heard. Right? The next second.
Notify the 2nd, 6th, and 8th fleets to spread out their formations as much as possible. The target of the next attack is very likely to be them.
Lu Yongchang still didn't raise his head, just immersed himself in observing various data. Zhao Zijia's expression became solemn, and all the distracting thoughts in his heart were immediately swept away. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the communication button for the entire fleet and conveyed the order spoken by Lu Yongchang. The Golden Crow fleet, which had already begun to evacuate, accelerated its evacuation again under Zhao Zijia's order. Under the full thrust of the antimatter engine, the Golden Crow fleet quickly spread around like frightened birds. After a few seconds, dazzling bright light erupted in the 2nd, 6th, and 8th fleets. At the same time, the alarm sound from the detector continued to echo in everyone's ears. However, compared with the last time, this time, everyone's faces were a little more happy.
0. Report the battle situation.
Lu Yongchang asked calmly.
Calculating. In the 2nd round of gravity bomb attack, we lost 177 Golden Crow battleships.
Zhao Zijia's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. From 623 to 177. This is a rapid progress. But there was no smile on Lu Yongchang's face. Under Zhao Zijia's gaze, Lu Yongchang frowned and slowly shook his head.
It's not enough. The battle damage rate is too high. Continue to disperse the formation?
Zhao Zijia asked hesitantly.
No.
Lu Yongchang directly rejected Zhao Zijia's proposal without thinking.
A dispersed formation can indeed greatly reduce the lethality of gravity bombs. But at the same time, it will also greatly weaken the strength of our fleet. At that time, the enemy ship is likely to choose a direction to break through. Once it breaks through the third defense zone, it will be difficult to win this war. Yongchang, you just...
Fong Su interrupted the conversation between the two and asked with confusion on his face.
How did you determine the attack area of the gravity bomb?
Like Lu Yongchang, Fong Su and others were observing the same gravitational fluctuation data just now. But they did not reach this conclusion. Fong Su's inquiry immediately attracted the attention of the scientific researchers. Considering that the Bossa fleet was likely to attack again, Lu Yongchang speeded up his speech and spoke briefly.
It's actually really easy. Now that it is confirmed that the weapons used by the Boda fleet have the ability to travel in curvature, we only need to check the gravitational fluctuation points in the battlefield area.
As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stretched out his hand to enlarge the holographic projection in front of him, so that the picture in it could be clearly displayed in front of everyone's eyes.
Just now, a total of detectors detected extremely weak gravitational fluctuations within 2 seconds. The gravitational fluctuations of each detector are slightly different. Stronger or weaker. Sooner or later.
Lu Yongchang said softly.
Therefore, I asked Zero to do a simple calculation. Through these 367,491 gravity fluctuation points, I derived the 10 most likely attack routes. Among them, the first and fourth fleets have just been attacked. The fleets are relatively scattered and should be eliminated. By excluding some repeated routes, we can basically determine the attack target of the Boda fleet. In addition,
Lu Yongchang threw out a piece of important information lightly.
According to Zero's calculation results, after entering the curvature navigation, the traveling speed of the gravity bomb is about 10 times the speed of light.
Chapter 552, Gravity Float. A sound of air conditioning suddenly sounded in the command center.
Hiss!
Not only were I amazed at the ultra-high speed of the gravity bomb, but I was also amazed by the method described by Lu Yongchang. It sounds really simple, but in practice, it is still necessary to complete the screening and inspection of these data in such a short period of time. Is this really something a human can accomplish? For a moment, even Fong Su's eyes looked strange when he looked at Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang also noticed something strange in everyone's eyes. But at this time, his mind was entirely on the gravity bomb launched by the enemy ship. He spread his hands helplessly.
I know this method is a bit stupid. There is no way. Currently, we do not have any observation methods for starships entering the curvature navigation state. Only by conducting a blanket investigation through the weak gravitational changes can it be possible to capture its trajectory. Therefore,
Lu Yongchang's voice paused slightly.
We need a large number of detectors. A lot of detectors.
He emphasized again.
Only by monitoring the gravitational fluctuations of the entire battlefield in real time can we implement avoidance operations in advance.
After speaking, everyone temporarily put aside their amazing feelings towards Lu Yongchang. Cao Liansai's steady voice sounded from the side.
Professor, the existing detectors can be reduced and modified. On each detector, only the most basic gravity detection module and communication module are needed. We can remove everything else, including the powertrain. It only needs to be in a fixed area. Just like...
Cao Liansai paused in his voice, as if he was considering his words. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He gently touched his palms and said loudly,
Float! Yes, it's just the float.
Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Very vivid. Just like a float used when fishing. This simplest gravity detector can help humans find gravity bombs, lurking, in the universe when it is spread all over the battlefield.
Design? It'll be ready soon.
Cao Liansai quickly operated the holographic projection in front of him.
The basic detector is a modular design. I only need to make slight changes to put it into production.
Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction and added,
Reduce its size as much as possible to reduce the possibility of being attacked. Okay.
While nodding, Cao Liansai quickly waved his fingers a few times and made some modifications to the original design plan. Lu Yongchang turned his head and looked at
Zero. Adjust the computing power allocation immediately. Making gravitational floats the first priority. I want to see it cover the entire battlefield. Receive.
Accompanied by Zero's electronic synthesized sound, space factories everywhere quickly stopped their original manufacturing work. At the same time, a brand new manufacturing task starts running. Like eggs being laid, gravity floats, equipped with only the gravity detection function, appeared one after another at the end of the production line. Because there is no power system, the drones drag these gravitational floats towards the predetermined area under the control of Zero. Boda fleet. Looking at the latest data presented in front of him, a large stick insect showed a hint of disappointment on his face.
Commander, the effect of the warp bomb has decreased. It's normal.
Commander Bodah's expression remained normal.
This is the flaw of the gravity bomb. But this is exactly the advantage of gravity bombs. Have you discovered it? Their fleet is much looser than before. Isn't this just right?
Commander Boza's small eyes flashed with fanaticism.
Break directly through their defensive lines. I want to see how they produce these annoying gadgets after destroying their production equipment.
As it spoke, it glared fiercely at the drone out the porthole that was heading towards the battleship without hesitation. An explosion of fire lit up outside the porthole, illuminating its side face covered with an exoskeleton. It withdrew its disgusted gaze and shouted loudly.
Tighten the perimeter defenses and break forward. Wait!
A large stick insect shouted, interrupting Commander Bodah's voice.
The enemy fleet is also tightening its lines. They sensed our intentions.
The interrupted Commander Bodah quickly glanced at the picture in the active detection device and couldn't help but curse angrily.
Damn it! These cunning level 4 bugs! Keep firing warp bombs. I'm going to blow them up so they don't dare to tighten their front. Commander!
A Bossa crew member shouted in a high-pitched voice.
The other side has sent out drones again.
Commander Bodah sneered.
The same attack mode again? When the drones get close, bomb them with gravity bombs.
It said with a look of disdain in its eyes.
I want to see how many drones this ugly level 4 bug can create.
Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of Bothans, these drones quickly arrived at the center of the two fleets. Then, after a short pause, he turned around and left.
This?
Commander Bodah was confused.
What do they want to do?
A crew member quickly mobilized detectors and braved endless gunfire to reach the area where the drone had stopped. Finally, after paying the lives of thousands of detectors, Commander Bodah obtained an image. A very small detector, compared with warships that are often thousands of meters long. This cube detector with a side of less than 1 meter looks extremely small.
Commander, the analysis results are out. The detector only has a gravity detection function, and the detection accuracy is very low. According to my guess, the human fleet should want to rely on these detectors to find the root of the warp bomb.
Commander Bodah couldn't help laughing when he heard his subordinate's speech.
Interesting. So interesting.
Its body trembled slightly. Its breathing holes opened and closed rapidly, and the mouthparts on its head moved rapidly.
No wonder the Lord pays attention to them. You actually want to use these crude detectors to find gravity bombs that enter a state of warp flight.
The Boza crew members on the side couldn't help laughing. The maximum speed of the warp bomb reached 10 times the speed of light, and it only took 50 seconds from launch to hitting the target. In other words, from the time the detector observes gravitational fluctuations, to the completion of determining the hit area, to the completion of the warship's evasive behavior, all operations must be compressed within 25 seconds. Commander Bodah sneered and shook his head.
While they tighten their front, continue to launch warp bombs. If these level 4 bugs can rely on this to avoid the attack of the warp bomb, then there won't be such a big gap between level 5 civilization and level 4 civilization.
Chapter 553 Scoundrel. After Commander Bodah's words fell, several black spherical weapons flew out from the bomb release port of Bodah's flagship again, accompanied by a slight gravitational fluctuation. These black spherical weapons disappeared into the visible universe once again. The Bossa fleet, on the other hand, continued to implement its original breakout plan. The vicinity of the antimatter engine is filled with extremely strong gamma rays, and these particle flows approaching the speed of light constantly push the fleet forward. Far away. Human fleet. Earth, command center. Looking at the slowly advancing progress bar in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with anxiety. Quick! Hurry! He clenched his fists slightly and thought silently in his heart. Only when all the gravity floats are deployed before the next round of strikes can humans have any chance of avoiding the attack.
Weak gravitational fluctuations detected near the enemy fleet. The gravity float has been deployed.
One after another, 2 electronic beeps sounded in the command center. The moment he heard the second beep, Lu Yongchang slightly loosened his clenched hands and breathed a sigh of relief.
0. Activate all gravity floats immediately.
Next moment, surrounding the human fleet, in the dark and cold space of the universe, a small work indicator light lit up on the surface of a small cube.
Gravity float started successfully and data is being received.
After hearing this, Lu Yongchang quickly sat up straight, and after completely clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, he focused on the holographic projections in front of him.
Fong Su, take the responsibility of checking the data in the A1 area. Tao Yuda, You are responsible for testing the gravity signal in the A2 area. Chao Liangkai. Area B1. He Bin Lin. C5 area.
Orders were issued one after another, and the entire command center quickly became busy. Almost at the same time, a series of signals appeared in the holographic projection in front of all the scientific researchers. Just like the fish in the pond touched the fishhook, the gravity bomb entering the curvature navigation state also constantly touched the gravitational float dispersed in the starry sky. At this moment, almost all factories have stopped their original production tasks. According to the order issued by Lu Yongchang, Ling focused almost all his computing power on the analysis task in front of him. In just a few seconds, possible path maps appeared on the huge holographic projection directly in front. As time goes by, more and more data comes from gravity float, and the path map becomes more and more complete. The attack point of the curvature bomb also caught everyone's eyes.
0.
Lu Yongchang shouted.
Take over control. Carry out evasive maneuvers immediately.
The next second, 0 took over the control of the Golden Crow battleship within the attack range. At the same time, a large amount of matter and antimatter were put into the annihilation chamber, and under the control of the magnetic field, they continued to approach until they came into contact. Incomparably huge energy was released instantly from it, and charged mesons, with a speed of 94% of the speed of light, rushed straight towards the nozzle of the antimatter engine under the control of the magnetic field. Boom! These charged particles rushed out of the vent carrying extremely intense gamma-ray bursts. The huge, Golden Crow battleship, driven by this extremely powerful energy, instantly accelerated and dispersed in all directions. Thanks to the deep-sea cabin and human body enhancement projects, the current crew can fully withstand the super acceleration caused by the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Zooming out, even with the naked eye, you can see that 16 huge potholes gradually appeared in the originally neat Golden Crow fleet. At this time, less than 20 seconds had passed since the curvature bomb entered the gravity float detection range. A burst of dazzling light bloomed in the Golden Crow fleet. An extremely sharp alarm sounded in the command center, shaking the minds of all the scientific researchers.
A total of 16 gravity bombs were attacked this time. 8 battleships crashed. The outer armor of 67 warships suffered varying degrees of damage.
A burst of warm applause rang out in the command center, and every researcher had an excited smile on his face.
Ahem!
Seeing the cheers of everyone, Lu Yongchang coughed lightly. The originally noisy command center quickly became quiet.
Everyone, the war is not over yet. We just avoided the opponent's attack. But it's far from the time to celebrate,
Lu Yongchang said with an extremely serious look.
You can't win this war just by hiding.
Lu Yongchang's words were like a basin of ice water poured directly on the heads of the scientific researchers. The excitement in the command center quickly subsided. After seeing everyone return to calmness, Lu Yongchang continued.
Now, what we need to consider is how to counterattack the Bossa fleet. Faced with this super light strike method, we have only one choice. Close the distance and fight hand-to-hand.
All the scientific researchers nodded. This is the most rogue method. Once close to the body, even if the enemy's artillery LS can fly at 1,000 times the speed of light, they will not have much effect. At the moment when it is attacked by an enemy ship, our attack will also fall on the enemy ship. In this way, the war has changed from a competition of weapon range to a competition of whose fleet is more resistant to beating. Use your own strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses.
Notify the fleet and continue to close the distance with the enemy ships. Prepare the battering ram.
Lu Yongchang hesitated for a while, then spoke again and issued an order.
Activate the Phobos antimatter cannon and dimensional strike ship. Once the third defensive zone is lost, unconditional attack.
Chapter 554. The Lord makes no mistakes.
Commander, the warp bomb detonated successfully. The results are almost 0.
In the Bossa fleet, the faces of all the large stick insects turned ugly, especially Commander Bota. He looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief.
Impossible! This is impossible!
It unconsciously waved the 2 pairs of forelimbs on its chest and murmured in a low voice.
The Lord said that no level 4 civilization can withstand curvature weapons. In case...
A large stick insect hesitated and said a few syllables.
Lord! Impossible!
Commander Bota turned around suddenly and glared fiercely at the crew in front of him.
The Lord makes no mistakes. The problem must lie with human civilization.
Seeing the commander's devouring gaze and his mouthparts that were constantly moving, the crew member who had just spoken hurriedly closed his mouthparts. Seeing this, Commander Bota exhaled forcefully. Then, it turned its head again and looked fiercely at the human fleet in the detector screen.
Commander, the human fleet has accelerated its advance.
A crew member's report broke the strange atmosphere in the command room.
They want to close the distance to weaken the effect of the warp bomb.
At this time, Commander Boza, with a little blood in his eyes, shouted sternly,
Continue to launch warp bombs. All fleets, keep moving forward. Commander?
There was a trace of doubt in the eyes of the large stick insect who reported the situation. In its opinion, the best thing to do at this time is to keep the distance from the enemy ship as far as possible and rely on the power of the curvature bomb to continuously weaken the enemy ship. Although the war will take a long time, it is a relatively stable plan. The blood in Commander Boza's eyes became thicker and his voice became sharper.
I say, keep moving forward. To get the Lord's attention, we have to win clean and tidy. Think of the gift ceremony. Whether the Boza civilization can go further depends on our choice.
After these words, a flash of blood appeared in the eyes of every large stick insect in the command room. They breathed hard, trying their best to calm their inner agitation.
Bossa fleet, charge at full speed.
Along with the reminders one after another, the computing power of zero consumption continues to rise.
Grass.
Zhao Zijia took advantage of his free time and cursed angrily.
Are these stick insects crazy? Look how many gravity bombs they sent out.
Listening to the curses beside him, Lu Yongchang did not raise his head, but still focused on the data in front of him.
It is normal to launch gravity bombs. But what makes me wonder is why they didn't choose to keep their distance, but instead charged in unison?
Hearing this, Zhao Zijia quickly calmed down.
Professor, what do you mean? Is it a scam?
Lu Yongchang shook his head and nodded hesitantly.
I don't know either. I guess maybe it has something to do with the sweeper civilization. Sweepers are civilized.
Zhao Zijia looked at Lu Yongchang in surprise.
What does this mean? It's just a guess.
Lu Yongchang shook his head and once again focused on the data in front of him.
No matter what the reason is, we can't retreat anymore. It's time for this war to come to an end.
Captain Andrew, in the 3rd Fleet of the People's Federation, a Golden Crow battleship. A message popped up in the deep sea cabin. According to the order from the Earth Command Center, in the next close war, we need to use gamma-ray cluster cannon to attack the organic life forms in the enemy ship. The purpose of this mission is to capture enemy ships to analyze related technologies and obtain antimatter energy required for the next interstellar voyage. Andrew, who was lying in the deep sea cabin, looked at the holographic projection in front of him and nodded thoughtfully. In this way, the battle becomes much more difficult. Bruno, check the gamma-ray cannon. Joy, check the number of drones on board. Orders were issued in an orderly manner. Andrew took a deep breath of the deep-sea cabin and stared at the starry sky in the holographic projection. At this moment, the artillery fire between the two fleets seemed much sparser. He knows. This is the calm before the storm. Each battleship charged at the other with all its strength. The moment the two sides come into contact, all the previously suppressed artillery fire will be released in an instant. Time passes little by little. There is silence in the universe. Even the gravity bombs that never stopped erupting fell silent at this moment. The Gliese 555 star system has once again returned to its former peace and tranquility. Andrew took a deep breath of the cool deep-sea liquid, and his originally distracted attention also focused, watching the numbers directly above the holographic projection continue to decrease. Andrew slowly closed his eyes. He knew that this quiet time would soon end. The next moment, he opened his eyes suddenly, and the brainwave reading device quickly issued orders to all crew members. Attention all units. Release the ship-based drone and activate the gamma-ray cluster cannon. The order has just been given. Boom! Outside the porthole, a dazzling white light flashed. Then, there was the explosion of fire. With the piercing sirens, Andrew gradually realized what was happening. The Bossa fleet took the lead in attacking. Just now, an antimatter cannon composed of a large number of antiprotons hit a Golden Crow battleship next to it. The magnetic field shield only supported it for a moment before it was declared overloaded. This torrent of antimatter directly hit the Golden Crow battleship, which had no time to perform evasive maneuvers. Annihilation ensues. Chapter 555 Gamma Ray Cluster Cannon. Old Lou. Andrew's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. A familiar name and appearance emerged in his heart. And then, in a burst of explosion fire, the face with a faint smile began to distort until it turned into debris all over the sky. A feeling of emptiness that he had not felt for a long time suddenly swept over his heart. The next moment, This feeling of emptiness was driven away by a sudden burst of anger. Attention all units. The attack came from the enemy's secondary flagship, and the attack type was initially determined to be an antimatter weapon. The power of the attack is unknown, but it is initially determined that its power is close to the torrent of antimatter emitted by a giant battering ram. After comprehensive judgment, it poses a greater threat and is listed as the first attack target. In the holographic projection in front of the deep-sea cabin, information from the Earth Command Center continuously emerged. Andrew, we're locked. Andrew. In addition to the information from the Command Center, there is also information from the Deputy Captain. Andrew forcefully opened his bloodshot eyes, and tears naturally spurted out from his tear ducts, and then fell into the pale yellow deep-sea fluid around him. Through the tears scattered around his eyes, Andrew could clearly see the words in the holographic projection. He came to his senses and pulled his mind away from the grief of his old friend's death. Carry out evasive maneuvers immediately. He quickly issued the order. A powerful recoil came along the deep-sea liquid, causing his body suspended in it to shake violently. Even if the deep-sea liquid greatly reduces the burden of huge acceleration on the human body, and even if they have bodies modified by genetic enhancement technology, the acceleration of Golden Crow when performing maneuvers and evasive actions is not so comfortable. Looking at the soaring utilization rate of the antimatter engine, Andrew bit his back teeth hard. Attack successfully evaded. Looking at the line of reminder text in the holographic projection, a trace of hatred ignited in Andrew's eyes. Lock the Boza sub-flagship that fired the antimatter cannon. Fire the gamma-ray cluster cannon. The words fell. A buzzing sound came from the deck along the deep-sea liquid. A large number of anti-electrons are injected into the reaction chamber, and then an annihilation reaction occurs with the electrons. Next moment, extremely violent gamma rays spurted out from the huge muzzle located in the central area of the Golden Crow battleship, shooting straight towards the secondary flagship not far away. Successful hit. A line of faint text emerged from the holographic projection. A hint of joy suddenly flashed in Andrew's eyes. Different from ordinary weapons, the high-energy gamma rays emitted by the gamma-ray cluster cannon have extremely high penetrating power and can cause great damage to carbon-based life forms. However, it does not work immediately. For humans, it takes about 10 seconds to take effect. For these large stick insects, who knows? But one thing is certain. As long as they are carbon-based organisms, the gamma rays that directly hit them will definitely make their lives count down. Unless 20 seconds passed. Damn it. Why is that secondary flagship still moving? While Andrew was issuing various orders with the help of brain waves, he was cursing in his heart the enemy ship that took the life of his friend. At the same time, he struggled to control the Golden Crow battleship to avoid the surrounding attacks and move closer to the secondary flagship that was constantly releasing antimatter cannons. All around, various small Boza battleships seemed to be desperate, blocking the approach of the Golden Crow battleship. The same scene occurred in 9 other areas of this battlefield. 10 Boza sub-flagships were using extremely powerful antimatter cannons to continuously carry out precise attacks on the human fleet. At such a close distance, even zero, there is no way to avoid this antimatter cannon approaching the speed of light. Therefore, every SH ling means the death of a Golden Crow battleship, whether it is for the victory of human civilization or to avenge his friends. Solving the 10 exciting flagships that serve as fixed forts has become Andrew's goal at this time. However, no matter how many gamma rays they emit, they seem to be unable to affect the living organisms inside. Andrew's heart trembled slightly, and a bad thought emerged. Could it be? Are they afraid of high-energy gamma rays? The next moment, a Boza small battleship was under various attacks from the Golden Crow, and its magnetic field shield was overloaded and disappeared. Looking at the huge gap caused by the continuous attacks after the magnetic field shield disappeared, Andrew suddenly came to his senses. Radiation protection layer. Their warships are also equipped with radiation shields. Almost at the same time, information from Earth appeared in the holographic projection. The latest test results show that the enemy ship has a thick radiation protection layer, and the damage caused by gamma rays is extremely limited. Target change. Attack small starships first. Use gamma ray attack after destroying the radiation protection layer, and try to ensure the integrity of the enemy ship as much as possible while ensuring your own safety. Looking at the order from the command center, Andrew bit his back teeth hard and gave the order to shift the attack target. He could understand the command center's approach. In Andrew's view, these Boza small battleships were desperate. Even if they were to be destroyed in the next second, they had to get as close as possible to the Golden Crow battleship in the last second and use their own weapons to cause a little damage to the Golden Crow. If this continues, regardless of whether the Golden Crow battleship can successfully carry out the beheading mission, these future trophies may all be consumed. Simply, just like a ship-based drone. While this thought flashed through his mind, Andrew shuddered slightly. Human civilization has not made any aggression against them. He couldn't imagine what could make an individual from a 5th-level civilization become so fanatical. Chapter 556 Magnetic Field Shield Intrusion Technology. Looking at the increasingly crazy Boza's small battleship, Andrew did not hesitate at all and directly changed the original combat order. The Golden Crow battleship abandoned the Boza secondary flagship in the distance and turned around to attack the small Boza battleships that were harassing it. Even if it is a small battleship, even if it is only equipped with a magnetic field shield, it is still a battleship of a 5th-level civilization. If you rely on pure attacks, even the Golden Crow battleship will take a lot of time to break through its turtle SHL. Unless use more powerful weapons or use tricky methods. This is the second team of the 3rd Fleet of the People's Federation. Captain Andrew is calling the command center. As a captain, he needs to ask his superiors for permission to use weapons. Received in the command center. Please speak. Captain Andrew. In the deep-sea cabin. All information is presented in the holographic projection in front. Apply to enable the magnetic field shield intrusion function. Andrew sent this message without hesitation. After a short wait, the response from Earth appeared in front of him. Apply for approval. The entire fleet. Activate the magnetic field shield invasion tactic. And quickly defeat all the enemy's small warships. Earth. Command Center. A bright red warning popped up in the holographic projection in front of Lu Yongchang. Warn. The antimatter reserve of the planetary fortress on Phonos is insufficient. Lu Yongchang's face changed slightly. Before the war began, antimatter was given priority to be stored in various starships because of the upcoming interstellar voyage. As an immobile planetary fortress, phosphorus is naturally at the bottom of the priority list. After the war began, because the Pharos planetary fortress needed to continuously provide fire support to the front line, the antimatter consumption rate was not slow, and was even much faster than the average Golden Crow battleship. The antimatter cannon self-test is completed. The antimatter reserve is insufficient. Please replenish it immediately. Another bright red warning jumped out in front of Lu Yongchang's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly issued the order. 0. Bring the antimatter stored in Dyson Cloud over immediately. As the words fell, more than a dozen antimatter transport ships sailed out from the Dyson Cloud, antimatter preparation area far away from Gliese 555, driven by antimatter engines. These more than 10 antimatter transport ships are rushing to the Dawn Star area at full speed. Front. After receiving the approval, Andrew's spirit became much more exciting. As the captain, he knows the power of magnetic field intrusion technology better than anyone else. He looked at the small battleship surrounding the Golden Crow battleship in the holographic projection with cold eyes, and issued the order with an extremely calm expression. Attention all units. Enable magnetic field intrusion. Free fire. Repeat. Free fire. Tear off the radiation-proof armor of these stick insects. The order was given. After a brief stagnation, the originally quiet Golden Crow battleship suddenly became wild. Countless electromagnetic cannons fired at the surrounding small battleships, as if they were free of charge, with zero auxiliary aiming. The accuracy of this kind of strafing is not weaker than that of burst shooting. Next to the electromagnetic gun projectiles, there are ball lightning wrapped in thick blue plasma. Behind them, there is a group of ship-based drones that are like locusts, exuding a crazy aura. This impactful scene stopped the movements of those small Boza battleships for a moment. Obviously, even those Boza people who have been completely brainwashed have never seen such a battle. But the next second, these Boza battleships came to their senses and accelerated to meet the attack of the Golden Crow battleship. While holding up the magnetic field shield, they launched powerful attacks one after another. Some of these attacks were directed at the Golden Crow battleship, and some were directed at electromagnetic guns and ball lightning. Boat fleet. Inside a small battleship. Sir, the crossfire interception success rate has reached 85%. A large stick insect reported loudly. The stick insect standing on the podium heard this, and nodded with satisfaction. This is thanks to the cooperation of all the small Bota battleships, and even more to the Commander Bota who is on the flagship. Under its guidance, facing the Golden Crow attack, Bossa warships cooperated with each other to build a crossfire interception network. With this, they managed to intercept most of the rail guns and ball lightning.
Sir, there are still some LS.
Facing questions from his subordinates, the large stick insect standing on the command podium waved its 2 pairs of forelimbs on its chest and spoke in a nonchalant tone.
It doesn't matter. They pose no threat to battleships.
From the Bothan's point of view, these small weapons are simply impossible to shake their extremely powerful magnetic field shields. And that's exactly what happened. Normally, these tickling attacks have basically no effect other than consuming some of the opponent's warship's energy. But soon, a scene that shocked all the Bothans appeared. Under the watchful eyes of all the Bothans, several electromagnetic cannon projectiles and ball lightning arrived near the high-strength magnetic field shield. Logically speaking, these electromagnetic gun projectiles should be deflected by the strong magnetic field. But the expected scenario did not happen. They passed directly through the magnetic field shield area without any obstacles. Boom! In the blink of an eye, these electromagnetic gun projectiles hit the small Bossa battleship hard. A violent vibration and sound came from the outer armor.
Damn it! Where's the magnetic field shield? Who turned off the magnetic shield?
Chief Botas stretched out his hand to hold the command podium next to him and shouted sternly.
Sir, the magnetic field shield has been operating normally.
A large stick insect raised its slightly trembling forelimbs, pointed at the picture in front of it, and said in a trembling voice. Chief Botas' head jerked up when it saw the data that the magnetic field shield was operating normally. It was dumbfounded.
What's going on?
No one has an answer for it. Along with the bombardment of countless electromagnetic cannon projectiles, one after another increasingly violent tremors came from the outside world, and warning messages flashed crazily in front of its eyes. Chapter 557. Are you worthy of saying this? Looking at the various data flashing on the display, it had to admit, it panicked. Although it is only the captain of a Botas small battleship, it has also participated in several large and small wars with the Botas fleet, not to mention those 2nd and 3rd level civilizations. It has also participated in more than one war between 4th level civilizations. But it has never encountered such a weird scene. It was clear that the magnetic field shield was operating normally, but it did not play any blocking role. This magnetic field shield is the same as that of the enemy civilization. As soon as this idea merged in its mind, it was like a sapling taking root and growing into a towering tree in an instant. Just as he was about to think about the reason in detail, the warnings that kept popping up on the monitor and the high-pitched shouts of the crew pulled him out of his thoughts.
Sir, the damage to the outer armor has reached 90%. The radiation shield is being destroyed.
Listening to this series of reports, its heart suddenly sank. Among all Bossa battleships, the radiation protection layer is located at the innermost layer of the battleship's armor. If even it begins to be damaged, the battleship can basically be declared dead. When he thought of this, the captain of this Bossa small battleship showed a hint of extreme madness in his eyes.
Everyone, prepare.
A sharp cry interrupted his words.
Sir! Sir! The attack is suspended.
It didn't reply, just stared blankly at the display in front of it. It was not blind yet. And of course, it saw this amazing scene. A large number of ship-based drones with faint blue plasma hovering quietly in front of their battleships, as if waiting for something. At this time, the surface of the Bossa battleship was already in tatters under the constant bombardment of electromagnetic gun projectiles. Its eyes moved slightly and suddenly noticed a problem. It seems that all attacks on human civilization have only reached the radiation protection layer. Before it could think about the profound meaning, the strong flash of light outside the porthole stung its eyes deeply. At the same time, extremely sharp sirens sounded from all directions.
Long! Sir! It's high-energy gamma rays!
Before he finished speaking, he felt a strong sense of dizziness coming over him. And at the same time, a strong feeling of vomiting came over him. It subconsciously opened its mouthparts, and a ball of dark green blood and internal organs spurted out from the mouthparts, splattering on the console in front of it. Shocking. This is not an isolated case. Similar scenes occur in every corner of the battlefield. In order to prevent the Botas civilization from reacting and modifying the magnetic field shield algorithm, with the assistance of Zero, all small Botas warships were attacked almost at the same time. At this moment, there was chaos inside the Bossa civilization flagship. Numerous warning signs fall like snowflakes in front of all large stick insects.
Shield algorithm! Our magnetic field shield algorithm has been cracked.
After a brief thought, Commander Botas revealed the truth in shock.
How? How is this possible?
Not to mention this is a war between level 4 and level 5 civilizations. Even a war between level 6 civilizations. It has never heard of such a method. The reason is simple. It's too troublesome and complicated. In a war, the central computer needs to perform a lot of calculations. In a normal civilization, who would waste computing power in such a place? Not to mention, there are huge differences between each civilization. In terms of carbon-based organisms alone, the differences between the two civilizations may reach the level of kingdoms and phylums. Not to mention the differences in culture and thinking patterns. In this case, not to mention cracking the shield algorithm of the same level civilization, but also cracking the shield algorithm of a lower level civilization. It is a thankless task. Obviously it can be cracked by brute force. Why waste computing power to crack it? That Lashizi shield algorithm? Only, why didn't the human fleet take the opportunity to deal with those small warships, but chose to stop? What are they planning to do? An inexplicable feeling of anxiety surged into Commander Boda's mind. Faced with this kind of civilization that did not follow the routine, it fell into confusion for a while. Just as it was immersed in thoughts, the piercing alarm sounded again in the command room.
Commander, a large dose of gamma rays has been detected.
This sharp report flashed through Commander Boda's mind like a bolt of lightning.
I understand.
A small sound, like fingernails scraping glass, came out of its mouth.
They want to capture our warships and get the corresponding technology from them.
Commander Boza suddenly became excited. He raised his 2 pairs of forelimbs, drew circles on his chest, and muttered something.
This is the technology the Lord has given us. I will never allow it to fall into the hands of heretics.
It looked solemn and shouted sternly.
Notify all small warships to initiate self-destruction procedures immediately.
Earth.
Professor, the gamma-ray cluster cannons have successfully hit their targets. You can expect to see results within 5 minutes.
Zhao Zijia's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchao smiled and nodded. So far, the direction of the war is within his expectations. These Boza's small battleships can not only provide mankind with sufficient antimatter energy, but they may also bring a series of 5th-level civilization technologies, such as curvature engines, to mankind. At this moment, he seemed to realize the reason why the Rothor civilization was keen on war.
Professor, a communication request from an enemy warship has been detected.
Zero's electronically synthesized voice sounded from the loudspeaker.
It has been determined that the signal came from an enemy small warship.
Lu Yongchang, who had experience in video communication, nodded slightly and responded directly.
Let's put it through.
The holographic projection flickered slightly for a few times, and the internal image quickly became clear, different from the first communication. This time, the picture was filled with dark green liquid and unknown fragments. Among the filth, there were several large stick insects flying crookedly. He could even see the twitching limbs of these stick insects. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows. It seems that the gamma-ray cluster cannon has worked.
Green blood?
Mao Xingji's muttering voice came from the side.
I don't know if it is caused by hemoglobin or something else. I have to find an opportunity to study it carefully.
Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched slightly. He coughed twice, and then glared at Mao Xingji.
Pay attention to your image. This is a conversation between 2 civilizations.
Mao Xingji looked at the holographic projection of
Hula in the blood,
with some speechlessness, then looked at Lu Yongchang, who looked upright, and swallowed the words that came to his lips with difficulty. Are you worthy of saying this? Chapter 558 Self-Destruction Program. Next moment, a shrill sound coming from the speakers drew everyone's attention. Lu Yongchang turned his head and frowned as he looked at the large stick insect in the holographic image that was half-breathing and had its mouth parts constantly squirming. Zero also synchronizes the translation content at the bottom of the hologram, just like subtitles. Looking at the gradually perfected subtitles, the originally relaxed expressions on Lu Yongchang's and everyone else's faces gradually became serious.
A despicable, cunning, and vicious human civilization. This is the technology and knowledge the Lord has given us. It will never fall into the hands of you heretics.
Perhaps due to the influence of gamma rays, the physical condition of this large stick insect has deteriorated again, with dark green blood and internal organ fragments pouring out of its mouth parts uncontrollably. But even so, the fanatical gleam in its eyes still hasn't faded at all. Even against the backdrop of the surrounding environment, it looks even crazier. Its mouth parts kept moving, but the sounds it made gradually became weak and indistinct. The translation given by Zero also became choppy.
Destroy clear.
Although only a few simple words were translated, these words directly rang the alarm bell in everyone's mind. At the same time, in the holographic projection, the large stick insect raised its 2 pairs of forelimbs with difficulty and pressed 4 buttons on the console at the same time.
Etc. You?
Lu Yongchang's face changed drastically. And just as he was about to speak, the communication screen quietly disappeared, leaving only a few bright red characters displayed in the holographic projection with a light blue background. Connection interrupted. Silence fell in the command center.
Broken.
Fong Su's murmur came from the side. Lu Yongchang stared gloomily at the light blue, blank holographic projection in front of him.
Professor, the detector has observed an abnormal explosion.
Electronic synthesizer sounds. At the same time, the holographic projection screen automatically switched, and a small Boza battleship appeared in front of everyone. Through the high-definition camera equipped with the detector, everyone in the command center can clearly see the explosions of fire on the surface of the battleship. It can be seen with the naked eye that most of the explosions are concentrated at the rear of the battleship. Among them, the explosion in the engine area was the most violent. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and asked softly,
"What's the situation of the other small battleships?"
The holographic projection screen began to switch rapidly, and at the same time, Zero's electronic synthesized sound sounded again.
So far, all Bossa battleships that have been attacked by gamma-ray cluster cannons have experienced abnormal explosions.
Looking at the flashing explosion scenes on the screen, Lu Yongchang was silent for a long time and sighed with relief.
The plan failed. We may not be able to get anything out of their starships. Judging from the distribution of explosions, the Bota civilization may have been prepared for this situation. These explosions did not even miss the weapons and equipment equipped on the battleship.
He shook his head helplessly.
I didn't expect that these stick insects, as level 5 civilizations, would be brainwashed to this extent. Cleaners are civilized. Seriously?
Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with deep fear and vigilance. He doesn't think that a civilization that cultivates this kind of subsidiary civilization will be an easy civilization to get along with.
Etc.
Fong Su suddenly interrupted Lu Yongchang's words.
Yongchang, they don't seem to have destroyed the antimatter storage device.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, and then quickly looked up at the holographic image again. In the picture, the explosion flames on the surface of the small battleship have slowly dissipated. The surface of the ellipsoidal battleship was full of pits, just like a carrot with holes dug out on its surface. It was particularly ugly. However, there was no hint of disgust in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Under the self-destruction program, these battleships actually retained their basic appearance. This means that the explosion only destroyed various weapons and equipment, and did not affect the antimatter storage area of the battleship. Because, let alone the Boza's small battleship, even the antimatter equipped in the Golden Crow battleship is enough to blow the entire Golden Crow battleship into pieces. He didn't believe that a battleship with a 5th level civilization capable of warp navigation would have less antimatter than a human Golden Crow battleship. Although it is unclear why these Boza small battleships chose to retain antimatter, Lu Yongchang will definitely not let go of this golden opportunity.
Zhao Zijia, notify the fleet to transport these scrap small warships back as much as possible.
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then spoke again and added,
Be careful not to let the other party discover our movements. You can send a drone to land and try to establish a connection with the ship's computer if it's still working normally.
Boza flagship.
Commander, all small warships have implemented self-destruction procedures, and the loss of our fleet has reached 60%.
A large stick insect reported nervously.
In addition, our battleship's magnetic shield algorithm has completed preliminary changes.
Commander Botal listened to his men's report and nodded gloomily.
They are just small battleships, and will have little impact on the battle situation. Continue to use antimatter cannons and gravity bombs to attack and break through the last line of defense as soon as possible. Prepare to recover the antimatter storage unit in the small battleship.
In the battlefield, along with the explosion of the small warship self-destruction program, the number of powerful antimatter cannons and gravity bombs instantly increased significantly. The Golden Crow battleship, which originally had the slight upper hand, could only passively retreat in the face of such an offensive with constant evasive maneuvers. It seems that human civilization is about to be at a disadvantage in this war. But when the Bossa fleet didn't notice, some carrier-based drones took advantage of the flames of the explosion to break away from the large force, closed the surrounding plasma shields, and flew towards the small Bossa battleships that stayed in place. Chapter 559, Battering Ram, arrives on the battlefield. Under the cover of artillery fire, these ship-based drones found their respective targets in tacit understanding. The drones did not take action immediately. Instead, it took a lot of time to find a suitable location. Then, They used the laser generator they carried to cut a hole in the weak spot of the Boza's small battleship.
Laugh!
Under Zero's intentional control, a burst of high-pressure gas mixed with thick green blood mist spurted out from a specific angle, providing a new power source for the Bossa battleship. Although this power will soon dissipate, under its influence, these scrapped warships will slowly move away from the battlefield and buy some necessary time for the next action. When all the drones entered the battleship, a modified ship-based drone stayed at the gap in the armor and turned on a series of analytical instruments. Earth, Command Center. Lu Yongchang frowned and looked at the analysis data that was constantly presented in the holographic projection.
The outer armor of these small warships is not very strong. It seems a material similar to carbide alloy is also used.
As he spoke, he shook his head slowly, with a strong look of disappointment in his eyes.
As a result, these small battleships have almost no research value except for antimatter storage devices.
No! A familiar but weak voice came from a little distance away.
Professor, although the battleship is worthless, there are still Boza people inside.
Lu Yongchang cast a questioning look at Mao Jingji.
Professor, look!
Mao Jingji operated the holographic projection in front of him and projected the picture in front of everyone.
I just checked the simple analysis results of Botan blood. Preliminary analysis shows that their blood contains large amounts of highly toxic substances similar to biliverdin. In addition, the internal organs scattered in the cabin are also somewhat strange. Last point. We are not sure if the Bodov fleet has any reinforcements. With their corpses, perhaps we can develop some targeted weapons and equipment.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression moved slightly, and he turned around and gave an order to Zero.
Zero, let the shipborne drone bring back a few Botan corpses. Receive.
Inside the Boza's small battleship, a shipborne drone flew at low altitude in the dark cabin. Through the camera and high-power lighting, you can see that the bulkhead is filled with thick green blood. Soon, when the first drone found the location of the ship's computer, the actions of all the drones in the small battleship sped up a bit. Under Zero's control, these drones flew in the direction of the ship's computer.
Professor, the test results are out.
An electronic synthesized voice sounded in the command center.
All shipboard computers have been irreversibly damaged, and the internal data cannot be read.
Regarding this news, Lu Yongchang showed no surprise on his face. He just nodded lightly.
Continue to search for the antimatter storage device. Once you find it, disassemble it and bring it back. Receive.
Golden Crow battleship. The demise of the small Bossa battleship did not relieve Andrew much pressure. The reason is simple. Although the size of the enemy fleet was greatly reduced, its core strength was not damaged. Whether it is antimatter cannons or gravity bombs, they are not weapons that the Golden Crow battleship can resist. Therefore, all human battleships rely on the auxiliary control provided by Zero to dance on the tip of the knife. A little carelessness could result in broken bones. He stared intently at the holographic projection in front of him, and issued instructions one after another with the help of a brainwave reading device. Andrew. A message from Vice Captain Bruno flashed across the corner of his eye. The other party has changed the magnetic field shield algorithm. The weapons on the Golden Crow battleships pose no threat to their composite shields. We need stronger weapons. Andrew bit his back molar hard. Doesn't he know this truth? But where could he find a more powerful weapon? Suddenly, a message from Earth appeared in front of his eyes. Attention, captains. The battering ram is about to arrive at the front line. Andrew's spirits suddenly lifted. If you really feel sleepy, give me a pillow. A powerful shield-breaking weapon is here. Without any hesitation, he gave the order directly to the crew. Attention all units. Cooperate with the battering ram to launch an attack on the enemy's medium and large warships. Outside world. As the Botan fleet approached step by step, the artillery fire between the two armies became increasingly intensive. The originally dark and cold universe seemed lively at this moment. The high-temperature plasma with golden arcs in the faint blue. The strong white light of the antimatter explosion. The firelight of the explosion of interstellar torpedoes and interstellar missiles. These various attacks from the human fleet caused ripples on the composite shield of the Botan fleet. Attack power is too low. Although some attacks broke through the outer magnetic shield, facing the inner gravitational shield. These weapons, which are still in the category of 4th-level civilization, still seem a bit unsatisfactory. Soon, Andrew muttered silently in his mind, while ordering the cannon fire to be tilted towards the enemy warships. Hold on for a while longer. Hold on until the battering ram successfully arrives. Hold on until the battering ram successfully deploys. At that time, it is the moment for mankind to truly launch a counterattack. Finally, under Andrew's thoughts, a strange-looking starship came to the side of the Golden Crow battleship under the cover of increasingly fierce artillery fire. Battering ram has successfully reached the predetermined area. A piece of information appeared in front of Andrew's eyes, making his heart beat violently. As a special shield-breaking weapon with high attack and low defense. In this kind of battlefield, the battering ram needs the protection of 2 to 3 Golden Crow battleships to operate normally. Under Zero's control, one of the battering rams slowly docked next to Andrew's battleship. Under Andrew's gaze, the drones surrounding the battering ram quickly changed their formation and flew forward. These drones followed the built-in program and quickly built an invisible gun barrel. Battering ram has been deployed successfully. A second message appears. Then, at the same time that the magnetic field generation unit started working, the invisible gun barrel began to fine-tune its direction, and the crosshair was firmly locked on a Bossa battleship equipped with a composite shield. The next second, battering ram is officially launched. Chapter 560, Breaking the Shield. Accompanied by a tremor that was imperceptible to outsiders. A large amount of blue high-energy plasma spewed out from the internal pipes of the battering ram. At the same time, the drone building the gun barrel also changed the magnetic field operation mode. The blue high-energy plasma began to slowly accelerate in the void barrel, and the golden electric light kept flashing around this powerful plasma column, and continued to extend to the end of the barrel 100 kilometers away. Scenes like this happen in every corner of the battlefield. Almost at the same time, hundreds of giant blue plasma pillars that were growing in length appeared in the battlefield that was originally filled with artillery fire. The medium-sized Bossa warship that was the target obviously also discovered this threatening attack. Its first reaction is to maneuver to avoid it. But at some point, 2 Golden Crow battleships came over from the side, and with the help of a large number of shipborne drones, they temporarily blocked all its retreat routes. If you want to implement evasive operations, you must solve these obstacles around you. This consumes a lot of energy and time. In desperation, this Bossa battleship could only choose to attack the battering ram, trying to deal with this exaggerated weapon from the source. Seeing the warning of imminent attack flashing in the holographic projection, Andrew, who was squatting beside the battering ram, gave the order directly without any hesitation. A large number of carrier-based drones, wrapped in blue plasma shields, quickly flew near the battering ram, using their own bodies to block attacks for it. Finally, under the continuous acceleration of the magnetic field, this giant plasma pillar quickly reached the end of the barrel. Boom! The blue plasma spurts out from the mouth of the void barrel constructed by the drone. With the help of inertia, it rushed straight towards the distant target, facing the upcoming attack. This medium-sized Bossa battleship has lost all opportunities to resist. It can only prop up its own composite shield and place its hopes on the extremely strong shield. The antimatter engine at its tail dimmed slightly, but the intensity of the gamma rays emitted did not weaken at all. Obviously, in order to resist the battering ram attack, it diverted most of its energy to the shield system. Boom! Just when this medium-sized Bossa battleship was ready, the blue plasma blasted directly on it. Sputter! A large amount of high-temperature plasma sputtered around at that moment. A brilliant, huge flower made of high-temperature plasma bloomed in the dark universe. These high-temperature plasmas slowly outline the shape of the Bossa battleship's shield, an ellipsoid similar to the shape of an egg. Plasma columns continuously bombard the composite shield, increasing the load on the shield system. Finally, with a flash of dazzling light, a scene similar to the bursting of a soap bubble appeared in front of everyone. The first layer of the composite shield, the magnetic field shield, is completely overloaded at this moment. But the battering ram attack is not over yet. The nearly 1,000 kilometers long blue plasma column has become the most dazzling existence in this universe. Without the assistance of the magnetic field shield, the gravitational shield was naturally unable to function alone, and slowly dissipated after a few seconds of hard support. Next moment, the blue plasma column drove straight in and directly hit the outer armor of the Bossa battleship. Naturally, the 3 surrounding Golden Crow battleships would not give up such a good opportunity. Following the orders of the 3 captains, endless artillery fire instantly flooded the Bossa medium-sized battleship. The plasma column slowly dissipated. The surface of the battering ram was glowing with dark red, and thick smoke was billowing from certain key parts. For this attack, it consumed all the plasma in its inventory and even sacrificed its life. It was scrapped. Bang! The fire of the explosion lit up from a distance, reflecting its broken body. That was the explosion of the boss, a medium-sized battleship, without the protection of outer armor. Under Zero's auxiliary control, a high-energy laser accurately penetrated its antimatter engine. The antimatter in it leaked out and exploded it into smithereens. This is also the first core force of the Bodha fleet to be destroyed in this war. Bang! 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 This explosion of fire seemed to flip some switch, as the blue plasma column slowly dissipated. One after another explosions of fire flickered in the battlefield. Some of these explosions came from the Bossa fleet, and some came from the Golden Crow battleship. The balance of victory is once again slowly tilting towards the human fleet. The good times didn't last long. Although in the attack just now, the Bodha fleet lost a lot of core strength, but correspondingly, the battering rams of the human fleet were also depleted heavily in a short period of time. Although the factories set up near Dawn Star are in full production, the difficulty of manufacturing these battery rams is not low. Not to mention that each of their attacks requires a large amount of energy and high-energy plasma. Therefore, under the attack of battering rams, the progress of the Bodha fleet was briefly curbed. But not long after, as the number of battering rams declined, the Bodha fleet quickly launched a counterattack. Facing the increasingly fierce offensive of the Bodha fleet, the human fleet could only continue to retreat. Earth, looking at the expanding red area in the star map, everyone present looked unhappy. Zero, where is the antimatter transport ship? As the Bossa fleet approaches step by step, and the third defensive area is about to be lost, Lu Yongchan can only place his hopes on the most powerful war fortress in human civilization. But currently, this most powerful war fortress is stuck in the quagmire of insufficient energy. Professor, the antimatter transport ship has arrived at the fourth planet of Gliese. Several bright points of light lit up in the holographic star map directly ahead. Zhao Zijia pursed his lips hard, with a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. The fourth planet is fast, but the opponent is about to break through the third defensive area. It must be defended, Lu Yongchan said solemnly. At least, the third defensive area cannot be lost until the antimatter is replenished in the fortress of the first planet. Zhao Zijia was silent for a while, then nodded with an extremely solemn expression. Okay. Attention all units. Hold the third defensive front at all costs. 30 minutes. He was silent for a moment, then added again. Hold for 30 minutes. Wait until the fortress of the first planet of light is replenished with antimatter, and then retreat. While speaking, Zhao Zijia felt as if a huge hole had been ripped out of his heart. As the military commander of the human fleet, he naturally knew the consequences of his order, a lot of sacrifices. Professor, Dimension Strike Ship. Zhao Zijia hesitated for a moment before choosing to ask. Hearing Zhao Zijia's inquiry, Lu Yongchang fell into silence. For a moment, he sighed forcefully and shook his head hard. It's not yet time. We don't have many two-dimensional fragments left, so we must use them sparingly. In addition to the Bodha fleet, human civilization may face more dangers in the future. Two-dimensional fragments. If you can't use them, it's better not to use them. Zhao Zijia naturally understands this truth. He swallowed a gulp of saliva and cast his anxious eyes on the slowly moving light spots in the star map. How much energy does the antimatter in a Golden Crow battleship have? Come to think of it, the Bossa fleet will find out soon. Chapter 561 Self-Destruction. Boza flagship. Looking at the picture on the monitor, Commander Boza's eyes showed some doubts. Commander, the other party has stopped retreating. A sharp report came from behind. Commander Boza snorted coldly, and while his mouth parts squirmed quickly, he raised his two pairs of forelimbs and gestured. I've seen it! It's nothing more than trying to keep this last defensive area. What a stupid move! As a fourth-level civilization, you still limit your sights to a small planet. How stupid! Continue to attack. Let me break through their defenses. Not long after the words fell, an extremely sharp and ear-piercing siren sounded in the command room. Then, an extremely brilliant explosion of fire flashed outside the porthole window. This firelight illuminated the entire dim starry sky, reflecting all the details. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of Commander Bota. Sub-flagship A has lost its signal. Crazy! They're crazy! Lord, this is crazy! No! 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 How dare they do this? The thin voice was full of panic. What's going on? Commander Bota quickly calmed down his emotions and increased the volume of his words, trying to drown out the discussions of the crew members. Commander!
A crew member stammered. The sub-flagship no. Was destroyed. Of course I know.
Commander Botas suppressed his inner anger and asked loudly.
I mean, how was it destroyed? The power of that plasma weapon can't break through A's composite shield. Self-destruction.
The crew member swallowed hard and said with two pairs of forelimbs trembling slightly.
A whole 5 battleships self-destructed at the same time. They detonated all the antimatter in the battleship.
The command room suddenly fell into dead silence. Commander Botas turned his head with difficulty to look at the fireball that had not been completely extinguished outside the window, and muttered to himself in disbelief.
Self-destruction? Crazy! They must be crazy!
Before the words could be finished, several Golden Crow battleships were surrounded by shipborne drones and rushed straight towards the Bossa flagship.
Back off! Back off immediately!
Commander Botas did not hesitate at all and gave the order with a look of horror.
Damn it! How could there be such a crazy race? This is their main battleship. Do their battleships all grow out of the ground? Self-destruction of a warship. How much damage is caused? Do they know it? Will their commander know how to fight?
Commander Botas cursed loudly and angrily. The Bossa fleet began to retreat slowly. While retreating, it fired weapons randomly to intercept the pursuing Golden Crow battleship. No one wants to try the power of Golden Crow as self-destruction. After all, the example of the no. A sub-flagship is right in front of him.
Commander, the detector has detected an abnormality.
As the fleet retreated, a crew member's voice came from the side.
We have found the antimatter supply ship of human civilization.
The moment he finished speaking, the image returned by the detector appeared in front of a group of large stick insects. Looking at the huge starship in the picture, Commander Botas' eyes flashed with light. The images returned by the detector continued to switch. In the end, it stopped at a horrifying picture. A planet whose surface is filled with cannons and weapons. The next second, the detector signal disappeared.
Okay. Planetary fortress.
Commander Botas let out a soul-piercing scream. Its body trembled violently. An infinite fear rose in its eyes.
This is the planetary fortress.
It's totally clear. Why is human civilization, as a 4th-level civilization, so obsessed with an ordinary planet? That's a planetary fortress. One of the most powerful weapons in the interstellar battlefield. The Sweeper civilization has a planetary fortress. Almost all affiliated civilizations know this. And they all know the power of the planetary fortress. Therefore, the moment they saw Light Guardian, fear from the depths of their souls instantly burst out in the hearts of all Bothans.
No! It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible for a mere 4th-level civilization to have a real planetary fortress.
Commander Botas struggled to control his trembling body while comforting himself repeatedly. After a brief period of panic, Commander Botas gradually regained his composure. He realized the problem immediately. The target of these antimatter supply ships is probably that huge pseudoplanet fortress. Thinking of the power that a planetary fortress can exert in a defensive battle, Commander Botas felt a hint of fear in his eyes.
Destroy those antimatter supply ships immediately.
It did not hesitate at all, and gave the order directly.
Send 2 secondary flagships. They must be destroyed. Professor, the drone swarm has successfully located the enemy ship's antimatter storage unit.
An electronic synthesized voice sounded in the command center.
Currently, disassembly and transportation tasks are being carried out.
The rare good news diluted the sadness caused by the self-destruction of the Golden Crow in the command center. Lu Yongcheng's spirit perked up slightly.
Speed up the recycling.
Before he finished speaking, a siren sounded from Zhao Zijia's seat.
Beep! Beep! Beep!
Zhao Zijia checked the holographic image in front of him and frowned suddenly.
2 secondary flagships left the fleet? What do they want to do?
While muttering to himself, he subconsciously imported various data into Zero's calculation module. The moment he saw the route, Zhao Zijia's breath suddenly suffocated. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the communication button. At the same time, he quickly glanced at the battlefield star map.
3rd Fleet, 1st and 2nd Squadrons. Withdraw from the battlefield immediately and follow the opponent's secondary flagship. They discover the antimatter transport ship. Stop them. Antimatter transport ships must not have any accidents.
Chapter 562. The second team continues to perform the mission. 3rd Fleet, 2nd Squadron. Andrew looked at the order presented in the holographic projection in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he directly gave the order to the crew to leave the battlefield. The huge, Golden Crow battleship showed extremely powerful flexibility at this moment. driven by the 94% light speed mesons ejected by the antimatter engine. Golden Crow quickly turned an angle and then flew straight towards the fifth planet of the Gliese 555 star system. On the side, the two Golden Crow battleships belonging to the second squadron of the Third Fleet also hurriedly followed their footsteps and pursued the secondary flagship of the Bota civilization together. According to Zero's calculation results, they will converge in the orbit of Gliese's fifth planet. At the same time, under the escort of two teams, these transport ships loaded with antimatter will sail to the vicinity of Dawn Star to replenish the necessary antimatter energy for Falmon Planet Fortress. In the command room, Andrew, who was immersed in the deep-sea cabin, frowned and stared at the holographic star map in front of him. In the distance of the star map, there are several slowly moving bright spots shining with white light. They are antimatter transport ships coming all the way from the main star of Gliese 555. Not far from their Golden Crow battleship, two bright red spots were moving quickly towards the white dot in the distance. Those were the two secondary flagships that broke away from the Bota fleet. Fine. Andrew glanced at the various data in the holographic projection, and his face looked a little better. Due to the relative positions of the two sides, the Golden Crow battleship is currently in the lead. According to the current situation, both the first and second teams can reach the orbit of the fifth planet first. Next moment, a slight alarm sounded, and at the same time, the shipboard artificial intelligence automatically unfolded a new holographic projection. In the dark and cold universe, the two Boza subflagships slowly distanced themselves, under the watchful eyes of human civilization. Their driving trajectories gradually smoothed out. They no longer performed evasive maneuvers, but allowed those insignificant attacks to fall on their composite shields. The next second, the gamma ray intensity at the nozzle of the antimatter engine increased several times. At the same time, a faint white light slowly lit up from its tail. As the brightness of the white light gradually increased, the area around the secondary battleship began to gradually become distorted. The gravitational lensing effect appears. This scene immediately caused the alarm bells of the Earth Command Center far away on Dawn Star to ring loudly.
Warp sail!
Lu Yongchang suddenly widened his eyes and shouted loudly.
Quick! Interrupted! We must not let it successfully enter the warp state!
No need for Lu Yongcha to remind Xiao Ziji of this. Once they are allowed to enter the curvature state, the flight speed of these two secondary flagships will instantly achieve a qualitative leap. Even if they can only reach twice the speed of light, the Golden Crow battleship is not qualified to catch up.
The first squadron of the Third Fleet, attack immediately and destroy their warp state.
Xiao Zijia issued an order to the first team that was closer to the secondary flagship. Warp sail! Almost at the same time, the same thought came to Andrew's mind. He subconsciously gave the attack order to the crew. The other two, Golden Crow, battleships of the second team also made the same choice. Suddenly, the dark universe became lively. But the two Boza subflagships, faced with the overwhelming attack, did not make any evasive response. They just stayed in place quietly, relying on powerful composite shields to resist damage. The curvature engine at the tail, looking at the increasingly bright white light and the increasingly obvious gravitational lens effect in the holographic projection, Andrew felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This was the only thought left in his mind. He could even imagine the scene of these two secondary flagships disappearing into the visible universe. He could also imagine how the antimatter transport ship would explode under their attack. He could even imagine the scene of human civilization dying after defeat. He subconsciously wanted to close his eyes. But a dazzling light and a sharp siren came from the porthole. The explosion's fire lit up the entire starry sky. In the holographic projection, a silent explosion was projected. Andrew's eyes widened slightly. Soon, the light in his eyes dimmed. He took a hard sip of the cold deep-sea liquid, trying to cool his scarred heart. Another self-destruction. In order to break through the composite shields of these secondary flagships, in addition to the fortress of the planet Phosphorus, perhaps only the power of the battleship's self-destruction can be achieved. I don't know how many brothers, who are usually unknown, are missing this time. I don't know when it will be his turn to press the evil button that releases all the antimatter in the ship, along with the flames of the explosion. The originally harsh sirens also dissipated. Andrew steeled himself and carefully checked the data returned by the detector. Gravitational lensing is gradually disappearing. It worked. Both secondary battleships exited warp state. From the images transmitted back by the detector, Andrew could even see bursts of fire coming out of the tail of a secondary flagship. Obviously, this secondary flagship suffered considerable damage in the explosion just now. Under Andrew's gaze, the secondary flagship whose shape was extremely close to a sphere, slowly turned around and sailed towards the direction of the Boda fleet, leaving only one secondary flagship behind to continue its original mission. Forced one ship to retreat. Andrew's spirits perked up a little. The third fleet and the first squadron were completely destroyed. Team 2. Continue the mission. The cold words made Andrew's heart twitch violently. Why? He sighed silently. This damn universe. Chapter 563 Andrew. This time. It's my turn. Outside the portholes, the originally intense artillery fire had become extremely sparse. At the beginning, the secondary flagship of the Bota civilization tried to attack the 3 Golden Crow ships of the second team, under Zero's auxiliary control. The Golden Crow battleship flexibly avoided every round of attacks. Soon, this secondary flagship discovered a problem. It is basically impossible to hit these 3 cunning Golden Crow battleships with an attack from just one of its battleships. Rather than wasting time and ammunition on this irrelevant Golden Crow battleship, it is better to rush to the target area as soon as possible and directly attack the antimatter transport ship. Therefore, it gave up the idea of attacking and began to concentrate on its journey. As for the Golden Crow battleship, it has already stopped attacking. The reason is also very simple. Although the attacks they launched could hit Boza's sub-flagship, these painless attacks could not break through the enemy ship's shield at all. As a result, the warships from both sides just kept their heads down and flew towards the target area as if they had agreed. Of course, this is all based on the premise that Boza's secondary flagship does not activate the warp engine once it shows signs of entering warp navigation. Andrew and others will not hesitate to drive the Golden Crow battleship to launch a suicide attack. The Boza people naturally know this. After the first secondary flagship was injured, they gave up their thoughts on warp sailing. Andrew and others were naturally happy to see the scene. In this way, the battleships on both sides briefly formed a strange and fragile balance. Antimatter transport ship signal detected. Please be prepared to respond. A bright white message appeared in the holographic projection in front of Andrew, arousing his originally depressed mood. Attention all units. Move closer to the target starship immediately. Release the ship-based drones and build the first layer of defense barrier. A piece of information is sent from the brainwave reading device. Golden Crow, the hatch on the side of the battleship opened quickly, and shipborne drones swarmed out of it like a swarm of bees, rushing straight towards the antimatter transport ship not far away. A sharp alarm sounded at the same time, breaking the short-lived tranquility inside the Golden Crow ship. The Boza sub-flagship took the lead in attacking the antimatter transport ship. The flames of war began to burn in this remote corner. Antimatter cannon. This is the primary means of attack for Boza's secondary flagship. The Golden Crow battleship cannot withstand such an attack, and the antimatter transport ship naturally cannot withstand such an attack. But there is a tricky workaround. Use a large number of ship-based drones to build a thick material barrier to buy a certain amount of evasive time for the starship. This is also the most commonly used defense method in the main battlefield. Accompanied by bursts of explosive fire and extremely strong gamma-ray bursts, the number of shipborne drones decreased rapidly. Against the backdrop of the flames of the explosion, the antimatter transport ship and the Golden Crow battleship gradually approached Glee's 6th planet, the Dawn Star. Looking at the increasingly obvious blue planet outside the porthole, the anxiety in Andrew's eyes became more intense. Being on the battlefield, he knows it better than anyone else as time goes by. The frequency and power of enemy ships' attacks are rapidly increasing. Obviously, these Bothans were a little anxious. This is Golden Crow number 3 of the second team. All our shipborne drones have been used up. Repeat. All our shipborne drones have been used up. Golden Crow number 2. All shipborne drones have been exhausted. The flashing words in the holographic projection made Andrew's expression dim again. Like the 2 friendly ships, the Golden Crow he led also exhausted all its drone inventory. Boom! 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 One after another, firelights lit up outside the portholes. The originally dense array of ship-based drones gradually became sparse. Support drones will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Looking at the information from Earth, Andrew took a deep breath of the deep-sea fluid. Guys, support drones are arriving soon. Hold on for the last 5 minutes. He sent a message to 2 friendly ships. As time goes by, the shield wall, constructed by ship-based drones, becomes thinner and thinner. Warn! Antimatter cannon attack detected. Estimated hit area. Looking at the data in the holographic projection, Andrew's breathing suddenly became rapid. The hit area is near him. Just when he was about to order the Golden Crow to make an emergency maneuver. He suddenly stopped his movements and stared blankly at the holographic image in front of him. The number of shipborne drones is not enough. Although he did not make perfect calculations, he relied on his own experience to see the problem at a glance. The number of shipborne drones currently in the affected area simply cannot buy enough time for the antimatter transport ship. What to do? What to do? Mobilize more drones from the side? It's too late. It's too late. His pupils were slightly dilated. His heartbeat was beating violently, and a slight smell of blood spread in his dry mouth. An order was given. The shipboard artificial intelligence executed his orders wholeheartedly. Boom! The antimatter engine begins to overload. Driven by countless mesons, the Golden Crow battleship rushed forward to fill the vacancy. Golden Crow number 1. You have entered the attack area. Evade immediately. Golden Crow number 1. Evade immediately. Andrew! What are you doing? Andrew! In the holographic projection, messages from friendly ships flashed quickly. Andrew took a deep breath, letting the cold deep-sea liquid fill his lungs, and then closed his eyes. Everyone. This time. It's my turn. The moment the message was sent, a large amount of plasma spurted out from the side of the Golden Crow battleship. At the same time, all magnetic field generating units began to work overload. In a very short period of time, these high-temperature plasmas built an extremely strong plasma shield. Boom! The antimatter cannon arrived as promised. Incomparably brilliant firelight flickered in the dark universe. A few seconds later, the ellipsoid's plasma shield exploded, and the antimatter cannon, which had lost its resistance, hit the Golden Crow hard. Boom! The fire of the explosion became more intense, completely illuminating the dim universe. Earth, Command Center. Looking at the picture in the holographic projection, everyone fell into silence.
Golden Crow number 1. The signal has been lost.
Zhao Zijia's slightly trembling voice broke the tranquility of the command center. The lips of Baishuan and the other two people sitting far away trembled slightly, looking at the holographic image in front of them with disbelief. Andrew is dead? Everything that happened in the Earth Age flashed quickly in his mind. Unconsciously, hot tears fell suddenly on the side of his cheeks. Chapter 564 Captain. Charge again! The firelight of the explosion dispersed in all directions in the dark universe, and soon illuminated the entire icy star field. The secondary flagship of the Bota civilization stayed in place quietly, letting the various debris brought by the explosion hit the composite shield. Splashing bursts of light. It made no movement, and seemed to be shocked by Andrew's behavior. The communication channel of the 2nd Squadron of the 3rd Fleet also fell into silence. Time seemed to have stood still at this moment, until the antimatter transport ship gradually moved away. The secondary flagship of the Bota civilization once again completed the charging of the antimatter main gun. The piercing siren sounded among the only 2 remaining Golden Crow battleships, making the originally silent communication channel active again. Boom! There was another explosion of fire. The atmosphere in the Earth Command Center was extremely solemn.
Golden Crow number 2. The signal has been lost.
Listening to the impersonal electronic synthesized sound, Zhao Zijia bit his back teeth hard, raised his right hand, and slapped the console in front of him hard.
Damn it!
He looked at the holographic projection in front of him bitterly.
How long will it take to support the drone?
A row of bright red countdowns appeared. The last 30 seconds. Meng Shan, captain of the 2nd Squadron of the 3rd Fleet. Number 3 Golden Crow. In the deep-sea cabin, he looked at the holographic projection in front of him expressionlessly. In the projection, the fire of the explosion is gradually dimming. He turned his head and looked through the glass of the deep-sea cabin to the porthole in the distance. Outside the porthole window, there is an endless dark starry sky. Suddenly, a dim light lit up in the dark starry sky. As time goes by, this dim light gradually becomes brighter, and the number gradually increases. This familiar scene made Meng Shan's originally dead eyes instantly become more lively. That's a support drone from Dawn Star. After persisting for so long, he finally saw hope. A stream of heat spurted out from around his eyes, blending into the surrounding deep-sea fluid.
Drop! Dip! Dip!
The piercing alarm sounded in the command room, reaching his ears through the pale yellow deep-sea liquid. Looking at the red alert in the holographic projection, Meng Shan's expression suddenly changed. How so? Didn't the last SH link just end? According to the calculation results, the next round of bombardment will take at least several minutes to recharge. But now, as the detectors returned images of enemy ships, the look of astonishment in Meng Shan's eyes gradually turned into a bitter smile. In the picture, The surface of the main gun of the Boza civilization's secondary flagship was flashing with abnormal fire and electric light. Obviously, it has also discovered the approaching support drone fleet and is preparing to forcefully activate the antimatter main gun to gain the last glimmer of hope. Call. Mengshan forcefully exhaled a mouthful of deep-sea liquid warmed by his lungs. The bitter smile in his eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by an incomparable determination. Everyone. This time, it's our turn. Through the brainwave reading device, he sent a message to the crew. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't take you home. Captain, what are you talking about? Just do it and that's it. Captain, fight with these stupid stick insects. Labor and management don't want to go back alive. Captain, charge again. There was almost no waiting time as messages from the crew members flashed across the screen in front of Mengshan's eyes. Mengshan's breathing was rapid. His eyes were red, and he nodded with difficulty. Well, charge again. Human civilization will only fall on the road to charge. Golden Crow. Advance 4. As an order was issued, a blood-red message jumped out in front of him. Crash warning. A large object has been detected in the route area. Please confirm the acceleration command. Mengshan nodded directly and confirmed the order without any hesitation. The next moment, accompanied by the bright red words, Forward 4, the antimatter engine began to operate at full power and sprayed a stream of high-energy mesons towards the rear of the battleship. A strong recoil was transmitted to him along the deep-sea liquid. Mengshan's thoughts moved slightly, and an increasingly dazzling alarm appeared. Warn! You are disabling the antimatter storage fuse, which will have irreversible consequences. Do you confirm? Confirm. Warn! You are turning off the antimatter confinement magnetic field, which will have irreversible consequences. Do you confirm? Confirm. Warn! Antimatter is about to escape. The self-destruction process is about to start. Do you confirm? Confirm. Mengshan's eyes were red, and he gave the last confirmation order with a ferocious expression. Golden Crow, the engine nozzle at the rear of the battleship began to emit some unusual flames. This is a manifestation of excess antimatter in the annihilation chamber, driven by the high-energy meson flow. This Golden Crow battleship burst out with unprecedented acceleration. In the distance, the antimatter main gun of Boss's secondary flagship also completed its energy storage work at overload. A dense torrent of antimatter spurted out from the muzzle. Golden Crow, a faint blue plasma shield flashed around the battleship, heading upstream against the torrent of antimatter. When the two come into contact with each other, an annihilation reaction occurs. Further away, the overwhelming support drones are accelerating at overload and rushing towards the antimatter transport ship. The extremely bright fire light burst out in the universe, forming a beautiful picture. Boom! When the support drone group arrived around the antimatter transport ship, a silent explosion occurred. Golden Crow, the battleship released all the antimatter at the last moment and successfully self-destructed. The secondary flagship of Bota civilization. The violent tremors caused by the explosion slowly dissipated. The lights in the command room flickered on and off, and shrill sirens kept echoing. Countless warning signs flashed across the screen. Fire! Keep firing! Extremely sharp roars were mixed in between the sirens. Knock out all the antimatter! They have no defense force anymore. Destroy their antimatter transport ships for me! Captain Bota yelled at the top of his lungs. Sir! The main gun has been damaged to 75% and can no longer be used. A Boza crewman quickly checked and reported loudly with an ugly face. Also, all the shield generation systems are down. Damn it! Captain Boza cursed in a low voice. If the main gun can't be used, then use the secondary gun. Sir, the opponent's support has arrived. There was dead silence in the command room, except for the sharp sirens. Chapter 565, Phono's Planetary Fortress. Activated. The light of the monitor and the flickering lights reflected Captain Bota's gloomy expression. Just when all the Bossa crew members were frightened, it suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Let's return home. Captain Boza's mouth part squirmed slightly. He waved his two pairs of forelimbs feebly, made a standard circle and murmured in a low voice. Lord, we may lose this war. Sir, a large stick insect said cautiously. I just didn't destroy their antimatter transport ship, so it won't be a failure. You don't understand. Captain Bota put down his forelimbs and looked feebly at the antimatter transport ship that was gradually moving away and protected by the drone fleet. We can't win this war. Why? Another large stick insect asked, unconvinced. They are just a small fourth-level civilization. The main fleet is about to break through the defense line. Why do they stop us?
Why?
Captain Boza suddenly let out a burst of extremely harsh laughter.
Just because of that planetary fortress. Depending on their attitude towards war. Let me ask you. After so many wars, have you ever seen such a crazy race?
Captain Boza grabbed the crew members beside him with a twisted expression and asked loudly. Yes. Crazy. In its view, the only word that can describe the attitude of human civilization towards war is madness. Facing the chief's questions, the crew members slowly shook their heads after hesitating for a long time.
I have never seen such a race.
Captain Boda's eyes flashed with fear, and he murmured in a low voice.
Everyone will choose to self-destruct the battleship without hesitation and die together with the enemy. This is simply impossible. I can't imagine the environment in which such a civilization and race grew up. Bossa civilization can never defeat such a crazy civilization. Even if we are a level 5 civilization. Even if our technology is more advanced than the opponent.
Captain Boza sighed forcefully again, and his originally excited expression suddenly turned dejected.
Forget it. Let's return. We have lost our basic combat effectiveness, and it's time to go back.
The crew looked at each other, and silently controlled the dilapidated secondary flagship on the way back home. The antimatter of the Phonos planetary fortress has been replenished. A line of text appeared in the holographic projection, giving everyone a little peace of mind. Zhao Zijia turned and looked at Lu Yongchang, then nodded solemnly.
Attention all fleets. The energy of the planetary fortress has been replenished. The fleet will retreat immediately. Repeat. The fleet retreats and gives way to the third defensive area.
As the order was issued, the Golden Crow fleet, which had been charging forward without fear of death, finally slowed down its pace. Under Zero's auxiliary control, the surviving battleships retreated in an orderly manner and gradually evacuated the third defensive area. The battleships of the Bota civilization took this opportunity to close their formation and slowly sailed towards the Dawn Star area again. Target has entered range. In the holographic projection, a line of highlighted text flashed.
Everyone. Next is the decisive battle between us and the Bota civilization.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, and the expression on his face suddenly became serious. He gave the order in an extremely solemn voice.
Activate the Pharos planetary fortress.
The words fell. Several huge antimatter engines installed inside the Earth's crust began to work. And endless energy was rapidly transported through thick wires to the weapons and equipment set up on the surface of Phony. Planet-level electromagnetic gun. Planet-level plasma cannon. All kinds of behemoths are operating at the same time at this moment. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the giant antimatter cannon transformed from the orbital satellite particle accelerator. It occupies the entire equatorial region of Phony. When turned on, it will consume 40% of the energy generated by Phony's antimatter engine. The huge amount of energy consumption brings extremely huge benefits, different from the antimatter cannon formed by the battering ram. This giant antimatter cannon can be said to be the pinnacle of human civilization's attack. Not only can it be continuously fired, its attack power is even close to the antimatter torrent created by hundreds of battering rams. Under everyone's gaze, a thick gun barrel slowly lifted up, looking up at the Bossa fleet.
Coming from afar.
If you were to stand on the ground of Photomons at this time, relying on the thin atmosphere around the ground and the sound transmission effect of the solid ground, you would be able to hear a high-frequency buzzing sound coming from the pipes in the equatorial region. A large amount of antimatter was input into this strong pipe, and then began to accelerate under the action of a high-intensity magnetic field. 50% the speed of light, 80% the speed of light, 95% the speed of light, 99.93% the speed of light. When the speed of the antimatter particles reaches a predetermined value, they are guided by the magnetic field and rush into the thick barrel. In the barrel, there is a magnetic field that is not weaker than the particle accelerator. Under the influence of these magnetic fields, the torrent of antimatter reaching 99.93% of the speed of light is like a sharp arrow, shooting straight into the sky from near the surface of Photomons. Because the atmosphere of Photomons only maintains a few meters near the surface, the antimatter torrent launched by the antimatter cannon will not be interfered by the atmosphere, accompanied by the constant flashing of high-intensity gamma rays. This torrent of antimatter flew straight towards the target warship. Chapter 566 Planetary Fortress and Pseudoplanet Fortress. Boza flagship. The shrill sirens filled the command room, and a large stick insect nervously issued orders one after another.
Commander, our secondary flagship has been locked by the enemy's planetary fortress. The attack has been launched. Preliminary judgment is that it is an antimatter cannon. Countdown to contact. 60 seconds.
Commander Boza's eyes flashed with complicated expressions, including worry, panic, and even a bit of doubt.
Planetary fortress is a symbol of strength in interstellar civilization. No matter what level of civilization it is built by, it is the most powerful weapon among civilizations of the same level. The reason is also very simple. Wanting to transform a huge planet or satellite into a giant weapon with real combat capabilities requires the consumption of a huge amount of resources. There is no doubt that this is a symbol of the strength of civilization. The Botas civilization, backed by the support of the Lord, possesses a large amount of advanced technology. But until now, it has not had its own planetary fortress. Not just the Botas civilization. It can be said that almost all affiliated civilizations do not have their own planetary fortress. The power of the planetary fortress can be seen from this. Unless the planetary fortress in front of us is just a showpiece, the kind that looks useless. In the universe, such things are not uncommon. Among the affiliated civilizations that Commander Botan knows about, many are trying to create this kind of display. And several affiliated civilizations have already built this kind of pseudo-planetary fortress. Although the input and output are not directly proportional. And it is even a loss-making business. It can bluff people. In the midst of an interstellar war, a planetary fortress with a diameter of thousands of kilometers was pulled out. This is a silent shock to any hostile civilization. Under normal circumstances, no civilization would use its own warships to test the power of a planetary fortress without opening their eyes. It was precisely because of this that there was a hint of suspicion in Commander Bota's eyes. Which type of planetary fortress does this belong to? Is he a real guy with real combat capabilities? Or is he just a showman who is useless? Even if the planetary fortress of human civilization launched an antimatter cannon attack, the suspicion in Commander Bota's eyes did not fade at all. It's normal. In order to bluff people, this kind of pseudo-planet fortress is usually equipped with the most powerful weapons in civilization. But whether this weapon is mature or not is hard to say. Basically, they are the same as pseudo-planet fortresses. They are just fancy but useless. But what to do now? What should they do in the face of this antimatter cannon whose power is unknown? At the critical moment, this question flashed through Commander Bota's mind. Hide? No. How can the Bossa fleet hide in just 60 seconds? Even if it has an antimatter engine, it will take a lot of time for a large warship to change its course. 60 seconds is definitely not enough. We can only resist. Composite shield operating at full power. After figuring out the key points, Commander Bota gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Open all the antimatter cannons and hit their planetary fortress." As soon as the words were spoken, it hesitated for a moment and added again, "Let the large warships around also run their composite shields at full power and block this antimatter cannon." Among the Bossa fleet, as Commander Bota issued the order, the light of the antimatter engine dimmed slightly, but the intensity of the gamma rays released increased a lot. This shows that the energy generated by the antimatter engine has been diverted elsewhere. From the increasingly obvious gravitational lensing effect around the battleship, it is easy to see where the energy goes the composite shield generation device. The countdown is cleared. The torrent of antimatter from the Phonos planetary fortress struck directly in front of a secondary flagship. Dazzling light bloomed from the composite shield of the secondary flagship. In just a few seconds, countless sirens sounded in the command room of this secondary flagship. As warning lights came on one after another, the composite shield production equipment fell into overload and downtime one after another. Boom! Just like a huge soap bubble bursting, the composite shield shining with crystal light disappeared into the universe. Boom! The slightly weakened antimatter torrent struck the outer armor of the secondary flagship. Then the flames of the explosion appeared. Perhaps there is more antimatter stored inside, and the momentum of its explosion far exceeds that of the Golden Crow battleship. It even directly illuminates the area around Dawn Star. The torrent of antimatter slowly dissipated. Destroy everything. The first full-scale attack on the planetary fortress achieved great success. One bombardment directly destroyed a secondary flagship. This feat greatly encouraged the human fleet that retreated to the vicinity of Dawn Star. There was deathly silence in Boss's flagship. Commander Bota's two pairs of forelimbs trembled slightly. At this moment, all the doubts in its eyes had long since dissipated. Go to TM pseudo-planet fortress. What kind of pseudo-planet fortress can destroy their secondary flagship with one shot? Commander, the antimatter cannon has been successfully launched. A large stick insect reported information to it in a weak voice. Commander Bota did not speak, but looked at the screen in front of him with his body trembling slightly. It hopes that these antimatter cannons can cause certain damage to the huge planetary fortress. A few seconds later, the meager hope in its eyes slowly dissipated. The antimatter cannons they fired were blocked by the drone swarm. Commander, the enemy planetary fortress fired an antimatter cannon again.
Looking at the explosions and flames in the dark universe, a look of understanding gradually appeared in Commander Boza's eyes. He suddenly understood what he should do. Human civilization has only one planetary fortress and only one antimatter cannon. For the Lord's command and the Lord's plan. Now it's their turn for the Bota civilization. It slowly raised its two pairs of forelimbs, drew an extremely standard circle in front of it, and then sang high-pitched in an obscure tone.
Oh God! Basa civilization will show its loyalty to you.
After the words fell, its eyes flashed with sharp gaze, and its mouth parts and breathing holes moved rapidly.
Basa fleet! For the glory of the Lord! Everyone charges!
Chapter 567 Fanaticism and Betrayal. Commander Boza's words instantly aroused the enthusiasm in the hearts of all Boza people. It only took a few seconds for the original decline in the fleet to be wiped out. Most of the battleships obeyed Commander Boza's orders, raised the power of their antimatter engines to the highest level, and rushed straight towards the Pharos planetary fortress. Some fanatics even directly turned off the composite shield generation device and poured the excess energy into the propulsion system and shipboard weapon system, just to cause some negligible damage to the fortress of the planet Phosphorus as soon as possible. Of course, these are not representative of all Bahans. Among the fleet that accelerated forward, several unexpected warships appeared. These warships, large or small, stayed at the end of the fleet, looking unwilling to obey the command. Commander Botan naturally discovered this weird scene while most of the Bota fleet was rushing forward. These warships actually slowed down their progress. A trace of anger suddenly rose in its eyes. In its view, this is disrespectful to the Lord. They rebelled against the Lord.
Damn it! Look at the human civilization on the other side.
It snapped.
They can sacrifice their lives for their civilization without hesitation. And what about you? The decisive battle is coming. And you actually want to retreat?
An obscure and sharp scream soon came from the fleet communication device. The content of the words is difficult to hear, but the meaning is simple. It's nothing more than unwillingness to sacrifice one's life for that illusory lord. Before the other party could finish speaking, Commander Bota angrily cut off the communication. Apart from being angry, it was also a little helpless. During the war, the style of human civilization was deeply engraved in its mind. As the captain of Boza's sub-flagship said, it can't imagine what kind of environment could give birth to such a civilization.
Commander, do you need to remotely control their warships?
A question came from the side. Commander Bota pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. After a few seconds, the Boza battleship, which was lagging behind, once again caught up with the team. But in the communication channel, there were waves of yelling and cursing. Earth, the side of the Pharos planetary fortress, with all its firepower, deeply shocked all the commanders present.
Professor, the power of Guangwei is too great.
Zhao Zijia's eyes flashed with excitement.
With it here, maybe we can really stop using the dimensional strike ship.
Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head.
No. Get the dimension strike ship ready for launch. Lightguard 1 can't last much longer.
Lu Yongchang's words were like a basin of cold water poured on Zhao Zijia's head.
What?
He was shocked and said,
Professor, why do you say that? I see that Guangwei is in normal condition at the moment, and there is no problem at all.
Lu Yongchang stared at the fluctuating data in front of him, and said softly,
Do you know why only Light Sun 1 has antimatter cannons? Logically speaking, this powerful weapon should be installed on every Golden Crow.
Zhao Zijia looked suffocated and shook his head without replying. He is just a military commander, and naturally has no understanding of this kind of thing.
The problem of material strength,
Lu Yongchang said softly.
Our material technology is still a little behind the Basa civilization. Antimatter cannons have very high requirements on materials, and can currently only be installed on the moon, using a huge size to increase the strength of the barrel and body. But even so, its lifespan is far inferior to the antimatter cannon of the Bota civilization. In order to extend its life, I weaken the power of this antimatter cannon as much as possible. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like it can last much longer. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Zhao Zijia scratched his head and comforted softly.
Without it, we wouldn't be able to defeat those Tortoise SH-L-like secondary flagships. Pity.
Lu Yongchang did not respond to Zhao Zijia's words. He just shook his head and stared directly at the explosions and flames in the picture.
Botan is not a true planetary fortress after all. If only it had a longer range or could move like a battleship. How come human civilization has sacrificed so many soldiers?
Lu Yongchang's words caused everyone to fall into silence.
Professor, Captain Zhao. The strength of the antimatter main gun of Sunshine is rapidly declining, and it will take time to repair and adjust it.
A crew member's shout interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Zhao Zijia looked stern. Sure enough, as Lu Yongchang said, the antimatter main cannon of the Pharos planetary fortress cannot last long. Looking at the Boda fleet, which had been reduced in number by half, Zhao Zijia's eyes flashed.
Golden Crow fleet. Set off! Buy enough time for the phosphorus antimatter main cannon.
Time passes minute by minute. The Golden Crow fleet and the Phonos planetary fortress took turns dispatching, killing 90% of the Boda fleet. But with the complete misfire of the antimatter main gun of phosphorus, the Bossa fleet also successfully broke through the last line of defense and arrived near the Dawn Star. The decisive battle finally comes. The few remaining Boza fleets, surrounded by the bright Boza flagship in the middle, parked quietly in front of the Golden Crow fleet, as if giving an ultimatum to mankind. Yes, from a common sense point of view, the human fleet at this time has already entered a defeat situation with half a foot. Those few secondary flagships alone are not something that the human fleet can defeat. Not to mention the almost spherical Bossa flagship in the middle. According to various data collected on the battlefield, even if dozens of Golden Crow ships self-destruct at the same time, it is estimated that they will not be able to break through its shield.
Prepare to use Dimension Strike ships.
Lu Yongchang sighed slightly and gave the order softly. There was no grand ceremony, and there was no warning. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, several small dimensional strike ships that had been silent around Dawn Star quietly opened their guns, accompanied by a wave of fluctuations that could not be detected by human civilization and Bodhan civilization. Several small gray pieces of paper streaked across the dark universe and slowly flew towards the target starship.
Professor, received a communication request from the Bossa civilization flagship.
Electronic synthesized sound sounded in the command center. Lu Yongchang and Zhao Zijia looked at each other and nodded solemnly.
Let's put it through.
In order to ensure that the Dimension Strike ship strikes successfully, what they have to do now is to stabilize these large stick insects as much as possible. Chapter 568 Scarce Resources in the Universe. Boza flagship.
How is the small battleship recovery mission going?
Commander Botha asked softly.
Our antimatter reserves are running low. When human civilization is solved, we may need the antimatter in these small battleships to return to the home planet.
Upon hearing this, a large stick insect quickly lowered its head and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of it.
Recycling robots have been dispatched. According to the time, they should.
The moment the picture appeared on the monitor, the wriggling mouthparts of this large stick insect suddenly stopped.
How?
The words that came to an abrupt end made Commander Botha have a bad thought in his mind.
Did something happen to the small battleship? Commander.
The large stick insect responsible for recovering the small warship trembled slightly, raised its two pairs of forelimbs, and gently rubbed his eyeballs.
The antimatter storage device disappeared. What did you say?
Commander Botha looked at the crew members beside him in bewilderment and asked sharply.
Disappeared? How could a good antimatter storage device disappear out of thin air?
The harsh scolding increased the trembling of the crew's body.
Indeed. It has indeed disappeared. War. Battleship. Several damaged areas were found in the battleship. It seems that someone else has come in.
Commander Botha's face changed slightly. He quickly ran to the sailor's side, raised his forelimbs, and pushed hard.
Get out of my way!
It snapped. Underneath the extremely harsh words was a face of extreme panic. Like the crew, Commander Botha's two pairs of forelimbs trembled crazily as he opened the data sent back by the recovery robot. Boom! There was a blank in the back of its mind. After a long time, two syllables popped out of my blank brain.
It's over,
it murmured to itself.
It was preempted by human civilization. I don't understand.
Commander Botha looked at the monitor blankly and muttered to himself.
When did they do these things? I didn't see any enemy ships approaching these small battleships at all.
It doesn't understand. It is obvious that human civilization has always been at a disadvantage in war. Why can they still do these things? Why can they still do these things? Everything must be reasonable. For the first time, Commander Botha felt wronged in the war. This damn human civilization has never played its cards according to normal routines.
Damn robbers! Thieves! Bastards!
Commander Botha cursed angrily through gritted teeth. After a few seconds, the swearing died down.
Send him a communication request,
Commander Botha said with a ferocious face.
Let's see if we can persuade you to surrender. If we keep fighting, we won't be able to go home even if we win.
After a few seconds, the holographic projection screen gradually became clearer. and the images from the Bota civilization once again appeared in front of Lu Yongchang and others. It was different from the first meeting. This time, the large stick insects in Boza's flagship were not as arrogant as before, but seemed a little sluggish. Even Commander Bota standing in the center of the picture no longer looks upright with his slender body. It seems that this commander, who has experienced countless wars, has difficulty accepting the loss of such a large number of warships. But even so, the moment the communication was successfully connected, it slowly raised its 2 pairs of forelimbs, made a circle on its chest, and then glanced at the picture on the monitor with contemptuous eyes.
Human civilization. You have lost. The planetary fortress cannot continue to be used. You have no chance of winning in this war. Surrender now, and give up all resistance. I can preserve the last fire of the race for you.
As he said that, a picture appeared in the holographic projection in front of everyone. In the picture, there are densely packed and obscure words, like tadpoles. Zero quickly performed the translation task. Looking at the slowly appearing Chinese characters, Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows sharply. The content of the text is very simple. It is about what to do after the surrender of human civilization. According to the plan given by the Bota civilization, human civilization will retain a population of 1 million and be imprisoned in a large starship, waiting for the fall of the sweeper civilization. As for other human beings, there is no need to say more about their fate. Looking at the large food recovery and processing device in the plan, the faces of everyone in the command center turned livid.
Asshole!
Fong Su, who was sitting not far from Lu Yongchang, slammed the table in front of him and shouted,
"This is how you treat prisoners? You actually treat prisoners as..."
As he said that, Fong Su's expression changed quickly, and then he felt nauseated and couldn't help but make a vomiting motion. In the holographic projection, all the Boza people looked at Fong Su's actions with puzzled faces. A sound like fingernail scraping came from the speaker, and at the same time, Zero presented the real-time translation in front of everyone.
Isn't this normal procedure? Protein and fat are scarce resources in the universe. It would be too wasteful to throw them away directly. After perfect processing,
these materials can be put to good use. This method of processing is very common, and many civilizations in the universe do this. Aren't you?
The words in the holographic projection tightly grabbed Lu Yongchang's heart. His face turned pale slightly, and he took a few hard breaths to calm down the bad emotions inside. Afterwards, Lu Yongchang stared at the holographic projection with extremely disgusted eyes and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth.
Human civilization will never surrender. It's you who should surrender.
The moment the words fell, an extremely strong flash of light erupted in the Bossa fleet. Through the porthole, Lu Yongchang's peripheral vision caught this burst of light. Hit! Zhao Zijia's somewhat suppressed exclamation came from the side. At the same time, an extremely sharp and harsh sound came from the speaker. The communication had not been interrupted. Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his head to look at the holographic projection. The picture in the projection was shaking violently, and the Boza people who were originally calm were also thrown into chaos. Those harsh sounds just now were the frightened cries of these stick insects. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and clicked his tongue lightly. It can be seen from the communication screen that has not been interrupted that this round of two-dimensional debris attack did not hit the opponent's flagship.
Zero. What enemy ships did we hit?
As soon as he finished speaking, the real-time image from the detector appeared next to Lu Yongchang. Under the illumination of several large flares, two-dimensional paper battleships slowly extended in the universe. Chapter 569 Hero
1, 2, 3.
Lu Yongchang moved his lips slightly, silently counting the number of two-dimensional battleships. 90!
Okay.
Lu Yongchang's expression relaxed a little. His eyes were shining brightly, and he shouted loudly,
"All hits!"
After all, two-dimensional fragments are high-risk weapons. Without the protection of the stabilizing device, it is an extremely dangerous time bomb. Who knows where it will float to under the influence of inertia, and then suddenly explode. After experiencing the Proxima Centauri incident, Lu Yongchang had some shadows about similar things, fearing that he would accidentally cause the same own incident again.
Professor, the comparison process has been completed. In this attack, a total of 6 enemy secondary flagships were hit and destroyed, with 0 remaining. A total of 4 large enemy warships were hit and destroyed, leaving 10 ships.
Electronic synthesized sounds came from the side. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. Although the flagship of the Bota civilization was not eliminated, such results were enough. The remaining large battleships can be slowly worn out by just relying on the Golden Crow fleet. As for the flagship, a flash of light flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. You also need to launch a two-dimensional fragment. However, after being prepared, these two-dimensional fragments are not easy to hit enemy ships. While Lu Yongchan was thinking about countermeasures, a high-pitched and harsh sound came from the speaker, which made Lu Yongchan tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at the translated text in the holographic projection. Dimensional attack. Lord, that's a dimensional attack. The calmness on Commander Boda's face has completely dissipated. It shouted towards the camera with a horrified look on its face.
Damn it. You are not a level 4 civilization. You.
The panic in Commander Boza's eyes almost overflowed.
You are the pastoralists.
Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly.
Do you also know about the pastoral school?
Commander Bota ignored Lu Yongcheng's inquiry and just kept making circular motions on his chest with his two pairs of forelimbs.
Lord. Your lord doesn't seem to care about your lives.
Lu Yongcheng stared at the holographic projection and said in a deep voice,
They didn't even tell you the truth. Even so, you still have to be civilized for the sweepers. Shut up.
An increasingly shrill roar came from the speaker. In the picture, Commander Boza swings his slender body greatly while raising the two pairs of forelimbs on his chest, seemingly making some threatening movements.
The Lord must have his intention when he does this. As faithful slaves of the Lord, it is our honor to lay down our lives for the Lord.
Lu Yongcheng frowned and shook his head speechlessly. This Boza civilization is completely ruined.
He gave his assessment.
0. Prepare to cut off communications.
The sharp roar continued. After discovering that human civilization had launched a dimensional attack, these large stick insects seemed to fall into some kind of strange state of madness. They jumped around in front of the camera with great enthusiasm, and at the same time chanted loudly in a strange accent.
The Lord will know all the information. The Lord's loyal servants will track the dimensional fluctuations. Human civilization. You can't escape. Cut off communications.
Lu Yongcheng gave the order with a gloomy face. The holographic communication interface disappeared instantly. But in Lu Yongcheng's mind, the crazy behavior of those large stick insects still appeared.
Professor, I apply to launch another dimensional strike against enemy ships.
Zhao Zijia's voice came from the side.
We need to resolve the battle as soon as possible.
Lu Yongcheng had a gloomy face, tried his best to suppress the bad thoughts in his heart, and said in a deep voice,
Just do as you say. It's just that, after experiencing such a round of attacks just now, the enemy may be on guard against two-dimensional fragments. The second round of attacks is not easy to hit. Do you have any ideas? Use Golden Crow.
Zhao Zijia was silent for a moment, and then suddenly spoke.
What?
Lu Yongcheng didn't understand the meaning of Zhao Zijia's words for a while.
Put the dimensional strike ship in the cabin of the Golden Crow. Get close to it and then attack.
Zhao Zijia pressed his somewhat white lips vigorously and explained softly. Lu Yongcheng's expression suddenly changed.
Once the two-dimensional fragments erupt, Golden Crow will definitely not be able to escape. Professor, in order to win the war, these sacrifices are indispensable.
Zhao Zijia's eyes flashed with a strange look.
The order has been issued. They've already set off.
Silence. There was a long silence.
Call.
Lu Yongcheng took a long breath, and then said in a hoarse voice,
They are heroes. All soldiers who died in this war are heroes. After the war, build a monument to the pioneers of human civilization. Human civilization must never forget them.
Zhao Zijia's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded with an extremely solemn expression. The war has reached its final stage. Under the siege of countless Golden Crow battleships, bursts of explosions flashed in the Bassa fleet. Of course, under the attack of the enemy flagship, the Golden Crow battleship also suffered great losses. Under the gaze of everyone, a Golden Crow battleship quietly broke away from the formation, and under the cover of the other Golden Crow, it approached the enemy's flagship step by step. Perhaps because they were jealous, these stick insects did not notice the strange behavior of this Golden Crow. When they discovered it, the Golden Crow had already arrived in the warning area, accompanied by a strong gamma-ray burst. The antimatter engine erupted into a huge ball of fire, pushing the Golden Crow straight into the Bassa flagship. It was too late for Bassa's flagship to dodge, so it could only aim its hastily charged antimatter main gun at the Golden Crow. Boom! Under the impact of the torrent of antimatter, violent explosions began to appear from the head of Golden Crow. It's too late. It's fast. In the endless explosion fire, an unprecedented flash of light burst out. This flash of light illuminated the entire battlefield in an instant, suppressing the energy of annihilation of matter and antimatter beneath him. The light slowly dissipated. A piece of paper without thickness floats slowly in the starry sky. Looking at the annihilation reaction still going on in the piece of paper, Lu Yongchang slowly raised his right hand and saluted the starry sky. A salute that belonged only to the human fleet. Chapter 570. An ordinary man is not guilty. But he is guilty of having a jade in his arms. The war is over. When the fire of the explosion gradually dissipated, the young star system returned to its original tranquility. The wreckage of countless dilapidated battleships floats slowly in the star system, seeming to tell the story of the bloody and tearful process of this war. The Bodha fleet was wiped out. But apart from a large amount of antimatter and battleship wreckage, they left nothing to mankind. Warp drive, antimatter cannon, antimatter bombs were installed in all key areas, leaving almost no residue after the explosion. As for human civilization, although the war was won, it also paid a huge price. Most of the Golden Crow fleet was damaged, and the Light Guardian planetary fortress was almost scrapped. Not to mention all kinds of weapons and equipment. Even the Dimension Strike ship only has the last 30 ships left.
Why?
Earth. In Lu Yongchang's office. Lu Yongchang looked at the data in the holographic projection and sighed softly.
I don't know how long it will take to get back to the state it was in before the war.
Zhao Zijia sat aside and shook his head with a bitter look on his face.
Professor, we have no time to develop. Have you forgotten what the Bodhan said? The Sweeper civilization is likely to continue sending affiliated civilizations to the Gliese 555 star system.
Lu Yongchang nodded seriously.
Of course I know that. I suggest we set off as soon as possible.
Zhao Zijia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice.
The Gliese 555 star system is too dangerous. We must set off immediately to find the next safe zone. Only by leaving Gliese 555 can we have a chance.
Lu Yongchang slowly closed his eyes and sighed again.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. According to the Bodha civilization, the Sweeper civilization has many affiliated civilizations. The current human civilization must have become the hunting target of these subsidiary civilizations. The dimensional fluctuations caused by the two-dimensional fragments are the clues for them to find us.
Lu Yongchang's face became increasingly ugly.
Unless we don't use these two-dimensional fragments in the future. No, it's useless. Every man is not guilty. But he is guilty of carrying a jade.
As he spoke, Lu Yongchang thought of the information he learned from Hua, and his face turned livid.
Even if we don't use these two-dimensional fragments, they will still attract the attention of the Sweeper civilization. Then, according to what you say, doesn't it mean that human civilization has no way to survive?
Zhao Zijia's eyes were filled with confusion, and he murmured to himself.
Is there no place for humans in this huge universe?
Silence. There was a long silence.
No, there is still a way to survive.
Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with confusion.
It's just, forget it. Let me think about it again. You go and prepare for the interstellar voyage first.
Zhao Zijia's eyes became even more confused. But he still responded, turned around, and left Lu Yongchang's office.
Click.
The sound of the door closing sounded in the silent office. But Lu Yongchang didn't react at all. He just stared blankly at a small holographic projection in front of him. In the holographic projection, an image material from the Earth era is being played. A gecko, when danger approached, resolutely cut off its tail and successfully escaped the outer reaches of the Milky Way. The number of star systems is extremely rare, and most of them are thin interstellar matter. Farther away is the open space between river systems. There are no star systems here, and even interstellar matter has become extremely rare. Of course, that doesn't mean there's nothing in the area. Dark, or called dark matter halo. This is a natural barrier between river systems. The mass and volume of this dark matter far exceed the mass and volume of the river system. Like an unbeaten egg, the Milky Way is the yolk embedded in the egg white, and the dark halo is the surrounding ring of egg white. Due to the extremely stable nature of dark matter, most civilizations can only detect their existence and cannot use them at all. Therefore, for most civilizations in the universe, the vacuum zone between river systems is a natural barrier that they can never cross. However, there are always exceptions to everything. I don't know when. A slender belt appeared in this natural barrier, connecting two river systems 2.54 million light-years apart. This is the galactic bridge that connects the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. This galaxy bridge built of neutral hydrogen is a veritable material-rich area among the vast river systems. Such galaxy bridges are distributed among many river systems. But even so, only a small number of civilizations can rely on this galaxy bridge to travel to other river systems. In the area where this galaxy bridge connects with the edge of the Milky Way, Spherical battleships rich in technology are hovering quietly in the empty space, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a mysterious wave slowly appeared on the galaxy bridge. At the same time, there was some distortion in a certain area on the galaxy bridge. Boom! Without any waiting. Almost at the same time, the explosion of fire illuminated the dim, starry sky. The surfaces of these spherical warships emitted bursts of faint light, seeming to be actuating some device. Under the action of these devices, all the matter in the star field, even the dark matter that should have been extremely stable, turned into extremely violent energy at this moment. Not only that, even the three-dimensional space melted rapidly like snow under the sun, revealing deep black marks. Around the black mark, there is an extremely strong light. It seems that these black marks are releasing the huge energy contained in them in a strange way. Chapter 571 Tail Docking? The extremely bright explosion flames gradually dissipated. The deep black marks gradually disappeared. At the edge of the Milky Way, which was already extremely sparse in materials, a real vacuum area appeared directly at this time. Although the explosion has ended, the spherical battleships that caused the explosion still stay in place, as if facing a formidable enemy. Time passes minute by minute. An infinitely extending thin line slowly emerges from the vacuum area. The moment the thin line appeared, it stretched straight towards one of the spherical battleships. With the extremely dazzling light, the shape of this spherical battleship continued to elongate, and its width and height quickly disappeared until it turned into an infinitely extending silver-white thin line. Under the influence of its own gravity, this extremely long silver-white thread quickly gathered together and became a silver-white thread, quietly suspended in the universe. At the same time, on the side, among the gray shadows, a constantly twisting spherical-like structure slowly emerged. Subsequently, this spherical structure directly collided with a spherical battleship. The next moment, several creatures with 6 slender tentacles suddenly appeared outside the spherical battleship. They writhed painfully in the vacuum. Next to them are various parts inside the spherical battleship. As for the spherical battleship that was attacked, it had become an empty SHL at this time, floating quietly next to these space junk. The war begins, without any communication. The moment the identities of the two sides were determined, the war entered a white-hot stage. This war was strange from the beginning. Whether it was a sudden explosion or various unexpected attack methods, every place was filled with a strong and strange atmosphere. Far away in the Gliese 555 star system on the other side of the Milky Way, Earth, Lu Yongchang sat in his office, silently looking at the universe outside the porthole window. Needless to say, extremely distant stars, even the nearest Gliese 555, cannot illuminate this extremely dark space. He frowned and thought carefully. As time went by, his ideas gradually became clearer. Yongchang! Fong Su's weak voice came from the seat next to him. Lu Yongchang sighed slightly and said softly, "Whether it is a sweeper civilization or a pastoral civilization, their primary purpose is actually two-dimensional fragments in the hands of human civilization. As for those subsidiary civilizations that have no self-thought, let alone those who have no thoughts of their own, they are nothing more than slaves following the sweeper civilization." Thinking of the constant prayer posture of Boza civilization, Lu Yongchang sneered disdainfully. For an interstellar civilization that has reached this point, it would be better to become extinct. Then, Fong Su's face changed slightly, and he lowered his voice and said, "The remaining two-dimensional fragments." Lu Yongchang shook his head, shook those disgusting images out of his mind, and then continued to think. Needless to say, the sweepers are civilized. According to Hua, he has been looking for two-dimensional creatures for a long time. Although the reason is not clear, it must be related to dimensional technology. As a result, human civilization with two-dimensional fragments in its hands has naturally become its primary target. Pastoral civilization. Although it is possible that they want to avenge the painting with a sweeper civilization, their primary goal is easy to guess. It is nothing more than getting the two-dimensional fragments before the sweeper civilization, or preventing the sweeper civilization from getting the two-dimensional fragments. From this point of view, the path that human civilization should take is very clear. "Throw it away," Lu Yongchang said with a pained face. "It is not a good thing for these two-dimensional fragments to be in human hands. But you can't just throw it away." Lu Yongchang looked at the side window in confusion and murmured softly, "Just throwing it into the universe will definitely not work. First, these two-dimensional pieces had to be used to create a massive scene." The reason? Naturally, it attracted the attention of the sweeper civilization and the pastoral civilization. The best solution is to use these two-dimensional fragments to two-dimensionalize a star. In the process of stars becoming two-dimensional, Extremely powerful energy fluctuations and dimensional fluctuations are bound to occur. These abnormal phenomena will definitely attract the attention of higher civilizations. Lu Yongchang subconsciously entered a series of data into the holographic projection. The calculation results are out. Not enough quantity. 32-dimensional fragments cannot carry out a 2-dimensional attack on the star. A planet. Lu Yongchang tapped his knuckles on the desk and murmured in a low voice. It's not difficult. There are many planets in the Gliese 555 star system. No! Lu Yongchang seemed to have remembered something. His eyes flashed with fear. Not enough. This is not enough. Fong Su said nothing, but looked at Lu Yongchang with confusion. Just 2-dimensionalizing an ordinary planet will at best distract the attention of the sweeper civilization. There is also pastoral civilization. Don't forget to paint your last message before you die. Fong Su's expression suddenly changed. Yes, other advanced civilizations may not believe the message sent by the painting, but the pastoralists will definitely continue to pay attention to human civilization. Cut off the tail to survive. Lu Yongchang closed his eyes tightly, trembling slightly, and squeezed out 4 syllables through his teeth. Fong Su's eyes suddenly widened. He understood the meaning of Lu Yongchang's words. Abandon some of humanity. Let part of human civilization turn into a huge picture. Let those advanced civilizations believe that human civilization has died. Only in this way can the remaining human beings barely have the qualifications to survive. Like Lu Yongchang. At that moment, Fong Su's body began to tremble. A deep fear emerged from his eyes. The words of objection surged from his belly, but they stuck in his throat. After a brief silence, he asked hoarsely with trembling teeth. How many people are needed? A lot. The pastoralists are not fools. They want to deceive them. Lu Yongchang repeated again. It takes a lot of people. Where's the candidate? I have no idea. This is a crime. No matter who you choose, this is a crime. Fong Su lowered his voice and shouted in a low voice. I know. Of course I know this is a crime. Lu Yongchang raised his hands to cover his eyes and said with pain on his face. But this may be the only way to survive. Fong Su exhaled a long breath and slumped down in his seat. Yes. Yes. This may be the only way to survive. This damn universe. Like Lu Yongchang, he also turned to look at the side window. The eyes reflected endless fear. Chapter 572, Tail Docking Plan. Earth Calendar Year 2505. November 5th. 3 days after the defeat of Bota civilization. During these 3 days, the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament conducted a lot of discussions, trying to find another way out for human civilization. However, in the face of the powerful sweeper civilization and pastoral civilization, as well as countless sweeper-affiliated civilizations, the tail docking plan proposed by Lu Yongchang is still the best plan. Finally, the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament opened a secret ballot for all members. Tail docking plan has become the escape plan of human civilization with a support rate of 71.3%. The moment the plan was finalized, every silent home ship became lively, under Zero's control. The hibernating cabins that had been dormant for hundreds of years lit up with orange-yellow light. The following content is excerpted from the memoirs of participants of the tail docking project. Dip, dip, dip! At first, the beep seemed very distant, like a thick layer of frosted glass. And the sound was not real. Who I am? Perhaps because of the long hibernation. My mind went blank at that time. Xiaomingda? After a few seconds, a name slowly emerged in his mind. Where is this? What happened? Almost at the same time, countless questions arose in my mind. The next second, memory fragments flashing rapidly like a revolving lantern poured out from the depths of his brain. As a large number of memory fragments emerged, I felt an extremely strong sense of nausea rising from my abdomen. At the same time, the originally unreal buzzing sound quickly became clear. Call! Almost subconsciously, I took a deep breath. Along with the nausea was an extremely strong feeling of choking on water. These two strong feelings of discomfort directly washed away the memory fragments that had just begun to emerge in my mind. With my mind blank, I chose to follow my body's instinct, curled up into a ball, and coughed hard. Cough! Cough, cough! A thick echo came. I seemed to be in a not-so-large space. The body was sticky, as if some liquid remained. Now that I think about it, it must be deep-sea fluid. A cold and biting feeling came from every corner of the body. I shuddered and took a moment to look at my surroundings. A small, wet space, like a coffin. A strange thought suddenly appeared in my mind and continued to haunt me. Oops. The cover of this coffin is still transparent. I thought happily. Orange light from an unknown source illuminated the entire small space. From this warm-toned light, I seemed to feel some illusory warmth. No, it's not fantasy. I looked around the area in surprise. If my feeling is correct, this coffin is gradually heating up. Soon, the heating was over. Although I didn't know the specific temperature, the environment at this time made me feel very comfortable, and the panic in my heart slowly dissipated. Countless memory fragments began to flash through his originally blank brain. Proxima Centauri is about to burn out, and human civilization is preparing to embark on its second interstellar voyage. The huge voyage fleet hovered around Proxima b, blocking the sky and the sun. I followed everyone's footsteps and came to a spacious and bright room. Then, he lay down in a silver-white hibernation cabin, along with a slight sting. The scene in the memory was also interrupted. That now. Did you successfully reach your destination? The moment the idea emerged, my heart beat violently. New star system. New home. Thinking of this, I couldn't hold back the excitement in my heart. I raised my head slightly and tried to observe the surrounding environment through the transparent cover of the hibernation cabin. In the hall full of technology, light curtains of unknown meaning flickered. Oh, I sighed softly.
At first glance, this environment is much more advanced than it was back then.
I subconsciously raised my hand and tapped the transparent cover in front of me.
Dong dong dong.
A dull voice sounded. But the cover of the hibernating cabin was not opened.
What? What's going on?
No one responded to my inquiry. Is the hibernation capsule malfunctioning? The panic that had just dissipated soon filled my heart once again. I raised my hand with difficulty and was about to tap the transparent cover in front of me again.
Drop!
A slight beep sounded. A clear light curtain appeared outside the transparent cover. This is holographic projection technology. I subconsciously compared it with the holographic projection in my memory. It was obvious that the holographic image in front of him was more than one level more refined than the picture in his memory. Name, Xiaomingda. Identity, citizen of the People's League. Credit, contribution. I carefully looked at the information that was constantly presented in the holographic image.
What time is it now?
I murmured quietly.
Hello, Mr. Xiaomingda. It is November 5th, 2505 in the Earth calendar. We are located in the Gliese 555 star system 17.55 light-years from Proxima Centauri.
Accompanied by electronically synthesized sounds, a clear star map appeared in the holographic projection.
2505.
I shouted in surprise.
What? Why did it take so long?
I panicked a little.
I remember it was 2210 when I entered hibernation. Didn't it say that it would take less than 100 years to reach the next star system? Also, why don't you open the hibernation cabin door? Let me out!
I raised my weak right hand again and gently tapped the transparent cover in front of me.
Please be patient.
The electronically synthesized voice was as calm as ever.
Now, I will give you a brief introduction to the history of the human fleet in the past 300 years. In the year 2210 of the Earth's calendar, the human fleet departed from Proxima Centauri b and headed for the Ross 154 star system. In the year 2275 of the Earth calendar, the human fleet was forced to set sail again, heading to the Gliese 555 star system.
Looking at the rapidly flashing images in the holographic projection, my mood suddenly aroused. The moment I saw the two-dimensional creature painting appear, I opened my mouth wide and let out a surprised exclamation.
Hack!
When I learned that the human fleet was forced to leave Ross 154 and head to Gliese 555, I sighed lightly. Humanity is too weak and is forced to flee when faced with other civilizations in the universe. Sad? When I saw the human fleet encountering the later star pirate civilization and fighting with it, I clenched my fists. My heart seemed to be tightly grasped, and I was speechless. But then, we arrived at Gliese 555. Planetary terraforming, dawn star, and luminous moon. The scientific and technological level of human civilization is developing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. These scenes came into view, making me even more excited.
So, can we live on Dawn Star now?
I asked softly with a trembling voice. Chapter 573 Memoirs. No response. The picture in the holographic projection continues, and the electronically synthesized sound does not pause at all.
In the year 2501 of the Earth's calendar, painting has made a comeback. In the year 2503 of the Earth's calendar, the Sweeper Civilization probe arrived at Gliese 555, and the war broke out. In the year 2505 of the Earth's calendar, the Botah Civilization arrived and war broke out again. In this war, the human fleet lost more than 2,600 Golden Crow, battleships. I stared blankly at the cold lines of text, and my originally extremely exciting mood quickly cooled down. Then a bad thought emerged in my mind. The purpose of this awakening was not what I imagined. The holographic projection screen was slightly dim. After a few seconds, several conspicuous Chinese characters appeared in front of my eyes. Tail docking plan. Looking at these 4 big characters, I just felt my heart skip a beat. Being born on Earth, I naturally understand the meaning of tail docking. The emotionless electronic synthesized voice introduced the contents of the tail docking plan in a calm tone. A chill slowly ran down my spine. I shivered violently. Even though the temperature in the hibernation chamber was kept constant, I couldn't feel any warmth. 1 billion people. This so-called tail docking plan actually costs 1 billion lives. Damn it. Is the Academy crazy? Is Parliament crazy? I banged on the transparent cover of the hibernation cabin, trying to escape from this cold coffin. Obviously, this thing is locked. I collapsed and looked at the Chinese characters on the holographic projection, cursing the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament crazily. According to the joint proposal of the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament, participants in the tail docking project will be included in the monument to the pioneers of human civilization. Next, please make your choice. Are you willing to become a member of the tail docking project and make your own contribution to the continuation of human civilization? Electronic synthesized sounds echoed in the small hibernation chamber. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! No wonder the hibernation cabin has not been open for a long time. I looked at the still words in the holographic projection in horror. They were like sharp knives, slowly reaching towards my throat. Growling. Growling. I opened my mouth, but couldn't speak for a while. The only sound in the hibernation cabin was the sound of my teeth colliding up and down. A long time. Can I choose no? I gasped and struggled to squeeze out a sentence through my fighting teeth. Of course. That's your right. The electronic synthesized voice quickly answered. Then I choose. I shouted loudly without any hesitation. But when the last word was about to come out, I hesitated. Now that I think about it, maybe this is fate. What were you thinking? What? You asked me what I was thinking at that time? Hee. I have thought about it a lot, and everything has been whizzing through my mind since I can remember it. But what impressed me most was the scene where the disaster really began. I still remember that at that time, almost all the old people on the earth voluntarily gave up their qualifications to escape. Reason? It is just to improve the success rate of escape slightly for future generations. By the way, I was almost 50 years old at that time. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I'm afraid of death. Human nature. Fear of death is just fear of death. Nothing common or unnatural. At that time, I boarded the escape spacecraft, left the Earth, and headed for Proxima Centauri b. On Proxima b, lifespan technology had a breakthrough, and I was able to continue to survive. Yes, according to the physical examination report, you can live for at least 300 years now. I know that I still have hundreds of years to live, and I don't need you to remind me. 300 years. I am just an ordinary person, and my 300 years are worthless. What's more, I've been hibernating for so long. I'm old and can't keep up with the changes of the times. Do you hate the Academy of Sciences and Parliament? Hatred? It might be a bit annoying at first, but I soon stopped hating it. Why? I heard that the tail docking plan was proposed by Professor Liu. Yes, from the age of the Earth to the age of Proxima Centauri. And now, without Professor Liu, human civilization would have perished a long time ago. I can imagine how he felt when he made this decision. I can understand his choice. Really, I can understand it. I also support his choice. You are a hero. Hero? No, I am not. I thought of the choices made by the older generation in the Earth age. After hundreds of years of going around in circles, human civilization seems to have returned to its original starting point. And I also became the older generation at that time. Inheritance. This is the inheritance of mankind. And the inheritance cannot be interrupted. Those old men could sacrifice themselves at that time. And of course, I could sacrifice myself too. As long as this inheritance exists, human civilization cannot be destroyed. Do you have children? Have. I have a son and a daughter, both in the human fleet. Dragon and Phoenix? Are they all crew members? You are so blessed. Blessing? Go to T&D for luck. I later found out that both of them died in the war with the Bota civilization. Feel sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. These two bastards just have bad luck. By the way, I have always wanted to ask.
How many people have chosen to participate in the tail docking plan? According to information provided by the Academy of Sciences, approximately 3.5 billion people have chosen to participate in the tail docking program. Look! Look! 3.5 billion. That's more than half. Nearly half. How is it selected in the end? According to the Academy of Sciences, candidates are selected based on age, contribution value, and a series of data through zero comprehensive evaluation. Even Professor Lu cannot change the final result. Why? This damn universe. Yes, this damn universe. I'd better continue the topic just now. Where did I stop? You haven't said your final choice yet? The last choice.
Yes, I am participating in the tail docking plan. Please confirm again. Are you willing to participate in the tail docking plan? Yes, I volunteer. The wish has been confirmed. The AP and Parliament have the highest respect for you and thank you for your service. May the glory of mankind last forever.
2 streams of heat suddenly slid down the sides of my cheeks. My vision has long been blurred. But for some reason, the panic in my heart has dissipated. Suddenly, I heard an extremely strange, hoarse voice. I couldn't even believe that the sound came from my mouth.
May humanity's glory last forever.
Chapter 574. It doesn't matter. It's okay if we have it. Earth. There were no lights on in the office. It was dark. Only the faint blue light of the holographic projection illuminates the surrounding environment. A looming figure sat quietly behind the desk, leaning his elbows on the desk, silently watching the rapidly flashing text in the holographic projection. Suddenly, perhaps because the position of Earth has changed slightly, a beam of light from the main star Gliese 555 shines directly on the porthole of the office. Through the porthole, this warm light instantly dispelled the cold darkness in the office.
Professor, the final candidate has been decided.
Meanwhile, electronics and sounds echo throughout the office.
Good.
The figure behind the desk moved and struggled to squeeze out a syllable from his mouth. Then, under the light of the main star, the office, which was slightly brighter, fell into dead silence again. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at a personal name slowly sliding across the holographic projection, and closed his eyes in pain.
Professor, Academician Su Yutong is here. Let her go back.
Lu Yongchang's weak voice sounded.
Don't open the door. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A dull knock on the door interrupted Lu Yongchang's words.
Go back.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, cheered up a little, and shouted loudly.
No!
Through the thick hatch, Su Yutong's voice changed slightly.
You've been in the office for 3 days.
No response. In the office, Lu Yongchang was still staring blankly at the names on the holographic projection. He tried to remember all these names in his mind. However, with 1 billion names, even his enhanced brain is not capable of such a job.
Don't forget, you are the chief scientist of the People's Academy of Sciences.
The voice outside the door suddenly became stern.
If you fall, what will the remaining billions of humans do?
Lu Yongchang trembled slightly, but still did not speak.
I'll put the things at the door. No matter what, you have to eat something.
Su Yutong's voice softened slightly.
People's Federation. There is still hope. I know.
Lu Yongchang's eyes turned slightly red, and he murmured softly.
Professor, Academician Su Yutong has left.
The moment the electronic synthesized sound sounded, Zero's virtual image slowly appeared on the side.
Your food was left at the door. Bring it in for me.
Lu Yongchang's eyes dimmed. He sighed again and whispered.
She is right. There is still hope in the People's League. We cannot live up to the sacrifices of these 1 billion people. Click.
The sound of the door opening sounded, and a robot walked towards the office door under Zero's control. Just as Lu Yongchang reached out and patted his cheek gently to cheer up a little, a message jumped out in front of his eyes. Communication request.
Professor, a communication request has been sent from the direction of Proxima Centauri. Do you accept it?
Lu Yongchang put down the food he had just opened and frowned slightly.
Communication request from the human civilization of Proxima Centauri?
Looking at the information flashing rapidly in the holographic screen, Lu Yongchang felt his heart skip a beat. It's like one wave after another. At this juncture, I don't know what's going on with human civilization on Proxima Centauri. A trace of imperceptible melancholy flashed through Lu Yongchang's eyes.
Put the call through.
17.55 light-years away. The Proxima Centauri galaxy. The light of the main star Proxima Centauri is very dim, and it is extremely difficult to dispel the darkness in this star system. Proxima b. Starting hundreds of years ago, it gradually became a silvery white frozen planet. Satellites revolve silently around the planet. In the distance, A huge, stray, starship was slowly approaching. It comes from the gas giant planet in the Proxima Centauri system, and replenishes fusion fuel for the few remaining surface cities on Proxima Centauri b. Time is like a knife, and hundreds of years have left very strong traces on Stray. But it still followed the original procedures, and worked tirelessly to travel between the two planets. Proxima b. Central City. The roads, facilities, and buildings in the city are all covered with a layer of heaviness brought about by the passage of time. Central City has not changed in hundreds of years. Not only the Central City, but also the surrounding cities have hardly changed at all in the past hundreds of years. Proxima Centauri Human Parliament Building.
Renfeng, are you looking for me?
A familiar voice came from an office deep inside. Behind the desk, a middle-aged man with gray hair had a faint bitter smile on his face, waved his hand gently and said,
Zhang Qing, sit down. Do you remember what I told you then?
Zhang Jingqing's breath suffocated slightly, and the relaxed expression on his face instantly became serious. He was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly.
Of course I remember.
Zhang Zhengqing looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a complex look on his face.
Have you thought clearly?
Renfeng did not respond to Zhang Jingqing's question immediately, but raised his hand to operate the holographic projection on the side.
Let's see.
He skillfully pulled out a document and displayed it in front of Zhang Zhengqing.
This is the latest document from the People's United Fleet.
Zhang Zhengqing glanced at Renfeng suspiciously, and then focused on the holographic projection in front of him. The moment he saw the title, his eyes widened suddenly.
Tail-cutting plan?
These 4 words immediately gave rise to bad thoughts in his mind. He didn't have time to think or ask, so he just swiped the holographic interface and read it carefully.
Crazy! Professor Liu is crazy!
Zhang Jingqing's hands trembled slightly, and he murmured in a low voice.
1 billion people. This is 1 billion people. Sacrifice them like this? For the survival of more people.
Renfeng smiled with relief and whispered.
They did the same thing back then.
Zhang Jingqing's voice suddenly stopped when he spoke. He knew what Renfeng meant. More than 200 years ago, when the disaster struck and the city on the surface of Proxima b was in chaos, those old people voluntarily gave up the chance of survival. Recalling the scene at that time, Zhang Jingqing's stiff face suddenly softened a bit.
Why? Maybe this is the inheritance of mankind. It's a pity.
Zhang Zhengqing murmured with a sigh on his face.
In today's Proxima human civilization, there may not be many people who have this kind of inheritance.
Renfeng was silent for a while, and then said in an extremely firm tone,
It doesn't matter. It's okay if we have it.
Chapter 575 Filling the Loopholes.
You?
Zhang Jingqing's eyes widened suddenly, and his eyes were filled with confusion.
What on earth do you want to do?
Renfeng narrowed his slightly wrinkled eyes.
Help them complete their tail docking plan. You should have noticed. There are loopholes in the selection of the tail docking plan.
Zhang Zhengqing was silent for a moment, and nodded with difficulty.
Perhaps because they are reluctant to part with the new generation. The candidates for the tail docking plan are basically the older generation. This is not the demographic structure that a normal civilization should have, let alone those higher civilizations. Even we can't be fooled.
Renfeng whispered to himself.
It's normal. The new generation is the hope of civilization after all. Sacrificing the older generation was no problem in the past. But now, it is far from enough.
Zhang Zhengqing moved his lips, but did not say any words.
Moreover, they chose Dawn Star as the location for the tail docking plan.
Renfeng shook his head.
This is not good. We clearly just won the war. Why did we suddenly become extinct under the two-dimensional fragments? This doesn't make sense. You mean to use Proxima b as the implementation location of the tail docking plan?
Zhang Jingqing's voice was extremely hoarse. Renfeng said nothing, but glanced at Zhang Zhengqing. Zhang Jingqing's body trembled suddenly. What kind of look is this? Apathy, disappointment, helplessness. But deep down, there is some hope. Zhang Jingqing's eyes flashed with fear, and words of opposition were already on his lips. But several images emerged in his mind involuntarily. On that day, the main star gradually dimmed. Proxima Centauri b turned into an ice ball, and the surrounding resources gradually became scarce. On that day, Proxima Centauri failed to reform and fell into war. On that day, the new generation no longer looked up at the stars, but instead turned their attention to the only space in the cities on the surface. That day, he swallowed hard and swallowed the words on his lips.
Human civilization on Proxima Centauri has no way out.
Renfeng's voice came softly.
Although I was born from Proxima Centauri, I have heard an ancient saying from the Earth Age. If you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Instead of declining due to resource depletion, it is better to burn yourself and light the way forward for them.
The moment he finished speaking, the memory of being in the Proxima holographic theater reappeared in Renfeng's mind.
Grandpa,
he whispered in a low voice like a mosquito.
What you didn't do at that time, I will do it for you.
Zhang Zhengqing seemed to think of the scene of those old people running towards death with a smile again. His eyes turned slightly red, and he nodded fiercely.
Okay, I agree. It's just that if we want to help them complete their tail docking plan, our population is too small.
The smile on Renfeng's face showed a hint of madness.
It's okay. Did you forget about the social care center? There are enough germ cells there. Boom!
There was a dull sound at the door.
Who?
Renfeng's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sharply. There was no response. Just a series of extremely rapid footsteps. Renfeng subconsciously turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhengqing. The two did not speak, and only relied on their eyes to communicate with each other. Broken. What to do? Once this news is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. Having managed the Proxima Centauri civilization for so long, no one knows the humans of Proxima Centauri at this time better than they do. They have almost forgotten the glory of mankind and just want to eat and die in the surface cities. Trying to get these people to understand the inherent spirit of human civilization is tantamount to fanciful talk. Gradually, Renfeng's somewhat crazy eyes gradually infected Zhang Zhengqing. Facing Renfeng's gaze, Zhang Zhengqing's eyes gradually became filled with murderous intent, and he nodded vigorously. Then, Zhang Zhengqing suddenly stood up from his seat and walked towards the office door.
Notify all troops.
In front of him, the holographic projection screen flickered with light. Behind him is a cold seat. Renfeng listened to the piercing sirens outside the building and slowly lowered his eyes.
Help me contact the human fleet. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
An electronic synthesizer sounded.
The communication link is being established. Please wait. No.
Lu Yongchang slammed the table hard and became furious.
This is a matter for the human fleet, and there is no need for your Proxima Centauri human civilization to interfere. Please wake up. We will fix the flaws in the tail docking plan immediately. Leading the development of civilization well is what you should do. Professor, I'm awake.
Renfeng's voice came from the speaker.
It's not just me. Zhang Zhengqing also agreed to this proposal. Listen carefully. The army has begun to take action. Next, the urban care center will lift all restrictions. At the same time, all personnel currently on Proxima B will be forced to hibernate, waiting for the final moment. I've done the math for you. From now on, when the home ships and dimensional strike ships of the human fleet arrive at Proxima Centauri, there will be at least 500 million humans on Proxima Centauri B. According to the calculation results provided by Zhang Zhengqing, our resources should be enough to last until the fleet arrives. In order to improve the age distribution of the tail docking plan, these 500 million humans will not undergo life-extending modifications. They will become the last piece of the puzzle for the tail docking plan. You are confused.
Lu Yongchang was shocked and angry.
Do you know what you are doing? You are committing a crime.
In the picture, Renfeng smiled. Smiled brightly.
Professor, you also know in your heart that there is no hope for human civilization on Proxima Centauri. It's even difficult for us to maintain a normal life for these 500 million humans for a long time. Professor.
The smile on Renfeng's face gradually faded.
The plan has begun. You don't have to send a fleet. However, the countdown to the demise of human civilization on Proxima Centauri has already started. Let's make the final impact.
There was a bit of pleading in Renfeng's eyes.
Human civilization cannot be destroyed.
The holographic communication interface disappeared instantly. The connection has been interrupted. Looking at the flashing words in front of him, Lu Yongchang leaned on the back of the chair with a pale face.
Zero, can you control the central computer of the Proxima Centauri civilization?
As if he remembered something, he straightened up suddenly and shouted sharply.
Stop their behavior immediately. Trying to establish connection.
Electronic synthesizer sounds. A glimmer of hope rose in Lu Yongchang's eyes. But the next second, this hope was severely shattered. The other party has been physically disconnected and cannot establish a connection. Zero's electronic synthesized sound was extremely cold. Like a death sentence for human civilization on Proxima Centauri. Chapter 576, The 11th Secret Ballot.
Damn it!
Lu Yongchang reached out his hand angrily and patted the desk in front of him hard. The cold touch stung his palm deeply.
Zero, call Fong Su over.
He shouted in a low voice. But soon, He shook his head.
No. Let him go to the conference room. Notify everyone, including the parliament, to convene an emergency meeting immediately.
This matter involves the lives of too many people, and it is not his or Fong Su's decision. After saying that, he reached out to unlock the electromagnetic absorption device on his seat, stood up solemnly, and walked straight towards the office door.
Copy that. The meeting will start in 30 minutes.
At the same time as the electronic synthesized sound fell, the office door opened, and Zero's avatar turned into particle effects and dissipated in the air. Earth. Conference room. On both sides of the conference table, everyone had different expressions on their faces.
That's pretty much it.
Lu Yongchang raised his hand and gently rubbed his eyebrows.
Let's talk about it. Whether we want to change the implementation area of tail docking plan.
As he spoke, he turned his attention to Fong Su and Hong Qiming not far away. Fong Su didn't speak, but Hong Qiming was the first to speak.
Professor, I need to be sure.
Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly.
You say it.
Hong Qiming's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice.
Can we still contact the human civilization on Proxima Centauri? Or to put it another way, Zero, can you still control the weak artificial intelligence over there remotely?
Without any hesitation, Lu Yongchang shook his head and said,
Impossible. Renfeng and Zhang Zhengqing have physically cut off all external network connections. Currently, Proxima Centauri is like an isolated island, unless the other party actively restores the connection. Or we send a starship to Proxima Centauri B.
Hong Qiming took a deep breath. His eyes extremely complicated. There is admiration and regret. Hong Qiming pursed his lips hard.
As Renfeng said, no matter what we do, the countdown to the demise of human civilization on Proxima Centauri has started. That leaves us with only one option. We can't let the human civilization of Proxima Centauri die in vain. Right. What's more, the tail docking plan does have flaws, and Proxima Centauri can very well make up for this plan. Besides, there's one more thing. Proxima Centauri and our target star system are almost in opposite directions. This can significantly increase the chances of success of the tail docking program.
In the conference room, there was a slight discussion. It can be seen from the faces of everyone that most people agree with Hong Qiming's statement. But Fong Su raised an objection.
I have a question. How can we be sure that Renfeng and Zhang Zhengqing's plan is successfully implemented? Professor, they have already mobilized the army. Just in case, their plan fails, then the tail docking plan will also completely fail. In this way, not only the human civilization of Proxima Centauri will be destroyed, but also us.
As soon as the words fell, the conference room fell into silence. When it comes to the continuation of civilization, Lu Yongchang must be extremely cautious. The question raised by Fong Su was like a sword of Damocles, hanging high above everyone's heads. The meeting lasted for 3 full days. During the meeting, under Zero's control, the tail-cutting plan and interstellar voyage plan were still proceeding in an orderly manner. But this meeting, which decided the fate of countless people, came to a standstill. During these 3 days, one plan after another was proposed but rejected. No one can guarantee, and no one dares to guarantee, that Renfeng and Zhang Zhengqing's plan can be successfully implemented. After all, in the context of human civilization on Proxima Centauri, their actions are tantamount to being enemies of the entire civilization. The resistance involved is unimaginable. Lu Yongchang sat in his seat with a tired face, looking at the voting results in front of him with great confusion. This is already the 10th time all members have secretly voted. But the result is still unsatisfactory. 51.2% voted in favor, 44.1% voted against, and 4.7% abstained. Although the approval vote exceeded half, it did not meet the 2/3 voting power standard. Therefore, this vote had no effect.
Drop!
A rapid siren sounded.
Professor, Proxima B communication has been restored.
Lu Yongchang suddenly widened his eyes. He subconsciously placed his hands on the conference table in front of him, straightened up and shouted loudly.
Quick! Establish a communication connection for me.
A huge holographic projection appeared above the conference table, and a line of faint text appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The communication connection is being established. Proxima Centauri responds quickly. There was almost no waiting. After a line of faint words, successfully connected, appeared, the real-time picture of Proxima B appeared on the holographic screen. Renfeng's eyes were sunken. His gray hair was extremely messy, and the word exhaustion was written all over his face. But his eyes were extremely bright, and there was even a slight smile.
Hello, Professor.
Renfeng was the first to say hello, as if the incident never happened a few days ago.
Renfeng? You?
Lu Yongchang looked at Renfeng's appearance and didn't know what to say for a moment.
Professor, I'm here to report to you on the progress of the plan.
Renfeng whispered with a tired smile on his lips.
As of now, the total number of people awakened on Proxima B is 3,147. They are all absolute supporters of the tail docking plan. But in order to prevent accidents, all personnel, including me, will gradually enter hibernation. All irrelevant personnel of Proxima B have entered hibernation. According to the preset program, they will wake up in 50 years and welcome the final moment. Meanwhile, 5 social care centers have lifted all restrictions and started working. In order to ensure the successful execution of the plan, all humans born from the fostering center will directly enter a state of light hibernation. According to the experimental data provided by Zhang Zhengqing, mild hibernation will not affect their normal growth and development.
Having said this, Renfeng took a deep breath and his expression became more solemn.
Professor, all preparations have been completed. Have you thought about it?
Just as Lu Yongchang was about to speak, Renfeng smiled again and added,
By the way, Professor, Zhengqing has only restored this external communication link. He can physically cut it off again at any time.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. In desperation, he swallowed what he originally wanted to say and changed it to another sentence.
Everyone, the 11th secret ballot will now begin.
Chapter 577 Farce. Voting is over. The most critical issue was resolved, and the voting results changed dramatically. 86.1% voted in favor, 11.2% voted against, and 2.7% abstained. Exceeds the 2/3 voting power standard. The vote is valid. Lu Yongchang looked at the voting results in front of him, then looked at his own vote of approval, and took a deep breath.
I announce that the implementation location of the tail docking plan has been changed to Proxima Centauri B. Home ship sets off today.
The meeting is over. Everyone in the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament left one after another. The next interstellar voyage requires a lot of preparation, and everyone has their own things to be busy with. In the conference room, only Lu Yongchang was left.
Why bother?
Lu Yongchang sighed softly. Renfeng's chuckle came from the loudspeaker.
For the continuation of human civilization.
Lu Yongchang did not speak, but looked at Renfeng in the holographic projection with a look of regret. After a moment of silence, he shook his head.
You will become a sinner. The biggest sinner in the history of human civilization.
Lu Yongchang emphasized with emphasis.
You could have been the hero of human civilization on Proxima Centauri.
Renfeng still maintained a faint smile on his face.
Never mind. When I made this decision, I didn't care about that. What's more, I did not lead the human civilization of Proxima Centauri to glory, but instead led it to decline.
Saying this, Renfeng lowered his eyes slightly to cover up the disappointment in his eyes.
It's not your fault.
Lu Yongchang sighed again. Renfeng didn't reply. The conference room fell into dead silence.
Correct,
Lu Yongchang said softly.
The infrastructure of Proxima B is too weak, which will become another flaw of the tail docking plan. I will send some Taotai material reserve ships and engineering ships to build some necessary infrastructure in the shortest possible time. These infrastructures can greatly improve the quality of life of the 500 million humans on Proxima Centauri. At least, they don't have to squeeze into such a small space. Okay.
Renfeng's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly,
I thank you on behalf of the unborn humans of Proxima Centauri.
Lu Yongchang swallowed half of the words he had not yet spoken, although this quality of life can only last for an extremely short period of time. The atmosphere in the conference room returned to dead silence again.
I will faithfully record the history of human civilization on Proxima Centauri.
Lu Yongchang once again broke the silent atmosphere.
As for you and Zhang Zhengqing, I will include your names in the monument to the pioneers of human civilization. Others, I'll let future generations judge whether it's merit or demerit. I can't interfere too much.
Renfeng was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lu Yongchang to say such words. His eyes were slightly red, and he slowly lowered his head and said in an extremely sincere voice,
Thank you, Professor. That's enough.
Earth calendar year 2506. The human fleet has completed all preparations. The fleet split into two and sailed in two directions. One of the fleets was slightly smaller, consisting of home ship, Taotai, material reserve ship, engineering ship, and a few Golden Crow battleships. Under Zero's control, It slowly sailed away from the Gliese 555 star system. Driven by the antimatter engine, it headed straight for Proxima Centauri b, which is 17.55 light-years away. The other fleet, filled with the hope of human civilization and carrying a large amount of antimatter seized from the Bota civilization, sailed towards the target star system 42.3 light-years away. After a brief repair there, the fleet will set sail again, heading for the nearest small black hole. 50 years later, Earth calendar year 2556. Lu Yongchang's face turned slightly pale as he walked out of the hibernation cabin and came to the Earth command center. The command center was extremely deserted. He sat in his seat slowly, staring blankly at the almost unchanged dark starry sky outside the porthole.
Professor, the fleet successfully arrived at Proxima b a year ago. Currently, the construction of Proxima b surface infrastructure has been completed.
A cold electronic synthesized sound sounded in the command center, and at the same time, a holographic picture appeared in front of him. Looking at the dense fleet surrounding the white planet, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a throbbing pain in his heart. He took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in his body, and gave the order.
Tail docking plan. Start executing.
Perhaps because he had just woken up from hibernation, he felt that the tone of his words was very strange. It's like it didn't come from my own mouth.
Receive.
The electronic synthesized sound is the same as before, without any change. Lu Yongchang slowly stood up and walked to the porthole, looking at the stars outside the porthole. A line of hot tears slid down both sides of his cheeks. In the huge holographic projection behind him, the real-time image of Proxima Centauri b is being played. Proxima b. A year ago, Renfeng woke up from hibernation and looked at the line of faint text in the holographic projection, with a relieved smile on his lips. Engineering ships and material reserve ships brought a large amount of supplies to Proxima b, which directly changed Proxima b's extreme shortage of supplies. The antimatter engines produce far more power than the older fusion reactors they used. In just over 6 months, Proxima b has completely changed its appearance, with countless robots running at full power. Tall surface cities stand on the ice sheet. At the same time, a Proxima human born in the breeding center woke up from mild hibernation. Of course, those Proxima Centauri humans who were forced into hibernation were also awakened one by one. Then, when they learned about this tail docking project, they were sent into brand new surface cities. This caused quite a bit of confusion. After all, in the minds of humans on Proxima Centauri, almost no one is willing to sacrifice their lives for another human civilization dozens of light-years away. For a time, the promoters of this plan, Renfeng and Zhang Zhengqing, were nailed to the pillar of shame. They suffered all kinds of abuse day and night. As Lu Yongchang said, crimes against humanity are no longer enough to describe the crimes of the two men. For this reason, the Parliament and the Academy of Sciences, which had emerged from hibernation, specifically charged the two with the latest crime against civilization. On the day of the trial, Renfeng and Zhang Zhengqing did not make any defense for themselves. Under the rebuke and roar of countless people, the two were charged with this crime and were sent to the execution ground at the same time according to the latest bill. They would be executed on the spot. Before execution, Renfeng looked at the excited crowd, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed a faint smile. The moment the execution order was issued, something happened. Zero takes over control of all devices. At the same time, under the command of some People's Alliance soldiers who voluntarily participated in the
Tail Cutoff Project,
the Golden Crow battleship aimed its guns at Proxima Centauri b. The farce is over. Chapter 578. Oppose the tyranny of the People's League. A few minutes ago, as the execution order was issued, the high-energy laser cannon set up at the execution site slowly lifted up and began to adjust its posture, taking into account the demands of the vast majority of Proxima Centauri humans. This execution was completely public. Looking at the dense crowd around the execution ground and listening to the unexplained angry voices coming from their mouths, Renfeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. This scene was captured by a camera set up on the side and projected into a giant holographic projection before the eyes of all humans on Proxima Centauri. In an instant, the extremely noisy angry voice suddenly dissipated. There was deathly silence in the surface city, but the silence went as quickly as it came. It only lasted a few seconds before it was torn apart by even stronger curses.
Damn! He's laughing! He's still laughing! Devil! He is the devil! Why haven't the execution started yet? What are the Academy of Sciences and the Parliament waiting for? Traitor! Scum! Why did we elect you as the Speaker of Parliament and Chief Scientist?
Listening to the extremely harsh remarks around him, Renfeng still had a smile on his face. He glanced around at the people around him, his eyes filled with regret and disappointment. Such a look immediately aroused an even stronger voice of anger.
Buzz!
A subtle buzzing sound sounded from the execution ground. And at the same time, the originally blue holographic projection turned into a bloody color. The laser cannon is charging. The appearance of this line of text instantly suppressed the extremely noisy sounds around him. Everyone stopped shouting and cursed and turned their attention to the huge high-energy laser cannon. Renfeng looked at the countdown that kept beating in the holographic projection and sighed slightly.
Zhangqing! Will you blame me?
Not far away, there was a chuckle.
What are you talking about? I have been prepared for this from the day I learned about your plan.
Zhang Jingqing's voice was a little weak, as if the experience of the past 2 days had completely exhausted his last energy.
I just hope that the last one will be faster. I am quite afraid of pain.
Renfeng laughed dumbly, and memories from hundreds of years ago suddenly appeared in his mind. When that disaster occurred, he was taken to the technical house in the city management center.
Don't worry. The high-energy laser cannon is very powerful, and it won't hurt. As soon as we close our eyes, we turn into ashes.
As the words fell, the countdown had reached the last 3 seconds. Renfeng subconsciously closed his eyes tightly and counted silently in his heart, preparing to face the final judgment. 3, 2, 1. 0? -1? -2? The corners of Renfeng's eyes twitched slightly, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. He struggled to open his eyes and turned his gaze to the holographic projection directly in front of him. Just one glance, and he was stunned. I saw that the countdown number stayed above 1 and never changed again. What's the situation? Countdown stuck? The next moment, the high-energy laser cannon that had been charged slowly lowered its muzzle, and the buzzing sound gradually disappeared. This sudden change confused the surrounding Proxima Centauri humans. Gradually, the discussion grew from small to loud.
What happened? What are the Parliament and the Academy doing? Click!
2 clear voices rang in the ears. Renfeng suddenly discovered that his tightly bound hands and feet could move freely. He slowly turned around, faced the eyes of everyone around him, and looked around him. Zhang Jingqing's face was pale at this time, and he was slumped on the solid ground.
Pull me!
A sound like the buzzing of mosquitoes sounded. Renfeng smiled and shook his head, moved his somewhat weak legs, came to Zhang Jingqing's side, and helped him up with difficulty.
You are too timid,
he joked with a smile.
Can't you handle this small scene?
Zhang Jingqing did not speak, but looked down at Renfeng's slightly trembling legs and smiled strangely.
Cough!
Renfeng coughed slightly and quickly changed the subject.
So, what happened?
As soon as he finished speaking, the execution countdown screen in the holographic projection suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by an iron-blooded man in military uniform.
I declare that from now on, Proxima B will enter a state of military control, and the People's Alliance fleet will take over all infrastructure. Renfeng and Zhang Jingqing are acquitted.
Boom! Just 2 words made the quiet surface city boil.
Why? We need freedom. Oppose the tyranny of the SUP. Oppose the tail-docking plan.
In the holographic projection, the man in military uniform showed a disdainful smile. He sneered.
Oh! Why?
The holographic projection screen switches quietly, one after another. The huge, Golden Crow battleships hovered above the synchronous orbit and aimed their guns at the surface city of Proxima Centauri B. One after another, small starships slowly sailed out from the open hatch of the Golden Crow battleship. Unlike the Golden Crow battleships, these small starships only have 30, and they are not conspicuous in front of the huge Proxima Centauri B. At the same time, the high-energy laser cannon that originally lowered its muzzle raised its muzzle again, with a slight buzzing sound. It turned the muzzle and pointed it at the surrounding crowd.
That's all!
The officer's disdainful voice came from the loudspeaker. Silence fell. In the distance, neat footsteps sounded.
Next, the robot will take you back to your respective residences. A curfew is in effect in all surface cities from now on.
The officer turned his attention to Renfeng and Zhang Jingqing, who were struggling to stand in the center of the execution ground. The disdain in his eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by respect and admiration. He firmly raised his right hand and saluted the 2 of them.
On behalf of the People's Federation, I would like to thank you both for your hard work. You are the heroes of human civilization.
Renfeng, who had always remained calm with a faint smile on his lips, had red eyes at this moment. He slowly lowered his head, bent down and bowed.
Thank you. Thank you.
After the words fell, the two robots slowly walked into the execution ground and came to the two people.
Chairman Ren Feng and Chief Zhang Zhengqing. Please follow me.
The electronic synthesized sound belonging to Zero sounded. Ren Feng didn't make any move, and still kept bending and bowing.
I have a request. Can you please listen to me? You are serious,
the officer said sternly.
You are a hero of human civilization. As long as it is a reasonable request, we will do our best to accommodate it.
Ren Feng slowly straightened his back and said softly,
Please, don't embarrass them too much. They are all poor people. Because of me, they had to face such a situation just after they were born in this world.
Chapter 579 3 seconds of drama. In the holographic screen, the officer was slightly moved. Under Ren Feng's expectant gaze, he sighed softly.
President Ren, don't worry. The fleet brings a lot of supplies. As long as they follow the rules, they can enjoy an extremely comfortable life.
After hearing this, Ren Feng seemed to have put down a heavy burden in his heart and let out a long sigh.
Thank you,
he whispered, took some stiff steps, and followed the robot out of the execution ground. In the next few months, Ren Feng and Zhang Zhengqing lived in the Parliament building, silently watching the changes in Proxima B. It has to be said that with the support of a large amount of materials and zero computing power, Proxima B can be said to be changing day by day. From decay to vitality, it only took 6 months.
President Ren, the basic renovation work of Proxima B has been completed.
In the holographic projection, the officer said meticulously.
According to the plan formulated by Professor Liu, the tail docking plan will be officially launched 6 months later, on January 1st, Earth Calendar 2556. Please be sure to keep it confidential. This is absolutely confidential.
With a faint smile on his lips, Ren Feng nodded slightly.
Thank you for your hard work. Actually, you can also come to the surface city to rest for a while. The living conditions on the Golden Crow battleship are not very good. After all, it's only the last 6 months.
The expression on the officer's face softened slightly.
Sorry, Chairman Ren. In order to ensure the successful implementation of the tail docking plan, Okay.
Ren Feng shook his head helplessly.
If humans on Proxima Centauri could be like the Human Alliance fleet, I would not take such a path.
The officer did not speak, but stared at Ren Feng with a slightly serious expression.
You saw it too.
Ren Feng's eyes were full of disappointment and anger.
What have they done in the past 6 months? Enjoy. Endless enjoyment. What future does such a civilization have? It's not as good as...
Ren Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the words that came to his lips.
Sorry. I said too much. You don't need to notify me on the day when the tail docking plan is implemented.
Seeing the pleading look in Ren Feng's eyes, the officer nodded silently. The holographic projection turns into particle effects and dissipates in the air. Ren Feng let out a long sigh and let his body fall onto the sofa behind him. He looked at the extremely bright simulated sky outside the window and narrowed his eyes slightly.
It's so dazzling.
Earth Calendar Year 2556. January 1st. It was late at night in the surface city of Proxima Centauri B. Under the curfew, the streets were deserted as almost everyone ended their day's enjoyment and fell into a deep sleep.
Tail docking plan. Start executing.
Lu Yongchang's voice echoed in every Golden Crow battleship through the long-distance communication device. At this moment, Golden Crow battleship, Taotai material reserve ship, engineering ship, home ship. All starships are neatly arranged around Proxima B, except for the 30-dimension strike ships. As early as 1 day ago, under the control of Zero, they left the synchronous orbit of Proxima Centauri B and landed in a corner of Proxima Centauri B. The remains of a closed sanatorium stood quietly in the ice and snow. This sanatorium was abandoned hundreds of years ago, except for a very small number of people. Basically, no one knows what kind of people are sleeping among them. At some point, a laboratory was quietly built near the remains of the closed sanatorium. A total of 30-dimension strike ships were neatly parked in the open space in front of the laboratory. In the laboratory, under the watchful eyes of some officers disguised as researchers, one of the two-dimensional debris control devices quietly lifted all restrictions. The drama begins. One of the researchers leaned over the console with a horrified look on his face, trying to press the buttons on the console. Several researchers stayed where they were. Several other researchers turned around and ran away. Several researchers even sounded the highest alarm. The moment the alarm sounded, the actors arranged in the Academy of Sciences, and the Parliament also began their performances. In the laboratory, a great piece of paper slowly fell from the two-dimensional fragment control device and gently touched the ground. Wow! Two-dimensionalization begins. The first second, a chain reaction begins. The two-dimensional debris control devices went out of control one after another, and the two-dimensional debris gathered together, constantly increasing the two-dimensional scope. The entire laboratory turned into a huge picture. In the scroll, the movements of every scientific researcher are frozen in the moment of two-dimensionalization. The simultaneous explosion of 32-dimensional fragments was extremely powerful. The next moment, the closed sanatorium that had stood aside for hundreds of years also became a corner of the picture. The picture scroll expanded rapidly. Second. Finally, the starships neatly arranged around Proxima B also discovered this phenomenon. Behind the scenes, the light of the antimatter engine suddenly lit up. Almost at the same time, all starships entered the forward 4 state. Some of the crew members, who had not yet entered the deep-sea cabin, were directly crushed into a piece of meat pie by the huge acceleration. Half of Proxima B was swallowed into the scroll. The third second, the entire Proxima Centauri B was completely swallowed up in the picture. None of the surrounding starships escaped. They all became part of this giant picture. What a magnificent picture this is. It is extremely large, occupying almost half of the space of the Proxima Centauri galaxy. In the scroll, one after another, the scientific researchers looked horrified and tried to make amends. In the painting, a small number of people turned around and ran away with frightened faces, trying to escape the attraction of the painting. In the scroll, countless human beings are immersed in sleep, and you can even clearly see the expressions on their faces and the squirming internal organs in their bodies. In the picture, the tail of the starship is shining with the light of the antimatter engine, and inside the starship are masses of flesh and blood that look like amber. The scroll shows the internal structures of countless man-made devices. In the painting, every detail of Proxima B is presented. Even a grain of dust or a bacterium in the soil is clearly visible. The tail docking plan lasted a total of 3 seconds. The extremely strong two-dimensional fluctuations became a lighthouse, lighting up the entire galaxy. The powerful light emitted during the two-dimensionalization process even overshadowed the dim main star Proxima Centauri, becoming the brightest star in this star field.
Professor, the signal has been interrupted. The tail docking plan has been successfully implemented.
Electronic synthesized sound sounded in the cabin. In the reflection of the porthole, Lu Yongcheng's face became increasingly pale. Chapter 580 Coincidence? Since the departure of the human fleet, the Gliese 555 star system has returned to its original tranquility. Only the wreckage of warships floating around in the star system, as well as the various man-made facilities on Dawn and the Moon, prove to this universe everything that has happened in the past. The outer reaches of the Gliese 555 star system, the stellar wind from the main star Gliese 555 slowly drifted by. After a long journey, it was exhausted. Finally, it formed a delicate balance with the interstellar medium in this intersection zone. This is the edge of the Gliese 555 star system. The interaction between the stellar wind and the interstellar medium forms a bow-shaped shock wave, a hydrogen wall, in the direction in which the star system moves around the Milky Way. In the hydrogen wall, the particles move at a very high speed. So from a microscopic perspective, it has an extremely high temperature. But because it is very thin, so thin that there are only single-digit particles per unit area, and coupled with the extremely long distance from the main star, it is very cold from a macro perspective. Beyond this hot and cold wall of hydrogen lies the empty interstellar space. Ordinary civilization cannot detect the existence of dark matter, and even if it detects it, it would be difficult to use it. Therefore, interstellar space filled with dark matter has always been stable. On this day, ripples appeared in the interstellar space that had always been stable. Like a crumpled piece of paper, these ripples gradually converge, eventually forming a disembodied sphere. Wormhole. Just like a black hole, there is an extremely powerful gravitational lensing effect around a wormhole, but it is completely different from a black hole. No matter which direction you look from, you can see dense light spots on the surface of the wormhole. That's starlight. Starlight in the infinite distance. Next moment, with a slight distortion, 3 spherical battleships emerged from the wormhole and suddenly appeared in this desolate interstellar space. After a short stay, these 3 spherical warships were like ghosts, flying straight towards the Gliese 555 star system not far away.
Sir, a communication request from the 3 TCS-0026B4, Gliese 555, star system has been detected.
In the black hole area in the center of the Milky Way, An extremely obscure word rang out from the planetary fortress with an extremely smooth surface.
3 TCS 0026B4 star system?
There was some doubt in Sweeper 9527's eyes. But with the operation of the external memory storage device, it quickly remembered this matter.
Have they found human civilization?
Soon, a subordinate's response came from the side.
No. They only found the relics left by human civilization.
After the words fell, a light curtain appeared in front of Cleaner 9527. Within the light curtain is a planet with most areas showing azure blue. A satellite whose surface is covered with man-made facilities is slowly orbiting the planet. Sweeper 9527 didn't pay much attention to the blue planet. It's just a planet. The most indispensable thing in the universe is planets. Its gaze stayed on the small satellite. In its opinion, the facilities on the surface of this satellite are very crude, and the internal space is not well used. Although it has countless flaws, it still has the prototype of a planetary fortress. Sweeper 9527 has slightly increased his evaluation of human civilization. Although human civilization is just a large bug that has not mastered a grand unified theory, the ability to complete such a huge project undoubtedly proves their potential.
At the same time, Battleship A discovered the remains of the battleships of the Botas civilization around the planet.
As the subordinate's voice came, the light curtain quickly split into two. The other half of the light curtain showed the distribution in the Gliese 555 star system. Various battleship wreckage.
It seems that the Botas civilization has not gained anything.
Cleaner 9527 showed a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes.
What a waste! A civilization that has mastered the grand unified theory cannot even delay time.
The subordinate raised his tentacles and scratched his head gently.
Sir, after all, it is just a subordinate civilization, and it is normal for it to be weaker. At least, they destroyed all valuable devices in the battleship in advance.
Hearing this, the anger on Cleaner 9527's face relaxed a little.
Sir, what should we do now?
The subordinate's voice continued.
Continue to search for traces of human civilization in the surrounding area? They haven't mastered the warp navigation technology yet, so they can't escape far.
Cleaner 9527 pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sharp alarm interrupted his thoughts.
Sir, abnormal fluctuation points were found in the Galaxy Bridge area.
A quick voice came.
Preliminary judgment is that it is a wormhole created by the pastoralists during the period.
Cleaner 9527's face suddenly became serious.
The Mother Civilization's judgment was not wrong. The pastoralists are here after all. Human civilization successfully escaped. The pastoralists just arrived in the Milky Way.
Cleaner 9527 waved his tentacles unconsciously, the expression on his face becoming more and more tangled.
Is this a coincidence or?
Thinking of the detector that was destroyed in the two-dimensional strike, Sweeper 9527 felt increasingly uneasy. It pondered for a moment and used a tentacle to pull the light curtain next to it. This matter is so relevant that it needs to ask the Mother Civilization. After a short wait, the communication was successfully established.
But, between human civilization and pastoralism,
Cleaner 9527 said anxiously. An extremely arrogant voice sounded in the cabin.
9527. You are too timid. That's why you were sent to this remote part of the galaxy. How big a storm can a small fourth-level civilization make if it doesn't even grasp the grand unified theory? Remember, your most important task now is to deal with the pastoral civilization that is about to arrive in the galaxy. Do not disappoint me.
The light curtain dissipated. The 6 tentacles of Cleaner 9527 slowly dropped, and said in a dull voice,
Tell the 3A battleships to go to the Galaxy Bridge area immediately. Start the wormhole jump engine. It's time for us to set off. Sir?
The subordinate said hesitantly.
Do I need to leave a Battleship A to search the surrounding area?
A trace of emotion flashed in the eyes of Cleaner 9527. But when it thought of the scolding words of the Mother Civilization just now, it instantly became discouraged and said,
Forget it. Just listen to the arrangements of the Mother Civilization. The Mother Civilization is right. The pastoral civilization is the one we should pay attention to. If human civilization is really a pawn of the pastoralist civilization, we only need to keep an eye on the pastoralist civilization.
Sweeper 9527 comforted himself. Chapter 581 Four-Dimensional Weapons. Earth Calendar Year 2556.
Professor, the tail docking plan has been successfully implemented.
Zero's voice rang in Lu Yongchang's ears, deeply hurting his heart. He opened his eyes, as wide as possible, and looked in the direction of the Proxima Centauri galaxy.
Professor, according to the calculation results, The light emitted by Proxima Centauri B in 2 dimensions will reach the People's Alliance fleet after 30 years.
Zero reminded softly.
Of course I know.
Lu Yongchang still stared at his sour eyes, and 2 lines of hot tears fell uncontrollably from both sides of his cheeks.
I just want to see them one last time. Professor, I don't understand. The brightness of Proxima Centauri has been greatly reduced. Your naked eyes cannot observe Proxima Centauri at this time. Of course you don't understand.
Lu Yongchang sighed, shook his head and stopped talking. He just stared at the starry sky in the distance silently. I don't know how long it took, but a slight sound of footsteps came from behind.
Yongchang.
This familiar voice made Lu Yongchang's heart tremble slightly.
Why are you awake? Before the interstellar voyage started, I gave orders to Zero.
Su Yutong walked to Lu Yongchang's side and looked up at the starry sky in the infinite distance.
Has the tail docking plan been implemented?
Lu Yongchang struggled to squeeze out a response from deep in his throat. The next moment, he felt a touch of warmth coming from his fingertips.
It's not your fault,
Su Yutong said softly in an angry voice.
But I gave the order.
Lu Yongchang muttered to himself as his body trembled slightly. Su Yutong did not continue to speak, but just turned his head and leaned lightly on the shoulder of the person next to him. Feeling the softness and warmth gradually approaching from his side, Lu Yongchang subconsciously tightened his body.
Back then, you promised to accompany me to watch the stars on Dawn Star.
An extremely soft voice floated into his ears.
Lu
Yongchang looked slightly suffocated.
I'm sorry. No need to apologize.
Su Yutong chuckled and leaned on Lu Yongchang.
Just now.
Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing.
Good.
After a moment of silence, he raised his hand, gently hugged Su Yutong beside him, and responded in a low voice. On the other side, the edge of the Milky Way, the Galaxy Bridge area. This sudden war has lasted for decades. At the beginning of the war, Pastoral Faction, Sure, and C relied on their weird dimensional attack capabilities to cause considerable damage to the battleships of the Sweeper civilization. This material-poor battlefield is filled with dense clumps of threads and the remains of life forms of the Sweeper civilization. But when the planetary fortress of the Sweeper civilization reached the battlefield across thousands of light years, the tide of the battle was reversed. In interstellar space, the extremely stable dark matter fluctuates. Under the intervention of unknown means, it became the most powerful spear and shield. Explosions that occurred anytime and anywhere constantly blocked the progress of the 2-dimensional creatures. The shield made of a large amount of dark matter blocks weird dimensional attacks time and time again. As the violent gravitational force surges, it continues to affect the surrounding stars. These stars, big or small, are like stones on a trebuchet, being thrown towards the target area. Collisions between stars create supernova explosions one after another, along with endless gamma-ray bursts. Small black holes appeared in this area, like deadly traps. It lies between the 2 civilizations. The war between the most advanced civilizations in the universe has turned this area into a real dead zone. Although these attacks effectively curbed the movements of the 2-dimensional creatures, they did not really harm the bodies of Sure and Silk. As dimensional creatures, they have a natural advantage. This kind of conventional attack can do extremely limited damage to them, until the Sweeper civilization took out the dimensional weapons at the bottom of the box. The flickering light points flew out from the planetary fortress, and were extremely inconspicuous in the battlefield filled with explosions and radiation.
4-dimensional shock bomb. Sure. Help me stop it.
C gave up on a battleship A that was about to be captured in front of it, and retreated towards the edge of the battlefield in great horror. At the same time, it sent out a cry for help to Sure beside it. Almost at the same time, the projection in the 3-dimensional universe quickly enlarged and stopped directly in front of that inconspicuous light spot. The next second, the 2 came into contact with each other. The light spot suddenly exploded. A hypersphere that is difficult to express in words appears in the universe. In an instant, the hypersphere exploded. A shock wave that cannot be observed in the 3-dimensional universe passes through the surrounding dark matter and quickly spreads around. If you switch the perspective to 4 dimensions, you can see an extremely magnificent scene. Huge waves set off on the ocean composed of dark matter. The huge waves spread rapidly around. As for time, it is a small soap bubble above the ocean. Under the impact of huge waves, the soap bubbles teetered. At that time, the projection in the 3-dimensional universe vibrated at a magnitude visible to the naked eye. Then, as if some kind of boundary had been broken, 3-dimensional entities continued to appear out of thin air in the shadow area. Some were standard spheres, and some were standard cubes and cylinders. After a few seconds, these three-dimensional entities no longer appeared, and the three-dimensional projection range of time also shrunk visibly to the naked eye. Afterwards, the two-dimensional creatures quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the planetary fortress of the Sweeper civilization.
Damn it! They actually still have this weapon.
C was shocked and angry and conveyed the message to Sure.
Sure. How are you? I'm okay.
The shadow area was still trembling slightly, and a message was transmitted.
The damage of the four-dimensional shock bomb to me is limited. What should we do now?
C asked again.
We are not sure how many four-dimensional shock bombs they have. Don't forget, at the time of the painting, it was the one who was injured by it. Let's take a look at the situation first.
The three-dimensional projection of time gradually returned to stability and pulled the silk away toward the outside of the Milky Way. The next moment, a strange fluctuation came. Sure and C suddenly paused in their retreating movements.
Two-dimensional fluctuations. The painting isn't dead? Can you determine the location?
Upon hearing C's inquiry, Sure felt it carefully for a moment and said with an extremely certain tone,
In the direction of the spiral arm of Orion.
In the distance, the fleet of the Sweeper civilization also experienced some turmoil. Obviously, they also discovered this extremely powerful two-dimensional fluctuation. Chapter 582 Wormhole Interference. The next moment, as a strange fluctuation came from the fleet of the Sweeper civilization, the projection of time in the three-dimensional universe also fluctuated a bit.
Damn it! The Sweepers are trying to open a wormhole.
Sure, as tone suddenly became intense. Because of the problem of perceptual ability, C realized it later and became emotionally excited. In the universe, the twisting amplitude of this huge ball of silk thread immediately increased a lot.
What are you waiting for? Open the wormhole quickly. We must not let the Sweepers get to that star field before us.
Faced with C's urging, Sure responded with some annoyance.
Of course I know. We are too close to them. Do you know about wormhole interference?
Silk was silent. Although it has not mastered the wormhole jump technology, as an 8th level civilization, this basic knowledge is still clear. When two wormholes are close to each other, there is a high probability that they will interfere with each other, either merge or dissipate. Merging is still a trivial matter. Once they dissipate, who knows where they will end up? Looking at the distorted space of the sphere gradually taking shape in the distance, the twisting of the thread ball became more and more intense.
Then let's just watch and do this.
C reluctantly sent a message to Sure.
Of course not.
Sure sneered.
Don't forget how the Sweepers mastered four-dimensional attack capabilities and wormhole jump technology. You mean that bubble?
C was stunned for a moment, and then realized the hidden meaning in Sure's words.
Of course.
Sure's tone became more and more disdainful.
I said at that time that the Sweeper couldn't be allowed to get that bubble. Look, it only took them 100,000 years to acquire the four-dimensional attack technology and wormhole jump technology from that bubble. It turns out that life for us pastoralists was not so difficult.
As he said that, the spherical twisted space in the Sweeper civilization fleet in the distance had already taken shape. A twisted sphere covered with starlight floated quietly in the center of the fleet. Seeing this scene, Sure's tone softened slightly.
Fortunately, the Sweeper's analysis of the fourth dimension is not deep enough. They are still young in terms of wormhole jump technology.
During the conversation, the planetary fortress and fleet of the Sweeper civilization suddenly disappeared after approaching the twisted sphere. This space full of radiation suddenly became a little deserted.
Walk.
Sure looked at the wormhole channel that was slowly dissipating from a distance and shouted softly.
Walk? Where to go?
C asked Sure, as she still hadn't reacted. Sure's three-dimensional projection fluctuated violently twice, as if he was annoyed by C's unresponsiveness. The next second, the shadow instantly expanded, wrapping up the twisting thread, and rushed towards the wormhole. Under the control of time, the surrounding dark matter slowly fluctuated, stabilizing the wormhole that was about to dissipate. Then, two-dimensional creatures rushed directly into it.
Stay close.
After entering the wormhole, Sure's tone suddenly became serious.
A wormhole is not a three-dimensional universe, let alone your pitiful one-dimensional world. If you take even half a step wrong, you may miss your destination. I won't go look for you then.
C didn't speak, just kept up with Sure's pace as much as possible.
Oh, Sweeper.
Sure sneered, and then chose a completely different direction from the Sweeper fleet. Centauria Triple Star. The third star's light is extremely dim. like an abandoned child abandoned in the cold universe, looking at the vibrant binary star system in the distance. It is Proxima Centauri. In the Proxima Centauri galaxy, a picture with an extremely vast area and no thickness quietly stays in the universe. There are some wrinkles appearing at the edges of the scroll. The folds gradually deepen, and gradually it takes on the property of thickness. With the emergence of the dimensionality phenomenon, this inconspicuous corner of the picture gradually disappeared into the cold universe. But because of its extremely large area, the entire dimensionality dissipation process takes a lot of time. Outskirts of the Proxima Centauri galaxy, the calm interstellar space suddenly experienced some fluctuations. A twisted sphere emerged from scratch and slowly appeared in a remote corner of the galaxy. The next moment, the fluctuations intensified instantly. A shadow and a ball of thread emerged from the twisted sphere. They are the pastoral dimensional creatures, Sure and Silk, who came from afar across hundreds of thousands of light years. The moment they left the wormhole, their attention was quickly drawn to the extremely dim star.
A red dwarf that has almost exhausted its lifespan?
C's tone was full of confusion.
What's going on?
Sure glanced at it. As a four-dimensional creature, it quickly understood the truth.
The Sweeper civilization has done good things. The Star Eater sucked the red dwarf almost dry.
C was silent for a while, and then said angrily,
Damn Sweeper! If it weren't for them, how could this universe become so cold?
Sure sighed slightly, and quickly flew in the direction of the two-dimensional wave. Soon, a huge and spectacular picture appeared in their eyes. Various details are roughly stacked together, making the colorful picture look extremely messy. But as dimensional creatures, Sure and C relied on their own instincts to quickly get the information they wanted from this messy picture.
This is a two-dimensional planet?
C murmured softly.
It's not just a planet.
Sure's tone was very serious.
There is also civilization on this planet. They have mastered the antimatter engine and should be a level 4 technological civilization.
The shadow swept close to the scroll, quickly reading what happened in the scroll.
Human civilization?
When familiar features of civilization appeared in its mind, it suddenly realized a problem. It seems that the civilization in the picture in front of you is the human civilization announced to the universe before death. Why did human civilization appear in this star system that was hit by the Sweeper civilization? Why did they perish in this huge two-dimensional fragment? Painting, what did it mean to be careful about human civilization at that time? Questions arose in Sure and C's minds, driving them to speed up their exploration. Even for them, restoring all the information of the entire two-dimensional scroll is a big project. Chapter 583 Picture Scroll in Bubbles. In order to increase the efficiency of exploration, Sure and C started exploring from two directions of the scroll: starships, satellites, space elevators, planetary surface structures, soil, microorganisms, ores, human appearance, internal organs, cell structure. Various details were presented one by one in the minds of the two-dimensional creatures. The scene when the two-dimensionalization occurred was gradually restored.
I see.
After Sure and C finished exchanging information, they let out a long sigh.
They seem to want to study the two-dimensional fragments left behind by the painting. An accident occurred during the research process, causing a two-dimensional fragment to explode, causing a chain reaction. In the end, the entire planet and civilization were dragged into the abyss of destruction. As a fourth-level civilization, you actually want to pry into the mysteries of dimensions. You deserve it.
The message sent by C was full of disdain.
How can the dimensions be pried into by ordinary civilizations? Sad civilization.
Sure said softly.
It's not their fault either. Curiosity about the unknown is a necessity for every interstellar civilization. They're just too curious.
C was silent for a moment and said again,
That message sent by the painting.
The shadow fluctuated slightly.
Human civilization has been extinct. What else should we be careful about? I'm just worried,
C said cautiously.
How about you take a closer look?
The shadow fluctuations became more and more violent.
You should have seen that these weak creatures did not expect the disaster to happen. Look at their movements. And the way those starships didn't have time to escape. What else is there to explore? Looking through the timeline is so tiring. A small fourth-level civilization is not worthy of my spending so much energy. But, painting.
C seemed to want to say something more, but was directly interrupted by the message sent by Sure.
Okay. The Sweeper civilization is coming. 100,000 years ago. They got the bubble. In 100,000 years, we must never let them get the scroll. Don't forget, painting is dead. And with the help of scrolls, it is possible for us to master 2 dimensions.
As soon as Sure finished speaking, a slight fluctuation came from outside the star system. Spherical battleships slowly emerged in the empty space, just like pastoral dimensional creatures. After leaving the wormhole, Sweeper 9527's eyes subconsciously turned to the extremely dim star. The working indicator light of the external memory storage device flashes rapidly. Soon, it recalled the information that had been stored in the far corner of its memory.
This is the red dwarf star that was attacked by the Star Eater.
Cleaner 9527 said softly.
I remember, huh?
Within the star system, a group of twisting threads and a shadow instantly attracted his attention.
Damn pastoral. Obviously we set off first. Why are they already here?
The next moment, it noticed the huge picture in the star system.
This is a 2-dimensional planet?
Cleaner 9527's eyes lit up, and his original anger dissipated. He laughed loudly, and the 6 tentacles on his body trembled slowly.
It took no effort at all. Although the painting is dead. With it, the mother civilization can still carry out 2-dimensional research. Sir, there's a problem.
A subordinate looked at the data in the light curtain and said with some confusion.
There seems to be something else in the 2-dimensional fragments.
A light curtain appeared beside Sweeper 9527. Looking at the colorful pictures, it frowned tightly.
Preliminary judgment. It seems to be a civilization.
The subordinate reminded in a low voice.
Restore relevant information immediately.
Following the order from Sweeper 9527, the shipboard computer began to perform calculation tasks. Under a special algorithm, the flat 2-dimensional image is gradually restored to a 3-dimensional image.
Human civilization?
Cleaner 9527 couldn't help but froze in place as he looked at the series of civilized features.
No. There seems to be traces of another civilization's existence.
Sweeper 9527 had some understanding.
It should be the traces left by the indigenous civilization that was exterminated by the Star Eater. But isn't human civilization a pawn of the pastoralists? Why is it 2-dimensional?
Like the pastoral creatures, countless doubts also appeared in the mind of Sweeper 9527. As the calculation progress continues to advance, Sweeper 9527 gradually understands the so-called truth. After experiencing 2 wars between the Sweeper civilization probe and the Bodha civilization, human civilization resolutely left the Gliese 555 star system. Perhaps because they experienced 2 consecutive wars, the courage of this 4th-level civilization was completely frightened. So they set their immigration targets on some inconspicuous star systems. The main star Proxima Centauri has entered its old age, and the resources in the star system are extremely scarce, which will hardly attract the prying eyes of other civilizations. For these reasons, the Proxima Centauri galaxy, which is 17.55 light-years away, has become the goal of human civilization. After arriving in the Proxima galaxy, human civilization began to build infrastructure based on the extinct indigenous civilization and embarked on the path of development again. Perhaps because of seeing the powerful power of 2-dimensional fragments, human civilization, which is in urgent need of a powerful weapon, focused on the 2-dimensional fragments left behind by the painting. Tragedy is born. The 2-dimensional debris went out of control, triggering a chain reaction. Under the combined action of dozens of 2-dimensional fragments, the entire planet was transformed into 2 dimensions. This process is so fast that even the starships docked around the planet have no time to escape. Looking at the amber-shaped fleshy meat discs that appeared in the starship due to acceleration, Cleaner 9527 shook his head with regret.
I actually tried to study 2-dimensional fragments.
Cleaner 9527 looked at the information in the light screen with a strange expression, and murmured to himself.
Is it true that the ignorant are fearless? Is dimensional technology also something that a 4th-level civilization can get involved in? Report to the mother civilization.
Looking at the wrinkles that are constantly emerging on the edge of the scroll, and the corners that continue to increase in dimension, Cleaner 9527's tone suddenly became serious.
We have discovered a very large 2-dimensional fragment, codenamed Picture Scroll. We are currently in a confrontation with the pastoral faction, Sure and C, and we are requesting reinforcements from the mother civilization. In addition, human civilization has been confirmed to be extinct in the 2-dimensional scroll, and the wanted order for human civilization has been cancelled.
War broke out again. There was no warning. Unlike the battle at the edge of the galaxy, at this moment, both sides of the war appeared to be extremely restrained. This war of advanced civilization was controlled within the scope of 1 light-year. Whether it is pastoral dimensional creatures or the planetary fortresses of the Sweeper civilization, They all deliberately restrained their attacks, lest the aftermath of the war destroy the precious picture. Chapter 584 Abnormal Gravitational Waves. Earth Calendar Year 2620. A dusty fleet is slowly slowing down. After 100 years of interstellar journey, these starships have lost their original splendor, and their surfaces are full of traces of time. In front of the fleet is a star that emits gentle light, a red dwarf. Gliese 3929. This is the number given to it by human civilization. This is the destination of the human fleet's interstellar voyage. According to the plan formulated by the Academy of Sciences, the human fleet will rest in the Gliese 3929 star system. After replenishing the necessary supplies, we went to look for a black hole 95 light-years away. The target star system is about to arrive, and the probe is being released. Inside Earth, a line of text flashed in the holographic projection located in the central computer area. The next moment, under Zero's control, a large number of detectors filed out of the starships, relying on their small size and the strong power of the antimatter engine. These detectors quickly sailed towards the nearby Gliese 3929 star system at a speed much higher than that of the fleet. The detector has been successfully released. The default program has been started, and the wake-up program is being executed. Bright lights, slightly stiff electronic synthesized sounds, and the constantly changing gestures of the robot on the side. Lu Yongchan looked at everything in front of him in a daze. The memory still lingers on those days when the tail docking plan was successfully implemented. He lowered his head and moved his fingers slightly. Su Yutan's body temperature seemed to still remain on his fingers. But the time has come to 2620. The span of 64 years brought Lu Yongchan an extremely complex sense of dislocation, followed by an unreal sense of illusion.
Professor, please cooperate in answering this question. I need to confirm your mental condition.
Perhaps because he noticed that Lu Yongchan didn't reply for a long time, Zero's electronic synthesized voice instantly increased a bit. Lu Yongchan shivered slightly, and his distracted eyes gradually gained a bit of life.
Zero, are there any abnormalities in the direction of Proxima Centauri?
After his mental state recovered slightly, Lu Yongchan remembered his original purpose of setting up the wake-up procedure. The distance between the fleet and the Proxima galaxy is so far that even light would take more than 30 years to complete the journey. In order to ensure that all possible mutations were observed, before his second hibernation, he issued an order to Zero to wake him up again when the human fleet was about to arrive in the Gliese 3929 star system. Lu Yongchan struggled to move his somewhat stiff body and floated out of the hibernation cabin, looking at some deep-sea liquid floating in the air around him. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. After reaching the black hole and solving the superstring gravitational field equation, artificial gravity technology must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Only, what would a black hole look like? Humans have never observed a black hole with the naked eye. Perhaps because of his long hibernation, Lu Yongchan's thoughts seemed to be extremely jumping. It only took less than a second for his mind to fly 95 light-years away. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the holographic image unfolding in front of him, until Zero's reminder sounded again, pulling his wandering thoughts back.
Professor, all observed phenomena have been sorted out.
After regaining consciousness, Lu Yongchan raised his hand and carefully read through the complicated observation data. A full 64 years of continuous observation has produced an extremely large amount of data. Even if Zero has already completed the screening and streamlining work, it is still a lot of work to go through all this data. On March 26, 2588 in the Earth calendar, the target star system experienced abnormal conditions for the first time. The highlighted text quickly attracted Lu Yongchan's attention. Lu Yongchan moved his fingers slightly and called up the observation records of the optical telescope. The holographic image suddenly dimmed. The boundless and illusory universe appeared before his eyes. In the center of the picture is an extremely dim star. Not far from its side, there are two planets with strong light and orbiting each other. This is the Centauri A triple star system. Lu Yongchan did not pay attention to the two energetic binary star systems. He focused all his attention on the dim star in the center of the picture. Time passes minute by minute. Seeing that the progress bar was about to reach that critical node, he subconsciously held his breath. Wow! Suddenly, this dim, almost imperceptible star released an extremely brilliant light. No! Wrong! As the optical telescope continued to adjust, Lu Yongchan clearly observed that this extremely intense light appeared from the side of the star, because the two are so close. At first glance, it is easy to think of them as the powerful light emitted by Proxima Centauri. This sudden flash of light reached its peak brightness in just 3 seconds. It not only overshadows the nearby Proxima Centauri, but also overwhelms the Centauri, a binary star system not far away. It even became brighter than the brightest star in the sky for a short period of time. At this moment, the Proxima galaxy became the most conspicuous presence in the starry sky. As quickly as it comes, it goes as quickly as it comes. After a few seconds, the sudden flash of light gradually dimmed. Proxima Centauri gradually returned to its original inconspicuous appearance. The observation record is over. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath of the turbid air held in his lungs, with a bit of bitterness in his eyes.
Is this the power of 32-dimensional fragments erupting at the same time? 3 seconds. It only takes 3 seconds to make a planet two-dimensional.
Lu Yongchang murmured to himself bitterly. These are just insignificant two-dimensional fragments of the painting. If paintings were compared to humans, these two-dimensional fragments might be equivalent to some skin flakes. But even so, the lethality it causes is beyond the reach of human civilization. He could not imagine how powerful the complete painting was. And what kind of methods should the sweeper civilization that injured it have? How majestic a war between two advanced civilizations should be. With such doubts, Lu Yongchang waved his hand gently and put aside the optical observation screen in front of him. His eyes turned to the rest of the data that were specially marked by 0. Time passes bit by bit. Every piece of useless data was pushed aside by Lu Yongchang. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang's movements suddenly stopped.
Abnormal gravitational waves.
Looking at the observation data in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang felt a little hopeful.
0. Extract all the abnormal gravitational wave data in 64 years.
Chapter 585: The Aftermath of the War. After the words fell, the content in the holographic projection changed rapidly. Once, twice, 3 times. At first, abnormal gravitational waves appeared concentrated near the Proxima Centauri galaxy. Gradually, as the location where gravitational waves appear gradually deviates from the Centauri A galaxy, the frequency of gravitational waves also increases at an extremely high speed. The star field near Proxima Centauri is like a randomly strummed string, emitting its own voice to the entire galaxy. It was not until 10 years ago, in the year 2610 of the Earth's calendar, that these complex and extremely violent gravitational waves completely dissipated. Observation of gravitational waves is very difficult. On the one hand, it is because the distance is too far, and on the other hand, the gravitational waves of most stars are too weak. Under normal circumstances, only when extreme celestial phenomena such as black hole mergers or neutron star mergers occur, sufficiently powerful gravitational waves will be emitted. But this is a rare phenomenon after all. The spectacular scene in front of us can only be a masterpiece of advanced civilization.
A war broke out between the sweeper civilization and the pastoral civilization.
A hint of understanding appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes, and he murmured to himself. The next moment, excitement showed on his face. Pete, it's better to fight. These two advanced civilizations are at each other's throats, and only the ant-like human civilization has a chance to escape. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath to calm down his inner excitement.
Etc. Etc. It's not confirmed yet. Just the discovery of gravitational wave data doesn't prove that a war broke out between the two civilizations.
Lu Yongchang said to himself in a hurry. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and shouted loudly.
0. I'm here.
The electronic synthesizer sounded.
Bring me all the images taken by optical telescopes in the past 64 years.
Thinking of the locations where those abnormal gravitational waves appeared, Lu Yongchang quickly corrected.
Wait a minute. I don't want the observation picture of Proxima Centauri. I need observational images of 50 light-years around Proxima Centauri. Receive.
The next moment, the lights in the room automatically turned off, and the holographic image in front of him spread instantly until it filled the entire room. Miniature models of shining stars filled every corner of the room. At this time, Lu Yongchang seemed to be floating in the vast universe. He gently pushed the hibernation cabin in front of him, and with the help of the reaction force, he slid to the corner of the room.
0. Start playing. Acceleration rate. 500,000 times.
As soon as he finished speaking, the starry sky that filled the entire room began to change rapidly. Even with an acceleration of 500,000 times, it would still take 1.12 hours to view the entire holographic image. Lu Yongchang did some simple mental calculations and stretched out his hand to drag the progress bar of the holographic image to the 33-minute position. About 30 seconds later, the timeline reached the year 2588. A dazzling light flashed across the Proxima Centauri region. Proxima Centauri B has been made two-dimensional. Time continues to pass. A bright white,
Slowly floating ripple appears near the Proxima Centauri galaxy. That was the first anomalous gravitational wave. With almost no waiting, a second anomalous gravitational wave appeared at the same location. Then, several flashes of varying intensity appeared near the Proxima Centauri galaxy. The third bright white ripple appears 1.28 light-years away from Proxima Centauri. At the same time, a rapid flash of light also appeared in this area. Time flies. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Densely packed bright white ripples appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Each bright white ripple represented an abnormal gravitational wave data. Without exception, the locations where these ripples appear are rapidly moving away from Proxima Centauri. Lu Yongchang thought for a moment, and soon realized the purpose of this behavior. In order not to destroy the two-dimensional Proxima Centauri b, the bright white ripples become increasingly dense. If the three-dimensional universe is compared to a pond, under normal conditions, this pond should be calm with no ripples on the water surface. But now, it is like being in a heavy rain. Every raindrop will splash large or small ripples on the water surface and spread in all directions. These ripples are either superimposed or offset, gradually spreading throughout the star field. The next second, Lu Yongcheng's eyes suddenly widened. The brightness of a dim star suddenly increased several times, and then countless materials with strong light were ejected to the surrounding area, forming a small nebula. It exploded. Lu Yongchang only felt his heart tremble slightly. No more evidence is needed. This is the war of advanced civilization. The explosion of this star does not mean the end, but the real beginning of the war. In the distance, with bright white ripples emerging, a star seemed to be inexplicably attracted and deviated from its original trajectory. Like a stone on a sling, it flew straight towards the adjacent star system. That's Gliese 555. Looking at the label given by Ling, Lu Yongchang felt his heartbeat skip a beat. Boom! Two stars collided and exploded. Gliese 555 is gone? Lu Yongchang swallowed hard. His eyes filled with endless fear. If we still stay in that place, even though the surroundings were very warm, he still felt a biting chill rising behind him. He shivered violently. Is this a war between advanced civilizations? He murmured to himself. As time went by, stars were extinguished one after another, and an extremely large nebula appeared. Looking at the bright white ripples, they gradually decreased in frequency. Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. The last bright white ripple disappeared, and the war was over. A thought emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind involuntarily. I don't know. Who won this war? Looking at the nebula that spread for dozens of light years in front of him, Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his gaze to that corner in his memory. Perhaps it's because of its close proximity to the Proxima Centauri galaxy. The solar system, still quietly staying in that corner, has not been affected by this war. However, due to the star devourer, its brightness has already dimmed a lot. Huh? Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief, and the uneasiness in his heart was a little less. I'm lucky. The solar system is still there. Uh-huh. The holographic image disappeared and the room went dark. Lu Yongchang stood there blankly, his heart beating violently in his chest, unable to calm down. Although there was no sound or any specific picture, he still felt the powerful strength of advanced civilization. For the first time since he left the Earth, he intuitively felt the weakness of human civilization. Chapter 586, Gliese 3929 Star System. Professor. Along with an electronic synthesized sound, a blue holographic projection appeared in front of Lu Yongchang's eyes again, pulling his thoughts back from infinity. The probe has arrived in the Gliese 3929 star system, and preliminary exploration data has been sent back. Do you want to check it? The electronic synthesized sound without any fluctuations gradually calmed down Lu Yongchang's violent heartbeat. Only then did he remember the second purpose of setting the alarm clock, to assign corresponding production and construction tasks to Zero based on the specific conditions of the star system. Theoretically speaking, Zero is a strong artificial intelligence and should have sufficient judgment ability for various emergencies. But when it comes to the future of human civilization, he has to be more cautious. Lu Yongchang nodded, while thinking about the supplies that the human fleet urgently needed now. Wow! Incandescent light once again filled the entire room, and the azure holographic image gradually enlarged. The sudden bright light made Lu Yongchang subconsciously narrow his eyes. The next moment, the room lights dimmed quickly, automatically adjusting to a brightness that he found comfortable. Professor, according to the data returned by the probe, there are 2 solid planets and 1 gas giant planet in this star system. A star map slowly appeared in the holographic projection. Lu Yongchang carefully read through the various data returned by the detector. According to the data returned by the detector,
The two solid planets are slightly different. Among them, the solid planet close to the main star is more similar to Mercury. It can be easily judged from its mass, volume, and density data. Under the silicate SH.L, there is a high probability that there is an extremely large iron and nickel core. As for the other solid planet, because it is far away from the main star and has a relatively thin atmosphere, it is an extremely cold world. The surface is extremely dry, with only a small amount of solid ice, and almost no mining value. It can be said that this is an extremely barren planet. Needless to say, gas giant planets. It is a qualified energy replenishment station at any time. Even though the human fleet has used antimatter engines, helium-3 is still an indispensable energy reserve in the fleet. There are two main reasons. On the one hand, antimatter production is difficult and relatively expensive. On the other hand, antimatter energy is too wasteful when used in some equipment. In addition to the fusion raw material helium-3, the large amount of hydrogen in the gas giant planet can also be used as the raw material to drive the antimatter engine. Normally, the antimatter engine will choose antihydrogen and hydrogen to annihilate each other to generate energy. After all, hydrogen is extremely common in the universe, and antihydrogen is relatively easy to create. Lu Yongchang withdrew his gaze, frowned slightly, and carefully considered the next construction plan.
First of all, reorganize the Dyson Cloud antimatter production and reserve base and make it the first priority task.
While speaking, he stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the star in the star map.
Received. Engineering ships and Tao Tai are being dispatched to the target area.
As the electronic synthesized sound sounded, some starships broke away from the main force and flew straight towards the distant star that radiated light and heat.
Next is the second priority construction task. Construct mineral mining facilities and starship manufacturing plants near Gliese 3929b.
The planets are named. The first is Gliese 3929b. The second is Gliese 3929c. And so on. A represents the star itself.
With the star gold and carbine carried by the fleet, we will make every effort to create various war resources.
The so-called war resources, in addition to weapons and ammunition, are various types of warships. After 2 consecutive wars, coupled with the tail docking plan, the People's Alliance fleet's strength has shrunk severely. In order to prevent unexpected situations on the next journey, expanding the fleet is an urgent task. But Lu Yongchang's brows furrowed again. Carbon is a trivial matter. Although Gliese 3929c is very barren, some carbon can still be obtained. The focus is on star gold. There is no ice giant in Gliese 3929, which directly cuts off Lu Yongchang's idea of mining star gold. Of course, he also knows that not all ice giants have star gold resources. Therefore, as early as the construction of the Dyson Cloud device, the People's Academy of Sciences spent a lot of resources on artificial star gold technology. At present, this technology has completely matured. But raw materials have become a big problem. Without raw materials, everything is empty talk. Gliese 3929. This star system is so barren that Lu Yongchang only felt his scalp numb. There must be star systems nearby that are relatively rich in supplies. But the People's Alliance fleet's primary target is still the small black hole. The sooner they reach the black hole, the sooner they can master curvature technology and become a level 5 civilization. For this little resource, spending hundreds of years is obviously not worth the gain. In desperation, Lu Yongchang could only adjust his instructions with a look of pain on his face.
Reduce the amount of war resources prepared by half. We need to keep some supplies for a war that could happen at any time. Received. The manufacturing plan has been changed.
Zero did not understand Lu Yongchang's expression at this time. As before, it executed the instructions from the creator with utmost loyalty.
The third priority task is to have Stray go to Gliese 3929d to collect helium-3 and hydrogen.
Lu Yongchang raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously. Then exhaled a breath and said again,
0. Estimate the time required for all tasks.
There was almost no waiting. And Zero's response came again.
It is estimated that it will take 47.69 years to complete all projects. Nearly 50 years.
Lu Yongchang murmured to himself.
It's acceptable. By the way, remember to release the detector and create a warning zone around the star system.
What he experienced after leaving the Earth frightened Lu Yongchang and even the entire human civilization. The United Fleet, fearing that it would suffer another disaster, would release a large number of detectors to create a sufficiently large warning circle around the fleet even while it was sailing.
The mission has been executed and the early warning detector has been successfully released.
Looking at the picture of detectors filing out of the Golden Crow battleship in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction, and then controlled his body to float towards the hibernation cabin.
After completing all production and construction tasks, control the fleet to go to the black hole area.
While getting into the hibernation cabin, he said in a serious tone,
no matter what happens, the distance between the fleet and the black hole must be kept outside the warning value. Receive.
The hatch of the hibernating cabin slowly closed, and the light yellow deep-sea liquid filled the interior of the hibernating cabin again. Lu Yongchang, who had been injected with hibernation, slowly closed his eyes with his endless curiosity about black holes. The lights in the room gradually dimmed until they went out. The flagship, Earth, once again fell into silence. But the fleet came to life. Under Zero's instructions, a large number of engineering ships carried corresponding supplies and sailed towards the preset area. The desolate Gliese 3929 star system became lively for the first time after being silent for billions of years. Chapter 587 Black Hole. Since the People's Alliance fleet arrived in the Gliese 3929 star system, this star system, that has been stagnant for countless years, has finally seen some changes. The Dyson Cloud system near the host star, and the planetary mineral mining equipment near the planet Gliese 3929b, and warning detectors scattered around the star system. A large number of mechanical equipment gave this desolate star system the illusion of being extremely prosperous. The reason why it is said to be an illusion is naturally because such a prosperous scene will only last for 50 years. Earth calendar year 2670. An increasingly large fleet passes through the scorching wall of hydrogen surrounding the star system. A large amount of anti-hydrogen comes into contact with hydrogen in the reaction chamber and annihilates, releasing an extremely huge amount of energy. These energies push the fleet to accelerate towards its destination. The camera turns back to the Gliese 3929 star system. After 50 years of destructive mining, Gliese 3929 now looks increasingly desolate. Gliese 3929c, because the resource abundance was not high, escaped by chance, but there were countless bottomless pits on the surface. Gliese 3929d, a huge gas giant, has hardly changed at all. As for Gliese 3929b, no, there is no longer Gliese 3929b. An asteroid belt appeared in the orbit of Gliese 3929b, like the asteroid belt between Mars and Saturn. However, unlike the asteroid belt in the solar system, almost all asteroids in the Gliese 3929 asteroid belt are composed of silicates. Iron, nickel and other metals all fell into the belly of the People's Alliance fleet.
Bip! Blop! Blop!
With the increasingly clear buzzer sound, Lu Yongchang's consciousness gradually awakened. He coughed twice deftly, coughing out the remaining deep-sea fluid in his trachea.
Zero! What happened?
As soon as he regained consciousness, Lu Yongchang straightened up suddenly and asked urgently,
Star Pirate Civilization? Or, Professor, the fleet is about to arrive at its destination. According to wake-up procedures, Academy of Sciences and Parliament personnel are being woken up on priority.
Hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but stay in the hibernation cabin. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and asked in an extremely strange tone,
Zero, are you sure the fleet has arrived at its destination? Did you encounter any accidents during the voyage? Did you not encounter other civilizations during your 95 light-year journey?
Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded.
Professor, I am sure we have reached the target area. During the voyage, no trace of interstellar civilization was found.
As he spoke, a small holographic image appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. Voyage log. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but looked through the logbook in front of him with a puzzled expression. According to the records in the log, the voyage went surprisingly smoothly, except for encountering a large meteorite shower. This distant journey spanning 95 light-years encountered almost no obstacles.
Incredible.
Lu Yongchang widened his eyes and muttered to himself.
How is that possible? Where did they go?
Where have all those interstellar civilizations gone?
There is insufficient data to draw a conclusion.
An electronic synthesized voice sounded from the side. Lu Yongchang waved his hand impatiently.
Go away. I didn't ask you.
Zero. Lu Yongchang quickly got out of the hibernation cabin, cleaning the remaining deep-sea fluid on his body while thinking carefully about the reasons. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Could it be? Is this area the territory of a higher civilization? Human civilization is like a dumb kid, rushing directly into someone else's territory. He shuddered violently at the thought of this possibility.
No, that's not right.
Lu Yongcheng's face became more solemn. He shook his head and rejected his previous conjecture.
Even if there is an advanced civilization, this universe should not be so quiet.
If human civilization really breaks into the territory of advanced civilization, then what should they receive? Whether it's a friendly message or an unknown form of attack. In short, it can never be so peaceful.
Where are these interstellar civilizations hiding?
Lu Yongcheng's voice suddenly stopped. Hide? Why hide? Fear? What are they afraid of? Advanced civilization? In just a short moment, clues were connected in Lu Yongcheng's mind. He raised his hand in confusion and patted his head gently.
I understand. I'm sorry. We have to thank the Sweeper civilization and the Pastoral civilization. If it hadn't been for this war, our voyage would not have been so smooth.
Yes. Not long ago, the war between the Sweeper civilization and the Pastoral faction spread over dozens of light years, completely frightening the courage of the surrounding interstellar civilizations. Every civilization hides itself, for fear of being noticed by the two advanced civilizations. That is, human civilization came out in a big way at this time.
Maybe.
Lu Yongcheng's expression turned strange.
Don't these civilizations look at us like fools? Professor, Academician Fong Su is here.
An electronic synthesized voice sounded softly. As he finished speaking, Fong Su's shouts came from outside the door.
Yongcheng? Yongcheng, are you awake?
For some reason, Fong Su's shouts were filled with excitement. He frowned, put on his electromagnetic boots, and walked towards the door.
Noisy. What does it look like? You just woke up from hibernation. You should go to the gravity chamber for recovery training as soon as possible. Next, we have many scientific research tasks. You?
Fong Su ignored Lu Yongcheng's serious expression. With excitement on his face, he reached out and grabbed Lu Yongcheng's arm and pulled him to the porthole not far away.
Look! Black hole! This is a black hole!
Outside the porthole window, there is an extremely spectacular and bright picture. The mysterious and powerful black hole clearly appeared in front of Lu Yongcheng. Of course, a more accurate statement is what the event horizon of a black hole looks like. The real black hole still has not revealed its true appearance. The extremely huge accretion disk exudes extremely powerful light. That's interstellar material pulled in by the black hole's gravity. They are like clouds, slowly orbiting the black hole, and gradually approach the black hole under the influence of gravity, until they are swallowed by the black hole. The central area is extremely dark. This is the event horizon of a black hole. Not even light can escape from it. Surrounding the event horizon is a gravitational lensing phenomenon that can be observed with the naked eye. Under the strong gravity, the starlight from the distance is distorted. Lu Yongcheng stared blankly at the scene outside the porthole and swallowed hard. The scolding that reached his lips turned into a classic Chinese quintessence at this moment.
Hack!
Chapter 588, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity. In the empty universe, a black hole is running quietly. The huge, bright accretion disk slowly rotates around it, showing a strange beauty. Further away, a small fleet was also moving in a circular motion around it. Unfortunately, beautiful things are basically dangerous whether on Earth or in the universe. It is no exception. Compared with the black hole in the central region of the Milky Way, it is only a small black hole. But beneath its beautiful appearance, extreme danger still lurks. Not to mention the various dangerous radiations it releases. Just its extremely powerful gravity. Once it gets too close to it, it will be captured by its strong gravity. Even a human fleet with an antimatter engine cannot escape easily. As for the consequences, naturally, it slowly falls into the event horizon of this black hole, the area from which even light cannot successfully escape, and finally falls into the center of the black hole, the singularity. Earth. Lu Yongcheng, who was standing by the porthole, frowned slightly. After experiencing the initial surprise, he quickly began to think about it. The images of black holes observed with the naked eye confirm many previous human conjectures about black holes. But there was still a little doubt slowly drifting through his mind. Normally, these small black holes do not have such huge accretion disks. Even, most of the time, it does not have the structure of an accretion disk. This is why black holes are difficult to observe. On the one hand, black holes absorb starlight from far away. On the other hand, it is the gravitational lensing effect caused by their huge gravity. Observed from a distance, even the light behind the black hole can circle the black hole and travel to the observation source under the action of gravity. Simply put, we can observe the starlight from the side and even the back of a black hole through it. Therefore, small black holes without accretion disks are difficult to detect using conventional observation methods. So why did this small black hole produce such a huge accretion disk? A conjecture came to Lu Yongchang's mind. Could it be? Did it just capture a star? And this huge accretion disk is the corpse of the star. The star was completely torn apart under the powerful gravity of the black hole. Black holes swallow stars. This is a once-in-a-lifetime observation opportunity. Maybe they can rely on observing this process to find the deeply hidden constant. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang felt that his heart, which had just soothed a little, began to beat violently again.
Let's go to laboratory number 1.
Lu Yongchang said to Fang Su excitedly.
This is a great observation opportunity.
Fang Su was stunned. But soon he figured out the meaning. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. And without saying any nonsense, he followed Lu Yongchang directly and hurried towards the laboratory. Shipborne Laboratory Number 1. A miniature holographic model of a black hole floats quietly in the center of the laboratory.
0. Send out all detectors and build an all-round observation network around the black hole.
After entering the laboratory, Lu Yongchang's face became more serious. He raised his hand, gently dragged the holographic model, and reached out to click on several areas.
Focus on these areas.
Fang Su glanced at it, with a look of surprise in his eyes. According to the current exploration data, in addition to the unique Hawking radiation of black holes, the black hole in front of us also emits a large amount of X-rays, gamma rays, and visible light radiation. In addition to Hawking radiation, the rest of the radiation mainly exists in the accretion disk region of this black hole. The reason is also easy to explain. First, near the black hole, the attracted stars or planets will be completely torn apart by the strong gravity until they become atoms or subatomic particles. These particles will rotate at high speed around the black hole and form a disk-shaped structure. This is the origin of the black hole accretion disk. Secondly, due to the different speeds of the materials in the accretion disk, collisions and frictions between them are bound to occur. This process produces a large amount of light and heat. The extremely high temperature prompts the particles in it to transform into excited states, thereby releasing a large amount of rays. This is why black hole accretion disks are so bright. The areas highlighted by Lu Yongchang are basically the places with strong radiation in the accretion disk.
Correct.
Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again.
Modify some detectors. Add enough radiation-proof LS to them, and then let them enter the accretion disk area for in-depth exploration, etc.
He Bailan's voice sounded at the door of laboratory number 1.
Professor, have you figured out what communication method these detectors will use?
He Bailan's question made Lu Yongchang stunned. He responded subconsciously.
Of course, it's a quantum long-distance communication device. Professor, have you ever considered the event form theory?
He Bailan asked extremely seriously. The so-called event form theory, simply put, means that the evolution of quantum states in strange space and time is different from that in flat space and time. Under the influence of gravity, entangled quantum pairs will suffer probabilistic losses. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang frowned instantly.
Event form theory. Many experiments have been done before, and it is basically certain that quantum long-distance communication will not be affected by gravity. Professor, previous experiments were conducted around planets or stars.
He Bailan reminded softly.
But this is a black hole. We are not sure whether the distortion of spacetime caused by black holes will affect quantum long-distance communication.
Lu Yongchang's expression gradually became serious. He Bailan was right. Compared with black holes, the distortion of space and time caused by stars and planets is really inconspicuous. He tapped his knuckles lightly on the experimental table in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then said,
If this is the case, we may have to return to primitive electromagnetic wave communication. In this way, the efficiency of information transmission will drop to another level.
Lu Yongchang looked at the holographic projection helplessly.
0. Add electromagnetic wave communication modules to those detectors. Receive. There is another problem.
He Bailan continued.
The problem of time flow rate around the black hole. The closer the detector is to the black hole, the slower its time flows under the influence of gravity. Whether it is electromagnetic wave communication or quantum long-distance communication, there is no way to avoid this problem. A detector delivers information in 1 second, but it may take us decades or even centuries to receive it in its entirety.
The look of helplessness in Lu Yongchang's eyes became even heavier.
I have also considered this issue. Currently, we can only spend a lot of time completing this observation experiment.
Chapter 589 The Forgotten Star. As scientific researchers arrived one after another in laboratory number 1, More and more parts and functions were added to the detector. Fortunately, all detectors are modular in design, so adding or subtracting functions does not take too much time. 3 days later, when the Ring Black Hole Observation Network was successfully established, the first batch of black hole detectors left the manufacturing platform built by several engineering ships, drove the antimatter engine, and flew straight towards the extremely bright accretion disk. The moment the Ring Black Hole Observation Network was launched, a large amount of data rushed into the central computer located on Earth, like a flood. Even though the Optical Quantum Supercomputing Center has been upgraded several times, there has been a brief lag in the face of such a huge amount of observation data. Fortunately, humans have zero. It saves countless data processing time for human civilization. In the laboratory, Lu Yongchang is carefully looking at the process detection data in the holographic projection, trying to find what he wants from these complicated data.
Professor, the 9PL67 detector detected an abnormal phenomenon.
An electronic synthesizer interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yongchang still stared at the holographic image in front of him and nodded casually. Along with his movements, a holographic projection appeared beside him. The next moment, he, reluctantly, took his eyes back from the data and turned to look at the picture beside him.
Huh?
His eyes lit up slightly, and he let out a light sigh.
I didn't expect that there is a planet here.
The laboratory was very quiet, and Lu Yongchang's soliloquy could clearly be heard in the ears of the people around him.
What? Planet? What the hell?
For a moment, the quiet laboratory suddenly became lively, like children who saw a lollipop. The scientists put down their work and quickly came to Lu Yongchang's side. They held their necks high and looked curiously at the holographic image beside him. A planet with several rings slowly orbits the black hole outside the black hole's accretion disk. Under the light of the black hole's accretion disk, these rings appear faintly purple-pink. This fantastic picture did not attract the attention of many scientists. Everyone's eyes were focused on the planet with pale white clouds on its surface, the yellow-green continent, and the blue waters. The laboratory fell into a brief silence. But after that, there was an increasingly heated discussion.
Hack! This TM is actually a livable planet. It actually has liquid water and vegetation on it. Log in. Log in immediately. I want to see what the creatures living around the black hole look like.
Perhaps because he was too surprised, a series of Chinese quintessences suddenly sounded in the laboratory. It's no wonder that these scientists can't keep their composure. Even Lu Yongchang opened his mouth slightly, unable to believe what he saw with his eyes.
0. Send some probes alone and try to land on this planet.
Lu Yongchang suppressed the excitement in his heart and issued an order to Ling.
Receive.
Looking at the planet in the holographic projection, Lu Yongchang's heart suddenly moved.
It seems that there is no need to look for other evidence. This black hole is indeed swallowing a star. This planet should be a member of the star system,
he murmured to himself.
This planet is so lucky that it did not fall into the accretion disk of the black hole. The forgotten star.
Lu Yongchang smiled and stretched out his hand to click on the holographic projection.
Let's call it the forgotten star.
It will take a lot of time for the probe to reach the forsaken star. Lu Yongchang and others naturally did not waste time waiting. After sighing, everyone once again turned their attention back to the data returned by the Ring Black Hole Observation Network.
Professor, the first black hole detectors are about to enter the accretion disk.
The electronic synthesized sound sounded again, drawing everyone's attention back again. In the giant holographic projection, real-time images from the black hole detector quickly appeared, different from the images returned by ordinary detectors. The images returned by these black hole detectors appear to be somewhat laggy.
Mo Ziyang, report on the working status of the long-distance communication device.
Lu Yongchang immediately asked Mo Ziyang, who was not far away. This is an additional experiment in the process of exploring black holes, again verifying the so-called event form theory. Although quantum entanglement effects are not affected within the gravitational fields of stars and planets, the super-strong gravitational field of black holes is the real test of quantum communication. After all, the warp drive also creates an extremely powerful gravitational field. Once it is confirmed that quantum communication will be affected by strong gravitational fields, the research and development of new communication technologies will need to be put on the agenda.
Professor, the long-distance communication device is in normal condition. The entangled state of all light quantum is normal.
Mo Ziyang's voice came from a distance. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully.
At present, the event form theory is still not confirmed. Maybe the gravitational field is not strong enough.
He Bailan on the side added in a low voice.
According to my calculations, The entangled quantum pairs will be lost within the event horizon of the black hole. Event horizon.
Lu Yongchang frowned slightly.
In this case, it will be impossible to study the inside of the black hole.
At this point, Lu Yongchang changed the topic.
However, compared with the event form theory, I think what should be more concerned about is the time deceleration effect.
In order to determine the changes in the flow of time around the black hole, one of the black hole detectors is equipped with a precise cesium atomic clock, which sends a confirmation message to the fleet every second. Under normal circumstances, the interval between fleets using long-distance communication devices and receiving information should also be 1 second. But now, the acceptance interval of this confirmation message has reached 2 seconds. It may not seem like a much increase, but after all, this is the most edge region of the black hole. If the detector continues to approach, the time deceleration phenomenon will become more and more obvious.
A day on Earth, a year in heaven,
may become a reality. By then, it will take the fleet 6 minutes to receive the data transmitted by the black hole detector in just 1 second. In fact, as the detector gradually approaches the event horizon of the black hole, the flow of time will slow down to an even more exaggerated degree. There is no doubt that this will make data analysis extremely difficult. Lu Yongchang didn't pay too much attention to the fast-moving accretion disk material in the stuck picture. His energy was mainly focused on the various boring data returned by the detector. After observing for a long time, he frowned and shook his head.
No! The gravitational field is not strong enough. 0. Control the detector and continue to approach the black hole.
Chapter 590 A Livable Planet?
Drop!
A faint beep sounded from the side. Lu Yongchang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the holographic projection beside him. It was the information returned by the probe sent to the Forsaken Star. The probe sent by the fleet has successfully entered the atmosphere of the Forgotten Star and is trying to land on this lucky planet. As for the basic data of the Lost Star, it has already been presented in the holographic projection. But Lu Yongchang was previously attracted by the black hole data and did not pay attention to the information returned by the detector. But now, when he looked at the data in front of him, his eyes were full of surprise and excitement. Quality, 2.16 m circle plus. Surface gravity, 1.49 g. Atmospheric composition, nitrogen 62.3%. Oxygen 31.9%. Land area, 67.8%. Ocean area, 32.3%. This is a livable planet. This was the first thought that came to Lu Yongchang's mind. If the habitability of Dawn Star is 80%, then the habitability of this lost star may reach 90%. Or even higher. It's such good luck. This was the second thought that came to Lu Yongchang's mind. Currently, its distance from the black hole is perfect. The light and heat generated by the friction of matter in the accretion disk provide it with just the right amount of energy. With the help of high-definition cameras, Lu Yongchang and others also saw clearly what the surface of the Forgotten Star looked like. Forest. Extremely dense forest. Under the lens, except for the ocean area, almost all land is covered by lush forests. Most of the land area appears to be very uniformly green, except for one place, the North Pole of Forsaken Star. Compared with other areas, the green in the Arctic area is particularly rich. At the same time, the Arctic region is also closer to the black hole accretion disk. It was this scene that made Lu Yongchang have a faint doubt in his eyes. This is near a black hole. While the accretion disk provides light and heat to the lost star, it also releases extremely powerful radiation. Lu Yongchang glanced at the data returned from the Ring Black Hole Exploration Network next to him. His eyes showed some understanding. But then he became more confused. The lost star maintains the same angular velocity as the accretion disk and maintains a good distance from the accretion disk. So it is always in a region with weak radiation. This may create a more suitable environment for life. But weakness is relative. This is a black hole. This dose of radiation is fatal to ordinary life. I don't know how life on this planet survives. Lu Yongchang shook his head in confusion and asked in a low voice.
0. Have you found any electromagnetic wave signals?
This is what he has been worried about. Since there are such lush plants on this planet, it is very likely that other life will exist. And even advanced civilization may be born.
No abnormal electromagnetic wave signals have been found so far. The planet is quiet.
Zero's report did not reassure Lu Yongchang, but instead cast an inexplicable haze in his heart. Quiet. Sometimes, silence is the biggest problem.
31.9% oxygen content.
Mao Xingji's deliberately suppressed exclamation came from the side.
So high, considering that its surface gravity is only 1.5 g. The creatures up there are probably quite big.
Mao Jingxi's words reminded Lu Yongchang, who was immersed in various data. He instantly thought of the large creature born from Proxima b Magna. The oxygen content of Proxima Centauri b is far less than that of this lost star. But such a behemoth was stillborn. The oxygen content of the Earth, not to mention the ancient dinosaur period, but in modern times is only 21%. There are also supergiant creatures, like blue whales in the ocean. So what kind of life will appear on this planet, with not too high gravity and abundant oxygen? Lu Yongchang shuddered slightly.
0. Terminate the login process.
Without any hesitation, he shouted directly.
Keep the probe hovering and explore the surface conditions of the entire planet at high altitude. Receive.
Lost star. The dense atmosphere is filled with the smell of moisture. A huge arthropod raised its head with difficulty and looked at the sky with light clouds floating in it. An extremely huge disc-shaped object covered the entire sky. It vaguely remembered that the sky was not like this before. At that time, there was only a round ball of light in the sky. I don't know when. The ball of light disappeared, replaced by this bright disc-shaped object. It didn't know what was happening. It only knew that the disc-shaped object was still glowing and heating. And it didn't bring much change to its life. Even, this disc-shaped object can give it a more comfortable sunbathing. It stared blankly at the glowing disc in the sky, and subconsciously moved its mouthparts, which were filled with tiny sharp teeth. It thought of a food it had eaten, which looked like a disc in the sky. The intoxicating smell slowly spread in his mind. Its brain capacity is not large, and its ability to remember these things is already its limit. Just when it was about to lower its head again to find this delicious food, something strange happened. It stared blankly at the countless flaming meteors streaking across the sky, trying to use its small brain capacity to understand the nature of these meteors. Suddenly, these shooting stars emitted a dazzling light. It subconsciously narrowed its 6 pairs of small eyes. But the next moment, it felt the comfort coming from around it, as if it had been sunbathing, and let out a soft hum.
Rustling.
A slight trembling sound came from the side. The intoxication in its eyes dissipated instantly, and the panic from deep within its genes filled its brain. It didn't care about observing the scene in the sky or the comfort brought by those small luminous objects. It moved its hundreds of thin legs and ran towards the distance. After the arthropod went away, the tall trees behind it trembled slightly. A tree root that had been raised high from unknown time slowly dropped to the ground. Then, an obscure wave spread from the ground to the surroundings. After a few seconds,
"Ha!"
a scream came from far away. The arthropod tried its best to open its 6 pairs of small eyes that were gradually dimming, and looked at the fireballs hovering in the sky. Behind the fireball is an extremely bright disk that covers the entire sky. The disk rotates slowly, as if it is foreshadowing something. The gradually losing activity of the brain seemed to sense something, driving it to make a sound full of panic. But the next moment, the sound suddenly disappeared. With a faint rustling sound, its huge body gradually disappeared into the lush forest. The forest was silent once again. Chapter 591 Giant Tree. The order issued by Lu Yongchang was transmitted to the detector through a long-distance communication device. With almost no delay, all detectors quickly completed attitude adjustments and lit up the antimatter engines at the tail at the same time. Boom! The huge energy changed the detector's original falling motion state at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the gamma rays emitted by the antimatter engine dispersed in all directions like a storm. As the attitude of the detector gradually stabilizes, the power of the antimatter engine also gradually decreases. Under Zero's control, the detectors were carved from the same mold, hovering at the same height in the dense atmosphere. Then, the detectors adjusted their posture again and flew in all directions of the planet. The real-time images from the detector are presented to the scientists with extremely clear clarity.
Are there only forests on this planet?
An older generation academician of the Academy of Sciences from the Earth Age complained in a low voice.
This greening is really good.
Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly. Although it was funny, there was also some confusion in his eyes. Not only him, but also the academicians majoring in biology in the laboratory had confusion written all over their faces.
This is not normal.
Mao Jingxi frowned and muttered to himself.
It's so abnormal. With so many forests, is the soil fertility on this planet so high? And the forest density is almost exactly the same in every place. How is this possible?
Mao Jingxi shook his head repeatedly.
I don't understand. I really don't understand this time.
Lu Yongchang's eyes moved and he asked in a deep voice.
Zero, is the surface scanning and modeling work completed? Relevant data is being processed. Please wait.
Electronic synthesized sound sounded quickly. After a few seconds of waiting, a brand new projection appeared in front of everyone. The 3D model glows with blue light, and thick trees grow on the undulating ground. At first glance, there seems to be no problem.
Wait!
Mao Xingji suddenly widened his eyes, and said with a look of horror,
Professor, look at the numbers on the coordinate axis next to it.
Lu Yongchan was stunned and looked at the coordinate axis on the side of the 3D model with some confusion. His reaction was even more intense than that of Mao Xingji.
Hack!
Lu Yongchang's voice trembled slightly.
How on earth do these trees grow?
On the coordinate axis, the number 100 glows with a bright white light. 100 meters. This is the average height of these trees. Compared with the Earth, the size of these trees has increased several times.
Professor, the detector detected an abnormality.
This time, before Lu Yongchan could speak, a holographic image automatically appeared next to him. In the picture is an extremely large tree, like a pillar connecting the ground and the sky, standing quietly on the surface of the planet. The camera zooms in quickly. The texture on the tree trunk gradually becomes clear. The deep ravines reveal to outsiders the vicissitudes of life it has experienced. The tree canopy blocks the sun and blocks the light from the black hole's accretion disk. Long branches seem to be unable to bear the planet's gravity and hang down from the canopy of the trees. At its feet is a lush forest. From a distance, these forests look like grass at the foot of this big tree. A single tree forms a forest. Lu Yongchang's breathing was a little rapid. He suddenly realized that the extremely green Arctic area he saw in the universe at that time was probably caused by this terrifying giant tree.
Lu
Yongchang swallowed slightly and asked in a low voice.
How big is this tree? According to the data returned by the detector, the highest point is 12,037 meters.
Even though everyone was mentally prepared, when they heard this number, there was still a gasp in the laboratory.
Hack!
N. Lu Yongchang is no exception. His pupils dilated slightly, and he looked at the holographic image in front of him with disbelief. 12,000 meters tall trees. I originally thought that those woods with an average height of 100 meters were exaggerated enough. But I didn't expect that there was a big boss with a height of 12,000 meters. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This TND. A tree is actually bigger than Earth.
How does this grow?
Mao Xingji's face turned slightly red, and he complained loudly.
No matter how high the oxygen concentration is, it is impossible for such a monster to appear.
After a brief shock, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and turned his attention to the data returned by the detector.
It doesn't matter if you don't look at it.
You will find the problem once you look at it.
What about the gamma rays and X-rays produced by the black hole? Where do those radiations go?
Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his head to look at the data returned by the other detectors. There is no problem. The planet's atmosphere is filled with high-intensity radiation from all kinds of black holes, except around giant trees. Mao Xingji also discovered this anomaly. His eyes stayed on the huge crown of the giant tree, and he raised his hand thoughtfully and touched his chin.
Professor, let these detectors leave the tree canopy coverage area and take a look,
Mao Xingji said softly. Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of excitement and a bit of confusion, and he waved his hand gently to indicate Ling. With the help of the antimatter engine, the detector quickly left the canopy area of the giant tree.
A large dose of radiation has been detected.
Electronic synthesizer sounds.
Sure enough,
Lu Yongchang murmured excitedly.
Professor, we are basically certain,
Mao Xingji said loudly with some excitement and horror.
This giant tree can absorb gamma rays and X-rays and use them as energy for its own growth. Now, everything makes sense. No wonder this planet is in such a bad location and there is still life on it. Emotions. Around this black hole is the paradise of these trees. Life is really amazing.
Mao Xingji looked at the holographic projection in front of him intoxicated and sighed repeatedly. Unlike Mao Xingji, the first thing Lu Yongchang thought of was the role these trees could play. Absorb large doses of radiation so efficiently. These trees are simply excellent materials for building starship radiation protection layers. The scene of that high civilization war still lingers in Lu Yongchang's mind. Without personal experience, he could completely imagine the extremely large dose of high-energy radiation dispersed in war zones. Therefore, the issue of how to increase the radiation protection performance of starships has been lingering in his mind. Now, the plan has emerged. He gave the order to Zero with some excitement.
Zero! Log in! Log in now!
Chapter 592 Weird Planet. The order was given. Ling meticulously carried out the orders from Lu Yongchang. For safety reasons, The detectors scattered throughout the Forsaken Star drive the antimatter engines and focus on several preset landing sites. The sky of Forgotten Star, which had been calm for who knows how many years, appeared at this moment with countless dazzling rainbows. The light from the black hole's accretion disk reflects the chaotic and orderly rainbow in the sky. The high-energy gamma rays produced when the antimatter engine works are like tides, rushing to every corner of the Forgotten Star in waves. Under the impact of these high-energy gamma rays, this forest-covered planet has undergone some extremely small and unknown changes. Even a detector equipped with countless advanced observation equipment could not detect this small change during high-speed flight. As time passed little by little, the originally messy leaves slowly adjusted their orientation. They pointed the front of the leaves towards the rainbows in the sky. It's as if the trees are staring at the tracks left by the detectors. This strange scene did not last long. As the rainbow in the sky slowly faded, the leaves of these trees returned to their original orientation. The equatorial region of the Forsaken Star, above the A1 landing site, 20,000 meters in the air. Dozens of detectors adjusted their postures and then reduced the operating power of their antimatter engines. As the light from the nozzle gradually dimmed, the heights of these dozens of detectors also gradually decreased. The land area of the Forgotten Star is covered by dense forests, which makes the landing of the probe somewhat difficult. At the beginning, Lu Yongchang prepared to adopt a violent landing method. That is, using laser weapons and high-power bombs to clear a safe landing area. However, this proposal was strongly opposed by Mao Xingji. As an academician of biology, he couldn't bear to see such a magical ecosystem destroyed. Of course, the most important reason is that humans currently do not know the growth cycle and cultivation methods of these trees. If its growth cycle is too long, or if its cultivation is too difficult, the forest on the Forgotten Star will basically become a non-renewable resource. Even though the number of trees on this planet is extremely large, once it is determined that it has good radiation resistance properties, the needs of the human fleet are not vegetarian. Therefore, in order to preserve these precious resources as much as possible, the probe gave up its original landing plan and instead chose to land on the Forgotten Star through the gaps between the tree canopies. Observed from a high altitude, the forest on the surface of the Forsaken Star is extremely lush and dense. But in front of us, there are still many gaps between the crowns of each big tree, enough to accommodate small detectors. In the Earth laboratory, everyone looked curiously at the images sent back by the detector, trying to see the true appearance of this lost star for the first time. As for the data returned by the black hole detector, let the probe fly for a while longer. They still need a lot of time to cross the huge accretion disk and reach the area where the distortion of spacetime is high enough. The detector gradually descended, and the scenery inside the forest came into view. Huh? Mao Xingji, who was originally full of excitement, frowned and let out a light sigh. Something feels wrong. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand and dragged the 3D model aside, marking several areas on it. 0. Help me calculate the distance between these tree crowns. 40. This task is extremely simple. As soon as he finished speaking, detailed data appeared in front of Mao Xingji. Looking at the numbers on the holographic model, the remaining excitement in his eyes dissipated instantly. Professor! He turned his head and looked at Lu Yongchang beside him. There is something wrong with this forest. No, I'm afraid it's not this forest. It's the whole planet. You mean? Lu Yongchang looked thoughtfully at the statistics that kept beating in front of him. This forest may be artificially planted? Looking at the gradually increasing data samples, he changed his words. No, the forests on this entire planet are artificially planted. Yes. Mao Xingji nodded with some confusion. It sounds a bit incredible. The trees range in size from small to large, and the size of their crowns varies. Normally, it should be easy to see the overlap between tree crowns. But so far, the distance between all tree crowns is basically similar. Mao Xingji showed a hint of fear in his eyes. Moreover, on this planet, except for the Arctic region, the vegetation density of all forests is basically the same. Another point, Professor. There is only this kind of tree on this planet. Without human intervention, how could such a situation happen? Lu Yongchang's eyes were a little more solemn than before. He was silent for a while, without giving any conclusion, but said in a deep voice, Continue to log in. No matter what, we can only find out the truth behind it by landing on this planet. If it is the work of other advanced civilizations. Lu Yongchang did not continue, but everyone present understood the meaning of his words, and everyone's expressions became a little gloomy. Just escaped from the tiger's mouth, only to turn around and enter the wolf's den again? During the time everyone was discussing, The probe successfully passed through the gap between the tree canopies, crossed the final distance, and stepped on the surface of the forgotten star. Logically speaking, with a surface gravity of nearly 1.5 g and these behemoths hundreds of meters high, the surface soil should be quite strong. But the real situation is completely opposite to Lu Yongchang's imagination. The soil is very soft. According to the data returned by the sensors, the softness of these soils far exceeded Lu Yongchang's estimate. It is even softer than soil on Earth. Like, someone has been loosening the soil for it. Who is the one? Lu Yongchang shuddered slightly, shook his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, and then turned his attention to the holographic image in front of him. Light and shadow are sparse. The light from the black hole's accretion disk shines directly on the soft reddish-brown soil through the gaps between the leaves and the crown, forming light spots of varying sizes. There are a few fallen leaves remaining on the reddish-brown soil. Although the number of leaves is small, the area is huge. 2 or 3 adult human males can lie down on one leaf. At the bottom of the tree trunk, there are some mushroom-like fungi growing. The cap is wide and brightly colored, just like the accretion disk of a black hole, coupled with the towering trees that are often hundreds of meters high. A fantasy-filled picture is clearly presented before everyone's eyes. Under Zero's control, the hatch on the side of a detector slowly opened. Several small robots quickly walked out of the hatch and walked toward the blades with solid steps. Sampling. Containment. The robot that completed the blade sampling quickly stood up and placed the sample back into the detector. Chapter 593 Abnormal Vibration.
Quiet! It's so quiet!
Mao Jingji stared at the fantasy scene like a scroll in the holographic projection and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Lu Yongchang also nodded solemnly. As academician Mao Jingji said, "This forest is so quiet. There is almost no other sound except the sound of the wind blowing the broad blades. Many times, silence is the biggest abnormality."
Are there no animals on this planet?
Lu Yongchang murmured to himself doubtfully. When everyone was confused, Zero still carried out the sampling task in an orderly manner. After the leaf sampling is completed, it is time to sample the trunk, soil, and associated fungi. Soil sampling is simple. Under Zero's control, the robot quickly completed the job. The most difficult part is sampling the trees. Reason. Naturally, the hardness of these tree trunks far exceeds the imagination of Lu Yongchang and others. But it's understandable. Judging from the appearance, these 100-meter level trees belong to the same species as the 12,000-meter giant tree. These tree trunks can support such a huge thing under a gravity of 1.5 g, and the strength can be imagined. But all this became a lie after the robot was replaced with a drill bit made of the same material as the Starship SH-L, under the impact of the Starship Carbonine composite drill bit. A cylindrical sample that penetrated the cross-section of the tree was taken out.
Professor, the detector detected some abnormal vibrations on the ground.
At the same time as the electronic synthesized sound sounded, all the robots put down their scientific research equipment, revealing the small laser guns installed on the robotic arms, driven by the fusion battery. The muzzle of the gun flashed with lavender light. The surrounding temperature also increased rapidly, and the calm air was slightly distorted. The vibration is gone, but the robots still maintained their original movements and looked around warily. 10 minutes later,
no unknown creatures found. Comprehensive judgment shows that the source of the vibration is a minor earthquake. The alert has been lifted, and the original sampling mission will continue.
The lavender light gradually dissipated, and the small laser gun was retracted into the mechanical arm. Half an hour later,
sampling work at each landing site has been completed. The probe is preparing to return.
Zero's report echoed around the laboratory. It was supposed to be a phased progress, but there was no smile on Lu Yongchang's face. He looked at the holographic image in front of him with great solemnity, doubts flashing in his eyes.
What do you think of the vibration just now?
Next to him, Mao Jingji looked at the data in the projection and let out a long sigh.
Almost at the same time, all surface detectors detected this slight tremor. It's very much like an earthquake, but not at the frequency of seismic waves. This is very strange.
Mao Jingji turned his head, looked seriously into Lu Yongchang's eyes, and repeated again,
"It's really strange."
Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment and said softly,
"You also think this is not an earthquake?"
Mao Jingji nodded silently.
What a coincidence. Almost all robots at that time were doing tree trunk sampling.
Lu Yongchang stared at the robots on the screen that were entering the detector one after another, thinking carefully about the next steps to take. In his mind, the possibility that this planet was created by a higher civilization has been raised to the top. But after all, There is no definite evidence. Today's human civilization needs all resources that can promote development. Never give up these valuable resources just because of some conjectures with insufficient evidence.
All the detectors loaded with samples have returned.
After pondering for a long time, Lu Yongchang finally spoke again.
The remaining detectors will enter the low Earth orbit of the Forgotten Star and conduct real-time observations of the surface of the Forgotten Star. In addition, execute the second batch of wake-up plans. Next time you land on an exploration mission, send some experienced planetary explorers up there. Receive.
At the same time as the electronic synthesizer sounded, Mao Jingji's voice also sounded.
Professor, isn't this too risky? Currently, there are still a lot of mysteries about the Forgotten Star that have not yet been solved. So we rashly dispatched planetary explorers.
Before Lu Yongchang could speak, Fang Su on the other side had already interrupted Mao Jingji's voice.
That's why planetary explorers need to be sent. You have also seen the surface environment of the Forgotten Star. Complex forest landscape. Extremely soft soil. In such an environment, zero-sum robots can only play an auxiliary exploration role. If you want to truly uncover the Forgotten Star, sending out explorers to conduct landing exploration is an indispensable link.
The probe left. Only a part of the detector was left in the low Earth orbit of the Forgotten Star, quietly staring at the forest below. But under the cover of the tree canopy, the detection effect is not very good. The soft soil trembled slightly. A thick tree root slowly emerged from the ground and stretched towards the area where the probe landed. It lay as low as possible on the charred ground, as if there was honey on it. Time passes slowly. As the Forsaken Star rotates, night arrives. The bright accretion disk covering the entire sky slowly disappeared at the end of the horizon. Since the last
great change in heaven and earth,
the nights have become increasingly colder. The tree roots lying on the charred ground twitched slightly, seeming to be aware of the coldness around them, and retracted into the soft soil again. At night, this quiet forest finally became lively. One after another, huge arthropods crawled out from the dense tree canopy, pulling their huge abdominal legs and crawling along the thick trunk towards the surface. They crawled very fast, climbing down hundreds of meters of tree trunks in just a few seconds. After reaching the ground, they quickly climbed to the bottom of the trunk without any hesitation. Over there is the food they desperately need. These foods, which look like the big disk in the sky, can only be enjoyed safely at night. After several of the arthropods had eaten their fill, they moved their abdomen and legs, twisted their bodies segment by segment, and came to a slightly raised mound. The soil of this mound was extremely soft, as if something had just turned it over. They put their heads against each other and communicate with each other using their antennae.
It's dead. Yes, it's dead. It's a pity. How many times have I told it that I can't go out to look for food during the day? It's the devil's bait. But it just won't listen. Hey, what a pity.
After the exchange, these arthropods turned around and crawled away. They need to find food as much as possible while the night is still dark. As for the feeling of regret just now, after taking 10 steps, they were completely forgotten. Chapter 594 Unknown Creature. The night is getting dark. A huge arthropod was rapidly swinging its hundreds of abdominal legs, twisting its body covered with a hard exoskeleton, and nimbly walking through the lush forest. Occasionally, it would slow down its pace slightly, lower its head, and take a bite of food at the root of the tree trunk next to it. Even though the food in this area is very rich, it still has no intention of stopping. Suddenly, for the first time, it stopped its hurried steps, raised its head, and looked ahead. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a warm and slightly moist breath. It pressed its belly against the soft earth and felt it carefully. A small vibration came from the front, as if it was foreshadowing something. After confirming the specific direction, it swung its abdominal legs again and walked forward quickly. After a few seconds, the field of vision suddenly widened. The lush forest comes to an abrupt end here. Ahead, there is an endless ocean as far as the eye can see. As it moves forward, its body spontaneously undergoes some changes. The color of its body changed and became very similar to the color of the beach. This is like instinct to it and requires almost no effort. It quickly ran to the beach, lowered its head, and took a few sips of the slightly warm fresh water. Then, it raised its head and looked around. There are many of its kind staying on the coast. They gathered together in twos and threes, communicating with each other with the help of their tentacles. It did not join them, but silently raised its head and cast its gaze to the sky. The starry sky is bright. There was some doubt in its little mind. In some vague memories, there seemed to be two big, bright balls in the starry sky at night. Although the brightness is not as bright as the light ball during the day, it can still dispel the darkness at night. But now, both orbs are gone. Just like the ball of light during the day, it suddenly disappeared. Where did they go? What are those tiny spots of light in the night sky? Questions arose in its mind, filling its underdeveloped brain. For a long time, it felt that its neck was a little tired after maintaining one position for a long time. It shook its head, lowered its head again, and took a sip of seawater. The warm seawater slowly fell down its esophagus, washing away the doubts in its heart. It doesn't know the answers to these messy questions, and it can't figure out the truth behind them. But it knew that since the two spheres disappeared and the daytime sky was occupied by the huge disk, sunbathing has become warmer and more pleasant, and the forest has become much safer. The most important thing is that it sees more and more of its kind every night. This is a good thing. The memory hidden in its genes tells it that every time such a situation occurs, their population will have a stable reproduction cycle that can range from decades to hundreds of years. There will be an era of peace next. Thinking of this, its mood suddenly became happy. It quickly swung its belly and legs and ran towards the groups of its kind in the distance. Human fleet. Most of the probes laden with samples have returned to the fleet, under various complete isolation measures. Zero controlled the robot to carefully deliver various samples to the specialized biological laboratory. In order to ensure the biological activity of the samples, the biological laboratory has been temporarily transformed into an atmospheric environment similar to that of the Forgotten Star. Special-purpose experimental robots are busy preparing for experiments in the biology laboratory. Thanks to breakthroughs in robotics, biologists no longer need to take huge risks to contact alien biological samples. Of course, this also has limitations. Once there is a special situation that the robot cannot handle, there is a high probability that biologists will still need to go into battle in person.
Professor, the detector discovered an unknown creature in the coastline area of the Forgotten Star.
The dull tone of the reminder sounded, but it caused an extremely unusual response.
Where? Where is the unknown creature? Is it in humanoid form? I wonder if they are intelligent.
For a time, the laboratory was filled with all kinds of discussions, and Mao Xingji was particularly excited. His face glowed with excitement, and he quickly walked through the crowd and squeezed in beside Lu Yongchang. Next moment, pictures from the detector appeared in the holographic image. Although there is almost no light source on the surface of the planet, and there are only dim starlights in the sky, the images returned by the detector are still as bright as day. Only, Lu Yongchang looked at the empty coastline and frowned slightly.
Zero? Where are the unknown creatures?
He asked Zero with some confusion. In his opinion, there were no unusual objects near the coastline, except for the extremely narrow beach. On the beach, for some reason, there are many strange lines, which look like traces left by crawling creatures. Not only Lu Yongchang, but also other scientists also had a hint of confusion in their eyes.
Professor, it's protective color.
As he finished speaking, dense red circles appeared in the holographic projection. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously took a step forward, narrowed the distance between him and the holographic projection, and observed it more carefully. After several minutes of observation, he noticed something strange about these red circles. Although the red circle area is very similar to the surrounding beach, there are still some flaws when moving. Those slowly extending lines are the best proof.
Lu
Yongchang glanced at the number of red circles, took a breath, and stepped back half a step.
So many? This beach is almost crowded, isn't it?
He murmured to himself.
They all come out of nowhere. According to crawling tracks and observation records, all creatures emerge from the forest.
Zero quickly gave the answer and marked the crawling tracks in the holographic projection. Mao Xingji frowned and tooted slightly.
TSK. That's not right. In that case, why didn't the detector detect these creatures during the day? A protective color suitable for the beach. It should be very conspicuous in the forest. Academician Mao. Please wait.
The electronic synthesized sound sounded, and the images in the holographic projection began to speed up and play back. Soon, the strange lines on the beach disappeared one by one. Eventually, the beach regained its appearance smoothed by the seawater. Time begins to flow normally. Seeing the first line of road suddenly appearing at the junction of the beach and the forest, Lu Yongcheng's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise.
Chameleon?
He said with relief.
These creatures can always change their protective colors according to the surrounding environment. No wonder the detectors can't detect them during the day.
After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongcheng spoke again.
Can you simulate their basic form?
Insufficient basic information. There may be significant differences between the simulated form and the real thing. As a line of reminder text appeared, a slightly weird creature slowly began to appear in the holographic projection on the side. Chapter 595 Rat Woman? It didn't take long for the simulation work to be completed.
This.
Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly.
Rat Woman?
He had reason to believe that Zero directly put the mouse woman's model on it. This round body, coupled with the tiny feet on the abdomen, reminded Lu Yongchang of memories from his childhood. These little bugs, commonly known as watermelon bugs, often live in moist flower beds. With a flick of your finger, it will shrink into a round ball. This was his childhood toy.
Professor, the current high-altitude exploration data can only confirm that it is an arthropod similar to a rat woman. The specific appearance requires more data to support the simulation.
Listening to Ling's justification, Lu Yongchang raised his hand to his forehead with a headache. This, at first glance, you can tell it's impossible. Are there any alien creatures that look the same as Earth creatures? As soon as he finished complaining in his heart, Lu Yongchang thought of what Bassa civilization looked like. The body that resembled a stick insect appeared clearly in his mind. Seemingly, is there some possibility? Lu Yongchang asked with a strange expression.
The shape is not sure. What about the size? What's the body size of the rat woman creature?
Rough data is marked 1 by 1 in the holographic model.
Hack, 5 meters long.
Lu Yongchang suddenly widened his eyes. This TM. With a body length of 5 meters. Even if it is really a watermelon bug, its threat to humans will not be that low. I never expected that the insects on this forgotten star could grow to such a size. It seems that the plan to land and explore the forgotten star still needs to be modified. While Lu Yongchang was thinking about modifications to the exploration plan, Mao Xingji looked at the holographic model thoughtfully and murmured to himself.
Strangeness. They have evolved such a perfect protective color mechanism. What kind of creatures are they trying to protect against?
Mao Xingji's words directly brought the originally noisy laboratory back to deathly silence. There are too many doubts about Forgotten Star. Those huge trees that can absorb radiation energy. And those 5-meter-long rat-like creatures. Mao Xingji's words sounded the alarm to Lu Yongchang. There may be an extremely powerful predator on the Forsaken Star. It can prey on rat-like creatures with a body length of 5 meters. You can imagine its size and threat. The plan to land and explore the Forgotten Star can only be put aside for the time being, and priority is given to exploring the samples collected by the robot. If they do not have high utilization value, perhaps Lu Yongchang will choose to give up exploring this lost star. In the biology laboratory, according to the instructions, the scientific research Type 1 robot completed basic exploration projects one after another in a calm and orderly manner. First, there's the soil. Mao Xingji was extremely devoted to the soil that cultivated such plants. But after some investigation, the results surprised him. This soil is extremely ordinary. Apart from being relatively fertile, relatively soft, and containing more oxygen and moisture, there is almost nothing remarkable about it. As for some trace elements, except for the slight difference in proportions, it is also very different from the soil on the Earth. The only valuable discovery was that the scientific research Type 1 robot detected high-intensity radiation in the soil. However, no corresponding radioactive materials, such as radioactive minerals such as cobalt-60, were found in the soil. After thinking to no avail, Mao Xingji and others could only turn their attention to other samples. Leaf samples. Like the trunk. These thick leaves are also quite tough.
Lu
Yongchang frowned as he watched the movements of the scientific research robot in the holographic projection.
Something's wrong. What's wrong?
Mao Xingji, who was highly focused, turned around and asked.
Professor, have you discovered any problems? Take a look.
Lu Yongchang thought for a while and called up a picture.
This is a sample picture just taken on the Forgotten Star.
After speaking, he pointed at the holographic image in front of him.
This is the current one.
In the picture, the leaves and fungi in the laboratory are drooping on the experimental table, and the surface gloss is no longer the same as before.
Mao
Xingji's eyes moved slightly, noticing something unusual.
Wilted? Isn't this too fast? Could it be a problem with the composition of the atmosphere? Probably not.
Lu Yongchang shook his head without hesitation.
The environmental adaptation work of the biological laboratory has been completed, and the atmospheric composition inside is basically the same as that of the lost star.
He looked thoughtfully at the image of the forgotten star returned by the high-altitude detector.
The only difference may be radiation.
*2. Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji said in unison.
0. Prepare for testing.
Lu Yongchang gave the order without any hesitation.
Create some radiation in the laboratory.
A few minutes later, several large machines were transported into the biological laboratory. In the first test, in order to prevent accidents, under the order of Lu Yongchang, Zero simulated the radiation near the surface of the forgotten star as much as possible in terms of intensity and composition. Time passes slowly. After being given sufficient moisture, the plant samples bathed in radiation gradually regained their vitality on the forgotten star. This undoubtedly verified the original conjecture of Lu Yongchang and others. The plants on this planet feed on radiation.
Take a sample and increase the intensity of the radiation they receive.
Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he issued a new order again. The scientific research robot perfectly executed Lu Yongchang's orders. The radiation intensity gradually increases. 10%. 20%. When the radiation intensity increased by 100%, mutations occurred.
Professor!
Mao Jingji shouted excitedly.
They are repairing themselves!
Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the projected image and murmured.
I saw it!
In the picture, not only the leaves, but also the cut-edge areas of fungi and bark samples are slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth only lasted a few minutes, and quickly faded away.
Insufficient nutrition,
Mao Jingji said in a low voice.
After all, it is a rootless root. Once the stored nutrients are used up, repair work will be impossible.
Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed.
But even so, this characteristic is unimaginable. If these barks are made into the radiation protection layer of a starship, and then given enough nutrients, even if the radiation protection layer is broken down, under the influence of a large amount of radiation, they can even complete the repair work spontaneously.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Apart from anything else, based on this alone, this lost star must not be given up easily. QAQ. Chapter 596 Fungi? Organ?
Professor.
Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded.
The radiation intensity of all samples has been detected. The data has been sorted.
After the words fell, a holographic chart slowly appeared in front of Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji. Looking at the data in the chart, the doubts on the faces of Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji gradually grew stronger. According to the detection of scientific research robots, the radiation contained in those wide leaves is the weakest. Bark comes next. The trunk concentration is slightly higher. This was all expected by Lu Yongchang and others. They could even foresee that the radiation intensity at the roots of these giant trees might far exceed that of other areas. But what they didn't expect was that the fungus growing at the bottom of the giant tree was extremely radioactive. Its strength is hundreds of times that of the leaf area and dozens of times that of the trunk area.
This is strange.
Mao Jingji frowned and murmured to himself.
With the obstruction of the tree canopy, these fungi should not be exposed to radiation, even if they can absorb radiation materials in the trunk. Their radiation intensity cannot exceed the trunk area.
Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He just stretched out his hand to hold his chin and stared at the brightly colored fungus with a huge cap in the holographic image. After thinking for a long time, he spoke.
Zero. Take samples and compare giant trees and fungi at the cellular level.
Mao Jingji turned around and looked at Lu Yongchang in surprise.
Professor? You are?
Lu Yongchang chuckled.
I just have a guess. In the images returned by the detector at that time, these fungi were growing in the root area of the tree trunk. There is no trace of fungal growth in the surface soil. What did you think of?
Mao Jingji's eyes widened a bit, and he said with an incredulous look,
Are you doubting that these fungi? No. These things that are similar to fungi are part of the giant tree.
He looked at the radiation detection data and murmured to himself.
So, these things may be the organs of giant trees that store nutrients? It's strange that no plant would put its nutrient-storing organs in such a place.
As he spoke, Mao Jingji smiled and shook his head.
Isn't it easy to be eaten by other creatures?
There was no smile on Lu Yongchang's face. He nodded solemnly.
It is most likely an organ of a giant tree. But I'm afraid it won't be the organ where the giant tree stores nutrients. Huh?
Mao Jingji looked at Lu Yongchang with some confusion.
What do you mean? When you look at its bright appearance, what do you think of?
Lu Yongchang stared directly at every move of the scientific research robot in the picture, and murmured in a low voice.
These giant trees are probably a little different from what we imagined.
Mao Jingji's eyes were filled with deep doubts at first, but after a few seconds, the doubts in his eyes dissipated instantly, leaving only the spontaneous fear.
Professor, what do you mean?
Mao Jingji felt a chill coming from behind. He swallowed hard and said with a hint of trembling in his voice.
Are these things that look like fungi the predatory organs of giant trees?
Plant predation. although rare, does occur, even on Earth. Pitcher plants and Venus flytraps. These plants eat insects to provide themselves with nutrients. They have even evolved unique predatory organs for this purpose, just like the giant tree on the Forsaken Star. But the volume of the two is not the same specification. Mao Jingji subconsciously took a step back, with horror written on his face.
So, this planet is just a cage filled with countless baits?
Lu Yongchang pursed his lips toward the holographic projection.
The results haven't come out yet. Maybe my guesses are all wrong. Professor, the comparison work has been completed, and the similarity between the two is close to 99.9%.
The laboratory once again returned to deathly silence.
Ta.
In the Earth office, Lu Yongchang sat behind his desk, subconsciously flexed his knuckles, and tapped the desk in front of him. Above the desk is a holographic image of a planet.
Forgotten Star.
He frowned and murmured softly. The rewards are high, but so are the risks. Not to mention those arthropods. Just those giant trees that may have predatory tendencies may cause great losses to the landing operation. Normally, he should be focusing on the black hole now. After completing a series of studies, use the curvature engine to travel to the habitable star system. This is the ideal path for human civilization. But thinking about that extremely grand war and the powerful radiation resistance of these giant trees, Lu Yongchang felt as if he had been scratched by a cat.
Professor, Academician Zhu Ziwen is visiting.
The electronic synthesized sound pulled Lu Yongchang out of the endless tangle.
Zhu Ziwen?
Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he said excitedly,
Let him in. Professor, I'm sorry to bother you.
The door opened, and Zhu Ziwen's voice came in from the door. Lu Yongchang raised his head and stared at Zhu Ziwen, who strode into the office. Compared with before, Zhu Ziwen seemed much more mature, with a wise light shining in his eyes. Looking at this academician from the Proxima era, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Unconsciously, the Proxima generation can no longer be considered a new generation.
Do not bother.
Lu Yongchang showed a gentle smile, raised his finger and pointed to the seat in front of him.
Sit down. I guess you brought me good news?
In front of Lu Yongchang, the serious expression on Zhu Ziwen's face gradually dissipated, and a slightly shy smile appeared on both sides of his cheeks.
Professor, I heard that you are planning to organize planetary explorers to land on the Forgotten Star?
Lu Yongchang burst into laughter, straightened up slightly, and said half-jokingly,
Yes. Why? You don't want to go to the Forgotten Star, do you?
The shy smile on Zhu Ziwen's face gradually disappeared, and his expression became serious.
Yes, Professor.
Lu Yongchang, this incident is really something he won't be able to deal with. He took a deep breath, calmed down the turbulent emotions in his heart, and after considering his words, he said,
Ziwen, although you are not an academician in biology, but you should have heard some news too. The Forsaken Star is dangerous.
Zhu Ziwen smiled and nodded.
Professor, of course I understand. This is also the reason why I applied to go to the Forsaken Star.
Seemingly sensing Lu Yongchang's somewhat surprised look, Zhu Ziwen explained again.
Professor, the research and development of the second-generation exoskeleton armor has been completed.
Chapter 597, the second generation of exoskeleton armor. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly. This news did not exceed his expectations. After hearing the news of Zhu Ziwen's visit, he had this guess in his mind. Now, the guess has been verified, and the smile on Lu Yongchang's face is even stronger.
Oh,
he cheerfully said to Zhu Ziwen.
What functions have you added to the exoskeleton armor? Tell me.
As he spoke, he picked up the bag of drinking water next to him and took a sip.
Compared with the first-generation exoskeleton armor, the second-generation exoskeleton armor mainly enhances the individual combat capability.
Zhu Ziwen's first words left Lu Yongchang stunned.
First of all, the second-generation exoskeleton armor adopts a fully enclosed structure, and we chose carbonine as the outer L material. The production of star gold carboyne composite materials is not enough.
Zhu Ziwen explained softly.
The armored L adopts a new structure to minimize the impact from the outside world. In terms of energy, originally, we wanted to use a miniature antimatter engine, but its size is still too large, which will greatly affect the flexibility of the exoskeleton armor.
Zhu Ziwen shyly raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, showing an embarrassed smile.
We have no choice but to use the latest microfusion reactor as the energy core first.
Lu Yongchang, this is how the antimatter engine is used? Are you still being wronged by installing the latest microfusion reactor on a mechanical exoskeleton armor?
Cough.
Lu Yongchang coughed lightly and whispered.
Ziwen, Do you think this is too wasteful for a mechanical exoskeleton? Waste?
Zhu Ziwen frowned slightly and shook his head repeatedly.
We have calculated that the power is just right. And there is no waste.
Lu Yongchang. Suddenly, an incredible idea came to his mind.
Wait a minute. Tell me first. How do you strengthen your individual combat capabilities?
Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Zhu Ziwen's spirit suddenly lifted.
Professor, this aspect is the highlight. User feedback data shows that the military version of the exoskeleton armor's firepower is too weak. We specially installed Type 3 laser cannons and small plasma cannons on it. At the same time, each second-generation exoskeleton armor is equipped with 3 micro drones and 3 micro individual hydrogen bombs. The UAV does not have many functions. It is mainly used for reconnaissance and delivery of miniature individual hydrogen bombs.
Lu Yongchang looked at Zhu Ziwen in front of him with a numb face. User feedback data? Who gave this feedback? There are also individual hydrogen bombs. What are these people thinking? Is this still called exoskeleton armor? Are you almost turning into a mecha? Lu Yongchang complained crazily in his heart.
Hee hee.
Zhu Ziwen grinned a little and smiled nervously.
Professor, I know that the lethality of these weapons is not very good. In order to increase its instantaneous explosive power, we specially equipped it with 100 rounds of antimatter Gauss rifle bullets.
The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched twice. This is Zhu Ziwen. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Why do you look so crooked? The antimatter rifle bullets are all loaded. It is no exaggeration to say that in the age of the Earth, it is estimated that an exoskeleton armor can wrap up the Earth's civilization.
Ziwen, tell me, who gave you these suggestions for improvement?
Lu Yongchang suppressed his twitching eyebrows and asked in a good voice.
Zhu
Ziwen was stunned for a moment, and a shy smile appeared on his face again.
I was discovered by you. Before improving the plan, I asked Senior Yevgeny for his opinion.
Lu Yongchang. Pass. It all made sense. Seeing the incomprehensible expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Zhu Ziwen asked with some confusion.
Professor, aren't these changes good? Compared with the first-generation exoskeleton armor, the attack power of the second-generation exoskeleton armor has been greatly improved, which is suitable for use in such dangerous landing operations.
Lu Yongchang sighed softly, swallowed the objections in his mouth, and squeezed out a few words through his teeth.
Okay, that's a good change.
He took a deep breath and asked again.
What about defense? In addition to relying on the carbine armor of the armor itself, are there any other defensive functions?
With Lu Yongchang's approval, the smile on Zhu Ziwen's face became a little stronger.
Certainly. In addition to the conventional magnetic field shield, we also referred to the shield function of the starship and added a plasma shield function for emergency evacuation.
Lu Yongchang looked at the somewhat shy Zhu Ziwen in front of him and nodded with an extremely complicated expression.
Good. The change is very good. Tell me again. Why do you, a scientist, apply for a place to land on the Forgotten Star?
The shy smile on Zhu Ziwen's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Lu Yongchang extremely seriously and said seriously,
Professor, this is the first time that the second-generation exoskeleton armor has fought against alien creatures. In order to obtain real and effective combat data, I applied to land on the Forgotten Star with a planetary exploration team. Nonsense!
Lu Yongchang looked a little ugly and shouted sternly.
You are kidding. Do you know how much resources it costs for the People's Federation to train an academician? If you die on the Forgotten Star, do you know what a loss it will be to the People's Federation?
Zhu Ziwen's eyes dimmed slightly, and he subconsciously avoided Lu Yongchang's eyes when he looked at him. But the next moment, he took a deep breath, and his evasive gaze suddenly became firm. He looked directly into Lu Yongchang's somewhat angry eyes and said loudly,
Professor, you said that practice is the fundamental guarantee of scientific research. When I was developing the second-generation exoskeleton armor, I discovered that the feedback information was extremely inaccurate, which brought great difficulties to the research and development work. In order to confirm the functional perfection of the second-generation exoskeleton armor, and to prepare for the research and development of the third-generation exoskeleton armor, I must participate in this landing plan. You can't get the information necessary for research and development work by remote observation on a starship.
As he spoke, Zhu Ziwen's voice was slightly weaker.
This is also what Senior Yevgeny told me.
Lu Yongchang took a deep breath again. Yevgeny, this old boy is really good. He silently made a note in his mind.
Go back. Don't bother me here.
Lu Yongchang waved his hand impatiently.
By the way, remember to send me the drawings and I will check them for you. Also, Go and measure the size, and give it 0. Professor.
Zhu Ziwen's tone was a little weak again.
What do you mean?
Lu Yongchang glared at Zhu Ziwen and said angrily.
What? You don't want to go to the Forgotten Star?
Zhu Ziwen was stunned and grinned again.
Okay. Professor. You are busy. I won't disturb you anymore.
Chapter 598 Wasteland Explorer Xia Zhou. The drawings of the second-generation exoskeleton armor soon appeared in the holographic projection above Lu Yongchang's desk. Looking at the powerful full-coverage humanoid armor drawing, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth. In fact, in his opinion, this second-generation exoskeleton armor is not very practical and can only be used in specific situations. After all, no matter how powerful the exoskeleton armor is, can it still withstand the cannons on the starship? After all, planetary landing battles are extremely rare situations. If he hadn't been thinking about those precious tree resources, Lu Yongchang could have ordered to plow the surface of the planet with antimatter bombs. He didn't believe that life forms living on the planet could use their bodies to resist the damage of antimatter bombs. What giant creature? Carnivorous forest. Covered by heavy artillery fire. It was all clouds. But I want to use those trees to research starship radiation protection layers with stronger performance. Planetary landing battles have become an indispensable part. I have to say that Zhu Ziwen's transformation came in just right.
Drop! Planetary Explorer. Xia Zhou. Welcome to the year 2921 of the Earth's calendar. Currently, the Human Alliance fleet is on the edge of the black hole.
The slightly stiff electronic synthesized sound echoed in his ears. Xia Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Before he could feel the choking feeling, he coughed hard to clear out the deep-sea fluid remaining in his trachea.
2921.
The confusion in Xia Zhou's eyes gradually dissipated. He used a little force to get out of the deep-sea cabin.
This hibernation time is really long.
As he spoke, he turned his head and looked to his side. The neatly arranged hibernating cabins are quietly fixed on the starship, looking like rows of beautifully crafted coffins. In the distance, several hibernating cabins lit up with warm orange-yellow lights. He squinted his eyes slightly, trying to clearly read the words in the holographic image above the hibernation cabin.
Zhong Wenhao, He Buluan.
He whispered the familiar names in the holographic projection.
Did you only wake up the planetary explorers?
Xia Zhou murmured in a low voice with some confusion.
Strange. Isn't the fleet in the black hole area now? Did the fleet discover something near the black hole? Explorer Xia Zhou, please report to conference room number 6 in 2 hours.
Zero did not answer Xia Zhou's soliloquy. Xia Zhou frowned slightly and turned to look at the porthole not far away. With just one glance, he suddenly widened his eyes.
Is this a black hole? It's so spectacular.
Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he shuddered suddenly. The eyes staring at the black hole also changed from appreciation to a touch of fear.
No! No! No!
Xia Zhou shook his head vigorously, and threw away the unreliable thoughts in his mind.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Academy of Sciences wouldn't issue such an order, right?
But this kind of thing, the less you think about it, the easier it is to come to mind.
Xia Zhou!
There was a shout from behind. Although it was an extremely familiar voice, it still made his body tremble.
I said, what are you thinking about?
A big face with a bright smile appeared in front of him, as if aware of the panic that had not dissipated on Xia Zhou's face. The smile on his big face faded slightly, replaced by a bit of confusion.
Hey, Xia Zhou, what are you thinking about? Speak? You won't fall asleep. Will you? Hey.
There was a bit more worry on the big face, and at the same time, a slightly rough palm kept shaking in front of his eyes. Xia Zhou clicked his tongue lightly, and impatiently slapped away the palm that kept dangling in front of his eyes.
I said, Su Duzi, do you have so much energy just after waking up from hibernation?
Su Duzi. Real name is Su Pingfei, because he often did stupid things. He was nicknamed Su Duozi by Xia Zhou and others.
Hee.
Su Pingfei's big face revealed a pair of big teeth.
Well, you don't even know who I am. You don't think I'm complimenting you, do you?
Xia Zhou said weakly.
Huh? Isn't it?
Su Pingfei was stunned and asked with some doubts. Xia Zhou.
Ah. Yes. So, Brother Zhou, what were you thinking about just now?
Su Pingfei asked again with a smile.
Thinking about life?
Although he was full of worries, Xia Zhou still managed to explain patiently.
Tell me, why did the Academy of Sciences call us up? Do you even need to ask? Of course we are exploring planets.
Su Pingfei looked at Xia Zhou as if he were a fool. Xia Zhou. He can accept being despised by anyone, but he can never accept being despised by Su Pingfei.
You idiot!
Xia Zhou raised his hand and gave Su Pingfei in front of him a big bag.
Look outside the porthole. The fleet is next to the black hole now. Do you know about the black hole? What kind of planet are you exploring?
Su Pingfei turned his head blankly and looked in the direction of Xia Zhou's finger.
Damn, it's so spectacular.
Xia Zhou's face froze.
Did I ask you to sigh about this? So, Brother Zhou, what do you want to say?
Su Pingfei straightened his expression and asked with some confusion. Xia Zhou was silent for a while, then lowered his voice and said,
Do you think we will be sent to explore the black hole? This is a deadly business. So what?
Su Pingfei's face showed his usual honest smile.
If this is the order of the Academy of Sciences, if the People's Federation needs us to do this, if this can bring human civilization to a higher level, then we just have to execute it. I have been prepared for this from the day I became a planetary explorer.
Xia Zhou fell into silence. After a long time, he sighed deeply.
Su Zizi, you are really a stupid person.
Xia Zhou raised his hand and gently patted Su Pingfei's thick shoulder.
Let's go and get ready. It's time for us to report to Conference Room 6.
With that said, Xia Zhou turned around and prepared to leave the hibernation area.
Brother Zhou.
Su Pingfei's voice sounded again.
I asked Zero when I woke up just now. After we hibernated, a battle occurred near Proxima Centauri that spanned dozens of light years. The war destroyed countless star systems, including Gliese 555.
Xia Zhou's face changed slightly, and his pace suddenly slowed down.
The tail docking plan launched by the Academy of Sciences last time has worked. Human civilization, because of their sacrifice, has successfully found a way to survive. Why are you telling me this?
Xia Zhou lowered his head and whispered.
Brother Zhou, we all know that your father was selected for the tail docking project. Perhaps you are dissatisfied with this plan of the Academy of Sciences.
Su Pingfei walked slowly to Xia Zhou, the smile on his face not fading at all.
But I just want to tell you that he is a hero of human civilization. Moreover,
he was silent for a while and said again,
the tail docking plan is a plan launched by the Academy of Sciences out of desperation. I am confident that when given a choice, the Academy and Parliament will never make such a decision again.
Xia Zhou clenched his fists hard, but then released them instantly. He exhaled a long breath and murmured with a confused expression.
Is he a hero? Maybe.
Xia Zhou shook his head gently and walked forward a little lonely.
Xia Zhou.
Su Pingfei watched Xia Zhou's back gradually go away and disappear around the corner in front. But he hesitated to speak. Chapter 599 Login Meeting.
Everyone, this is the target planet of this landing exploration plan, the lost star located on the periphery of the black hole's accretion disk.
Zhu Ziwen's voice echoed in conference room number 6. As the holographic projection of the forgotten star slowly appeared in front of everyone, a gasp sounded in the conference room.
Hiss.
Xia Zhou looked shocked, took a breath, lowered his voice, and said to Su Pingfei beside him,
Damn, there are planets in such a ghost place. And
he looked at the basic data of the forgotten star that kept appearing on the side of the projection, and swallowed hard.
This forgotten star is an authentic livable planet. Good boy. What a great place.
As he spoke, a touch of excitement emerged from his eyes. Since becoming a planetary explorer, he has never landed on such a vibrant alien planet.
Brother Zhou, how are you? Am I right?
Su Pingfei obviously didn't listen to what Xia Zhou said. He said proudly. Xia Zhou was stunned by Su Pingfei's sudden request for credit.
What? What did you say?
Su Pingfei looked at Xia Zhou with disdain.
How did I say that? Given the choice, the Academy of Sciences will definitely not make a decision that would make people die in vain.
Xia Zhou, are you okay? Due to the occasion, he glared at Su Pingfei fiercely and cursed in a low voice.
Shut up! You idiot!
Su Pingfei.
Ahem.
Zhu Ziwen seemed to be aware of the whispers between the two, and coughed softly to remind.
The next information is more important. Please focus on the exploration.
Xia Zhou nodded stiffly. Got clicked. It's all this idiot Su Pingfei's fault. Thinking of this, he once again glared at Su Pingfei beside him. The reward was naturally Su Pingfei's heartless pair of big teeth.
In this landing operation, everyone needs to wear the newly developed second-generation exoskeleton armor. These are the basic information for the second-generation exoskeleton armor. You can take a look and ask any questions.
As Zhu Ziwen spoke, he lightly clicked twice on the holographic interface in front of him. The next moment, A small holographic projection appeared in front of all the explorers.
What the HL?
After just one glance, Xiaozhou exclaimed in shock.
This is not an exoskeleton armor. This is just a small battleship.
The next second, his face changed slightly, and he murmured in a low voice.
It seems that this planetary exploration operation is not simple.
Seeing that no one raised any questions, Zhu Ziwen continued to introduce.
According to the information currently obtained, there may be many kinds of creatures on the Forsaken Star. A combination of factors contributed to the relatively large size of these creatures. 1. The giant tree was left behind. The height is generally around 100 meters. But one of the giant trees reaches a height of 12,037 meters. The reason for this phenomenon is still unknown.
Hearing this, all the explorers had a look of surprise on their faces.
Giant trees can absorb high-intensity radiation and use it as their own energy. Therefore, try not to use offensive weapons with high radioactivity. Academician Zhu.
A wasteland explorer raised his hand and interrupted Zhu Ziwen's words.
I don't understand why there are restrictions on the types of weapons because of these giant trees. They're just trees.
Zhu Ziwen took a deep breath, and the expression on his face suddenly became serious.
Good question. This is what I want to say next. Based on the latest detection data, these giant trees are likely to have the ability to trap prey, like pitcher plants and Venus flytraps.
There was a dead silence in the conference room, and all the wasteland explorers stared at Zhu Ziwen in front of them in stunned silence.
So,
Xiaozhou said in a daze,
once we land on this planet, our opponent may be the entire forest.
Zhu Ziwen nodded very solemnly.
That's right. However, you can rest assured that there will be shipborne drones following and protecting the entire landing process. Paired with the newly developed second-generation exoskeleton armor, safety is still guaranteed. Academician Zhu. Besides these giant carnivorous trees, are there any other dangers?
Xiaozhou asked.
Of course.
As he spoke, Zhu Ziwen clicked on the holographic projection beside him, and a huge biological model appeared in front of everyone.
The forgotten giant insect.
Zhu Ziwen shrugged.
This is the only kind of creature that has been found so far. So I called it that. Don't look at me. This is the name given by Professor Liu.
As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of knowing laughter in the conference room. Obviously, everyone here is basically aware of Professor Liu's naming ability.
Let's get down to business.
Zhu Ziwen brought the topic back.
The giant insect is 5 meters long. It has a stronger invisibility ability than a chameleon, and it is likely to feed on highly radioactive materials. The specific appearance is unknown, and may be somewhat different from the model. Unknown aggression. Unknown intelligence. As for the purpose of this operation, conduct a comprehensive exploration of the Forgotten Star and obtain detailed information on various creatures, including the 12,037-meter tall giant tree. Then let's start assigning team tasks.
The meeting is over.
Xiaozhou, your team will wait a moment.
Just as Xiaozhou was about to pull his teammates out of the conference room, Zhu Ziwen's voice came from not far away.
Academician Zhu? Your team also has a separate mission.
Zhu Ziwen said with a smile.
Protect my safety and provide second-generation exoskeleton armor usage experience and data.
Xiaozhou's eyes widened slightly, and he exclaimed.
Zhu? Academician Zhu? What do you mean? You also want to participate in this landing operation?
Xiaozhou's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of those explorers, who had not yet left the conference room.